6. We have all the action for you today. So it is 11:17 here in Devizes. These crews have 125 miles ahead of them, all the way to Westminster in central London. We've got a view here of the staging area. So right now, most of the crews have actually set off already because this is a time trial style race. Each crew has to select their own timing of when they're going to start. And then they have to hit the tide window at Teddington Lock at exactly between 5 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. And so what we've seen is that the slower crews are the ones who've already gone off. And these are all the sort of quicker crews who are going now. So over there by the GPS area, we have got Alex and Elle Boer. They are in the Love Boat race. So Alex and Elle Boer have been married for several years. They've both done DW a few times already, but this is going to be their first time racing together. I am Betsy. I'm going to be your main commentator today, so you'll see and hear a lot from me throughout the day. So Alex and Elle, they're not going to be winning the mixed race probably, but they are going to be fighting for the podium spots. So those second and third spots are pretty coveted, and they've got a really good shot at it. They're leaving at a pretty reasonable time to hit the tide window. I talked to them earlier and they said this is going to be roughly sort of, they'll hit it about 5:30, 6 if everything goes well. High tide is at 5:30. So you don't really want to hit it earlier than that, but then they've built in some extra time. Let's go over to the start and see if we can catch them at the start. You can get a sense of what the scenes are like here in Devizes. So again, it's like a little unusual compared to other types of races with mass starts because it is just one boat at a time. There's Sarah, she's racing, she's leaving later. There's Paul. So here, just watching each of their crews start. And then because it's a time trial, one of the funny things is that the support crew just caught that. Here's the support crew. You are live on the DW live stream.
Hello.
Are you chasing Alex and Elle down the course today?
Yes, we're going down as far as Newbury, and then Joe Bates is going to take over. And then we're going to help again, getting them changed, and then taking over at Marsh to Teddington.
Okay. And how are you feeling about their race today?
It's going to be fun. Yes. Well, we're very much looking forward to them finishing. So we've had almost a finish every year as a family for kind of, I don't know, the last 12, 13 years. So it'd be nice to see if they can continue the family tradition.
Yeah, you all are definitely a DW family. That feels
we are, yes.
fair to say. And Elle raced with her dad as well, right?
Yes, in 2023 and again in 2013, I think.
Yes. So they did it twice.
Yes.
Or junior vet, maybe,
junior
when she,
vet,
in
yes.
2013.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. And how do you think, so they are part of the Love Boat race?
They are, yes.
Which we've been talking about in the lead up. Do you think that their marriage is strong enough to survive this?
I hope so, yes. It could be the 7-year itch because they've been married for 7 years now. So, but yeah, no, I think it is.
Yeah.
And they've done the training, and I'm sure that, you know, with like everything, it's a little bit of luck, but they've done the training, and I'm sure they will make it to the end.
All right. Well, yes. Fingers crossed.
Thank you very much.
We'll catch you all along the course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So that was the support crew for Alex and Elle Boer, who are one of our love boats racing at DW this year. Hopefully you caught the last bit of their start on camera there. So they should go pretty well. Now, the other love boat that they are really close with, so the lead up races to the DW are called the Waterside Series races. Hopefully you have seen some of the Paddle Daily coverage, Paddler Media coverage on that already. And we've been following a lot of these crews who've been doing the lead up races, at least the crews who are local. Some of the international crews haven't done as much because of course it's a lot of travel. So in those Waterside lead-up races, it has been incredibly close between Alex and Elle and Simon Tilbury Clark and Jessica Long, who are also a love boat. They are a couple. And Simon and Jessica went off really early this morning. So that was a bit surprising. They actually left at about 9:30. I was expecting them to go off after 10. And when I talked to them about the race, they really said that their plan was to try and finish. So both Simon and Jessica had retirements last year. Last year, there was quite a lot of headwind. And that was a challenge for a lot of the racers. There was not much flow. It was a pretty late Easter. So that was part of why we didn't get as much finishes last year. There's a lower finishing rate. Less than half the crews finished this race last year, which is pretty low. Yes, it's an ultra. Yes, it's one of the hardest races out there, hardest paddling races, 125 miles nonstop. But it's still surprising that less than half of the crews last year finished. It's going to be interesting to see what that looks like this year, because we've got a lot of wind again, and it looks like it's actually forecasted to, at least for part of the night, be a tailwind. And so that's going to be hugely advantageous for the paddlers going down, especially through the night, which can be difficult. Some people love the nighttime paddling. Some people struggle with it. It's also like when you've put in more than 10 hours of paddling at that point, things start to get pretty exhausting. I think the top crews today will probably finish around the 17-hour mark. I'd be really surprised if anyone goes under 17. If the tailwind is good enough, maybe. We do have a couple of really, really strong crews who are paddling today, who we'll talk about a bit later. But I think it's probably going to be more about 17 to 18 hours. So yeah, that was Alex and Elle, who we have just seen. A little bit more about the race. So yeah, 125 miles. Many of you watching might already be familiar with the Devizes to Westminster. And it's nonstop, as in there are portages where you have to take your boat out, but most of the paddlers will run those. Certainly the top paddlers will be running those portages as fast as they can. And there's no sort of forced breaks or anything. There's a small chance that we could have something like a forced break overnight tonight, because it is a named storm coming in right now, Storm Dave. And the winds are looking pretty severe, so possibly up to 40 to 50 miles an hour gusting overnight. But that said, they're pretty strong crews out there who should be able to handle those kinds of conditions. And if they're not, there's many, many places where you can opt out and retire along the course if crews are not feeling comfortable in those levels of wind speed. We'll catch the next mixed crew going off shortly, which is also another love boat. Something is in the air this year, because all of the top mixed crews are couples, which is a funny one, because that's not typically the case, especially across the board with all of those top crews. We have got the course map up now. So you can see we are now in Devizes. So that's where the race starts. Everyone starts here. The first crew actually started at midnight. So it's a time trial race where you've got to hit Teddington Lock between 5 and 7:30 a.m. So that you can get the full flow of tide going down with you to Westminster. If you aren't getting that flow of tide, if the tide is not moving, or if it's coming in, it's just not safe. It's more than not a fun time. It's not safe at that point after 15 hours of paddling, 15 plus. Some crews it's 20, 25 plus hours of paddling there. So the first window was about midnight to 12:30 a.m. So the first crew who anticipated that they would have a slower time to get there started then, and they were actually our first retirement. So that was the crew of McCall, and I'll just double check the other one. And I think we probably have that on the visuals as well. So it starts in Devizes here. The rest of the crews started from about 5 a.m. today, and they'll go until about 4 to 5 p.m. tonight. So we've got the next few hours here waiting for the other crews to arrive who are going to be leaving later and who are going to be the top contenders to win the overall race this year. The beginning of the course is Canal. So you can see, we'll have another look at the start line, but this is all very flat canal here. It's a little breezy. It's sort of inconsistent breeze right now. Again, that's going to be picking up later in the day. And then about halfway down the course, so on the map where it says about Reading, that's where the canal merges in with the Thames River. And then that's when the flow also really starts coming in and helping these paddlers along. So the first part of the race, in some ways, I was thinking back to when I raced in 2023, that this whole first section was actually, in many ways, the most difficult part of the race, because a lot of crews start by themselves. Some crews are going with a buddy, so they're wash hanging along the Pound. The Pound is the bit before the locks start, so it's a lot of sort of flat, no getting out of the boat, just straight canal paddling. And the water can be a bit low. There can be debris in it sometimes. With the wind that we had last night and the wind that we have now, there's probably a lot of sort of fallen branches and things that the crews might be running into. I don't think they're going to be running into as many narrow boats as the last couple of years where it's been sunny out. That could be a blessing with the kind of gray weather that we've got now. So it is a challenging first part. And then really as the day goes on, it gets dark. The paddlers get the full flow of the River Thames with them. And then they have to go through, so there's 77 locks. The vast majority of those are in the first half of the course along the canal, but there are still a number of locks along the river section too. To portage, those are just typically slightly shorter portages, depending on which one. Some are longer, like Marsh, where sometimes you have to run across this very long bridge. Not the favorite part of the race for most people. Let's see, I'm just checking some questions. So we had a question, what time will the last cruise set off? So this is always this is one of my favorite parts of the Devizes to Westminster, to the DW weekend and following the race, is the last cruise. They sometimes kind of play chicken with each other as to who's going to start latest. Last year, they actually all sort of like coordinated what they were going to do and agreed to their start times, and then like more or less followed them. I say all, not all of them, but at least the top sort of 3 crews. This year, we have sort of a top 2 and a top 5 or 6. So the top 2, from what I've heard, rumors, will probably start between about 3:30 and 4:30 local time. So we still have a few more hours before then, and we'll see how that goes in real time. I am fairly confident that those top 2 crews are not going to start together. I think they have both said that they want to race their own race, and that the pressure to race against each other is going to be a little bit too high. Let's see, we've got our favorites in the women's race who are about to set off now. I wonder if we can go catch them for just a quick chat before they head off. So there are 2 top crews in the women's race who are probably going to be really close to each other. And they are also going to be going for the veteran women's record, potentially. So that right there is Shuna Neve and Sarah Vernau. So they're just getting their GPS trackers fitted. We might not be able to interview them. I know they were feeling a little bit apprehensive. I think they are feeling the pressure today because they do have some competition, and that is Rebecca Bird and Anya Whelan, who started earlier. So I think there's going to be a nice gap between them. But it is possible that if Sarah and Shuna are going really well, there's a small chance they could catch Rebecca and Anya at some point if things go badly for Rebecca and Anya. I think that's unlikely. So based on what we saw from those 2 crews in those lead-up Waterside series races, it was pretty tight. So in the first couple of races, so A and B, Sarah and Shuna definitely had the advantage. So they did really well with A and B. and won by, I think, maybe 10 minutes or something, which is a pretty big win over those races. Those are starting at 17.5 miles. But then on Waterside C, so Rebecca and Anya changed to a new boat. So they've got a marathon weight boat now. And they were only 2 minutes behind Sarah and Shuna. At Waterside C, which is the longest of those first 3 races. Now, they did not face off at Waterside D because Sarah and Shuna opted not to race Waterside D. It's the longest race, and it is it's definitely the most taxing. And because it's only 2 weeks before DW, a lot of crews decide not to race it just because they want to make sure that their bodies are fresh and injury-free. Especially that risk of injury can be challenging, potentially risky. So we should have Sarah and Shuna coming through here any minute. We've got the, we should have 2 angles on the finish. So Shuna has done DW several times before, and she actually raced with Kat Wilson. I think it was 3 years in a row, and they won the women's race every time they raced together. Kat Wilson holds the overall women's record, which she has with Alex Lean, who's also racing today. So we've got a lot of the DW top women from the last few years racing. So Sarah Burnau and Shuna Neve, both from Nottingham Kayak Club. So it was 2011, 2012, and 2013 that Shuna raced with Kat Wilson and won the women's race. She is Shuna Braithwaite in those results. And then she was sort of off from DW for 10 years, then came back in 2023 when she won the K1 women's race. So in the 4-day stages race, which happens at the same time. So it's day 2 of that race happening now. And in 2023, Shuna won that, the women's race in K1. She was 4th place overall. But for Sarah, so Sarah has attempted DW last year and the year before, and unfortunately, she didn't manage to get a finish either year. So she had to retire at Marsh in 2024. That was a year when the flow was very, very quick. And then also and that race actually ended up being called at Teddington because of the fast flow. And then Sarah also retired last year at Marlow. So I think, and those were with different partners. So this is her first year racing DW with Shuna. Shuna obviously brings in a huge amount of course experience and knowledge from the last few years, from her nonstop races with Kat in 2011, 12, and 13, and then from her K1 race 3 years ago. So I think, this is a strong team. They're both solid paddlers, and they're definitely the favorites to win the women's race. In terms of that record, so the overall women's record, I don't think we're going to see that go, because that is just under 18 hours. And I don't think we've got really the cruiser conditions to challenge that this year. But the veteran women's record is 20 hours, 46 minutes. And that is something that we could well see go. Sarah and Shuna are they're a good crew to challenge that. So the veteran age category is 35 and over. So I definitely think we could see that. We could see that go. So, and thanks to everyone who's tuned into the live stream. If you leave some comments and say hi, or drop in some questions about the race. Here's Shuna and Sarah coming up now.
Hey guys!
Rolling start. Great throw. This is Olivia. Well done. So well.
Off they go. And right behind them, we have got a men's crew here.
3-2-2.
3-2-2. that'll be great if they can wash hang a bit together on the pound. It is really nice to have a buddy, especially a crew that you're not really competitive with, who's not your sort of number one competition where it can get stressful. So 322 is Jim Mescal and Declan Murphy, who are an international crew from Ireland. Jim raced in 2013 with David Horkin, and this is going to be Declan's first DW. So we'll head back now, see if we can catch. I know that Anushka Freeman and Rob Perry are starting soon, and it'd be great if we can catch them for a little bit of a chat. Anushka won the DW overall for the last 2 years with Tom Sharp. She's an absolutely phenomenal paddler. And she, after winning the race overall 2 years in a row, decided that she wanted to race with her boyfriend, her partner, Rob. And Rob is not a paddler, but he is now. He's a really, really good runner. But hey. It was, so let's see. They're not at their boat yet. Not at their boat quite yet. So that is Nishi and Rob's boat, is the light blue sort of aqua colored one there. I can also see that we are, they're not ready to go yet. So they're going to leave, a little bit later than planned, maybe. We'll see how late Nishi and Rob leave. They could be second place mixed crew today. Again, another love boat in the mixed race. They've definitely got a good shot at that second place position. So Nishi has won DW outright the last 2 years with Tom Sharp, who's actually standing over there. He is one of the race directors for DW, so he is on duty this year, not racing, and instead he's just focused on helping the race run smoothly. So we've got the, and here's the Escott Webster boat. This is great. So the blue boat here that's just come in, get a view of that. That is Luke Escott and James Webster, who are potentially a top 5 crew this weekend. So there are, I said there's a top 2 and a top 5. So the top 2 crews this year are probably going to be Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. They're doing this race together for the 3rd year in a row. And Billy won back in 2017 with Jim King. And Alex Lane and Magnus Gregory, who are a mixed crew. And Alex won outright. Yeah, we've got the start list up now, so you can have a look at all of those crews who are entered. We'll also share graphics as the day goes on with updates on how everyone is doing in the race so far, so that you can see how all of the crews are going on, not just the top crews. Okay, we've got Mary Horkin in the comments. Hi, Mary. Declan's second because he did the 4-day. That's great. Yeah, we've got a lot of paddlers who have done both the stages race, the 4-day race, as well as the nonstop race. The top crews today, again, that is probably going to be Billy and John and Alex and Magnus. Alex won outright in 2019 with Dan Seaford. She became the second woman to win outright. And that was after Lizzy Broughton. Lizzy is on the support crew this weekend, so I believe she's retired from racing, or mostly retired from racing, but she is supporting Anushka Freeman and Rob Perry, who are still getting ready. In terms of the conditions this weekend, it is, we've got Storm Dave coming in, and it looks like those clouds are coming in now. It's been sort of in and out all morning. Early this morning, it was actually really nice outside. and sunny, and then all the clouds came in, specifically to Wiltshire, it seems like. We might be able to get Tom Sharp on the live stream. So we'll see if we can get Tom on. All right. Tom, do you want to come join the live stream? All right, I'm going to position you over here. And I'm going to give you the paddle mic as well, which I know you're very familiar with. And then I'm just going to, there we go, we got you on. All right, Tom Sharp. So you won the race the last 3 years.
I did.
You also set a record.
Yeah.
How does it feel to not be racing today?
It's a bit different. I knew I wasn't going to be racing from, a long time ago.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise, but yeah, I mean, kind of miss it. This phase particularly, when everyone's getting excited. We haven't begun paddling yet.
Yeah.
I enjoyed this, so it's nice to be here anyway. But I quite like to be paddling.
Yeah, yeah, that excitement where you're just ready to. I was rewatching your interview from the start last year.
Okay.
And I know you were saying you were just ready to be on the water.
Yeah. Well, we've done all the training. We've done all the preparation. We wanted to get going.
Yeah.
The hanging around, it kills you really.
It is definitely a tough part of it. Who are you going to be watching today? Who are you excited to see race?
Well, I just want to make sure everyone gets off, well and according to plan, no dramas. I think Billy's possibly going to be the last one. He likes to leave it late.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay.
When they turn up, we'll see what's going on with them. So I'll be hanging around here waiting for everyone to get going, and then I'll jump a bit further down the course and catch a few of them coming through, maybe Crofton, somewhere like that.
Yeah.
And then just follow everyone down.
So if you were racing this year, what would you be thinking about in terms of kind of like the conditions and competition and things like that?
So conditions wise, flow is not great again,
Yeah.
unfortunately. A little bit more than last year, but it's pretty low.
Yeah.
The big difference this year is the tailwind. We had a headwind last year. It's going to be a tailwind and quite strong later on this evening. In actual fact, the fastest crews are probably not going to have to deal with too much of the really gusty wind because it's only from about 3 o'clock. And, they'll probably not even get to the first portage before that dies down. So they'll be on the shelter bit of the canal. That shouldn't bother them too much. For some of the early people that have gone off already, they might come across a bit of gusty wind before they get onto the river, hopefully. But yeah, that's the big one this year is the wind. But the weather's pretty good, apart from that. Conditions,
it's a little chilly, but it's not like icy.
Yeah. This is what you have to deal with. This is not new for this race.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're pretty lucky. I'm keeping an eye on the weather. It looks like whatever weather system is coming through is going to avoid anything London related. So the tideway is looking safe for now.
Yeah, it clears up around like 4 a.m. or something like that.
That's right, and it doesn't even get as far as Richmond, I don't think.
Okay,
so,
great.
It
should be all right.
Doesn't look like there's any danger.
Yeah. Good. How do you, when you think about the sections of the race, like the canal and then kind of getting onto the river, the day and the night, how would you like sort of partition that out?
I know a lot of people like to chunk it up into things like Watersides and then Thames sides. I guess I do a bit of that, but maybe not as much as some people. I don't know. I just sort of go. I know everything that's coming up so well that you kind of just tick things off on a slightly shorter basis than there's Newbury and then there's Reading or whatever. It's like, okay, you go through all of these portages, and I don't know. You just get on with the thing, It's like, we're so familiar with the course. You just got to see each bit of it come and go. I suppose looking forward to the kit change, which I tend to do at Newbury.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shift in mentality there. It's getting dark as well.
The overnight colder temperatures.
But then you just keep ticking places off, and just I don't know really. I don't tend to break it up like some people say they do. You just make progress down the course, and what I like doing is just looking at each kilometre go by and just ticking them off gradually, one by one. Maybe doing some mental arithmetic, just make sure you're on track with the plan.
Yeah. You and Nushi had I was looking back at the times to Pusey from last year as well. And you and Nushi were not the quickest time to Pusey. And I think you took sort of like a more measured approach.
Wow. Maybe we did, but actually we were in a race, right? We were catching Joe and Brindy.
Yeah.
And I think we we probably went a little bit harder than we should have done.
Okay.
Like, we weren't in danger of blowing up, I don't think.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
you know, we tailed off. We did tail off a bit. You know, they were catching back up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much all the way down to Teddington. Well, of course,
Yeah.
because
No,
they
that's
got there
true.
11, right?
Yeah.
And we very nearly caught the 15-minute gap on them around Newbury, Hungerford area. So I think we just about kept that under control. It was definitely in my mind. I knew we were catching them. So
Yeah.
like, you can't help but just push on a little bit when you know that's happening.
Yes.
But I think we just about got away with it.
Yeah.
We didn't get into a proper race.
Yeah.
But you've got to plan your own, you know, timings and just go your own pace and, you know, avoid getting into a race as long as possible, really.
Yeah. Yeah. What about because you have raced against a lot of the top paddlers who are here, not just at DW, but I think in other races too, Haslers and things like that.
That's true. So, I mean, I've obviously raced Billy for the last 3 years here.
Yeah. And Jon.
And Jon, yeah, of course. But I mean, Alex and Magnus, they're the other sort of favourite, obviously. I mean, when I raced Magnus, he would have been way better than me. That was marathon and sprint. You know, I wouldn't have been in the same race as him, really. And then Alex is obviously a quality lady paddler. She's together they're very strong. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they do.
Yeah. All right. You're not going to place any bets or make any predictions.
No, I'm not. It's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
Yeah.
I mean, I said this last year, you know, with the three of us, 3 boats going, it's going to break up. Someone's going to have something that either goes really well or not so well for them, and there's going to be a gap. But that didn't turn out to be the case, right? We were all really close. So maybe the same will happen this year, but I don't know. It'll be fun to see.
Well, thank you so much, Tom. Really appreciate the time. I will let you get back to your race directing, and maybe we'll get you back on again a little bit later.
Further down.
Sounds good. Cheers. Thank you so much. So Tom Sharp, the official DW record holder, he took that record with Keith Moole in 2023. And then the following 2 years, he and Anushka Freeman won the DW overall together. Tom is a serious DW legend. So I've got the view now on that Scott Webster boat, who's a potential top 5. I think we're going to take a look at the stages recap. And we've got a little bit of video from that and some of the earlier starts. So we'll play that now, and then we'll be back to you in Devizes in just a minute. So the stages race update. So we'll have a look at these leaderboards now. So this is the day 1 results on the leaderboard. So that was from yesterday. So that was Sean Hart, who's been leading the senior stages race in K1. And I saw Sean race all of the lead up races, the Waterside races. He did really, really well at those. Sean has been doing a huge amount of training this year, and he's really, I think, leveled up his paddling. We had a little chat about that after Waterside D 2 weeks ago, because he's definitely picked up a lot of speed. I think specifically just, because he's been training for DW for this race. So that's the K1 stages race, 4 days going on right now. So Sean built up a lead of just under 15 minutes on day 1 in the K1 race. Today, we had an update earlier looking like he was wash hanging with 3 of the other top K1s. The video footage that we got actually has Sean in the V. So I'm not sure who let him in there, but it looks like he's going to have another good day of racing in the stages race. wash hanging with that group. And I don't know, it'll be interesting to see now that he's got a bit of a lead built up, how much is he going to keep working on that and try to put more time into that lead over the next few days, or, maybe take it a little bit easier today if he's wash hanging with that group and then put in another boost tomorrow. In many ways, the nonstop DW is much more difficult because, of course, you have to go straight through. There's no planned breaks. But in other ways, the stages race, the fact that you finish every day and then you've got to come back the next day. Some people stay in hotels, other people camp out. You might not have had the best night of sleep. Your body's exhausted, and you have to, go from 0 to 100 again. That's kind of it's kind of a different kind of challenge. So I'm not sure what Sean's strategy is going to be like there. I'm just there's a tracker. So if you look for the DW stages race open tracking, you can see the tracker there, and that should have updates on how Sean and the other K1s are doing today. I think the tricky bit with the tracker is that you have different start times for different racers, and so that can just be a little bit confusing. So,
So that was a clip from earlier today with the K1s in the stages race heading out. We'll keep checking back in with the stages race as the day progresses. One notable thing, Emily King, who was one of the first two SUP paddlers to finish the DW last year, is leading the SUP category comfortably today, and most notably has improved on her time through Reading last year by more than an hour and 20 minutes. So some really impressive paddling we're seeing there. But right now we're going to cut back to some of the earlier starts from the day here at Devizes for the senior doubles race.
Congratulations on your series win.
Thank you.
How does this feel?
Very good.
Yeah, good,
Yeah.
good. Well earned.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this your goal going into the Waterside series this year?
Yeah, I think so. The women, there aren't that many women that do the full series, so we
No.
did know that we had a very good chance at it. And going into today, we knew that we would have to have a really bad day to not do well. But our real goal in the Waterside was just to get the experience for
Yeah.
DW.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling going into the DW? Rebecca, this is your third?
Third, yep. So third attempt and second finish. I think we're feeling really strong. We changed boats a couple of weeks ago, and so we've got a low volume boat now that fits us much better and makes a really, really big difference when we're in swirly water, fast flow. The other boat we were in, which was still good, and we were still stable in it, but it just moves a lot, and we just didn't weigh enough.
Did you make that change between B and C?
No, we did it between B and C.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because
Yeah.
you all picked up some speed from B to C.
Did we?
Yeah, because you were closer behind Sarah and Shuna.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
number one rivals
Yeah.
at DW this
Yeah,
year.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although there's no swirly bits on here, so
I
interesting.
think it was just more comfortable, maybe
Yeah.
lighter as well.
Yeah.
I
It
think
is
that made a big
lighter.
difference.
It's only 12.4 kilos. The other boat was 16. So
That's a
yeah.
pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
I know.
And Anya, this will be your first DW.
Yeah, first one.
And will this be your longest paddle ever?
Yes, it will. It will. Yes, I didn't think of that. Yes, it will be my longest paddle
Now
ever.
she's going to be dreaming about that.
Yeah. Thanks.
How are you feeling about it?
Excited, nervous. Yeah, mainly excited and nervous. I think I sort of know what to experience because I supported you last year, but I think it's very different being on the sidelines than actually in.
Yeah. She
So,
did
yeah.
see the aftermath though
I
of
did.
last year. She was
I
in the
did.
crew that came and picked us up on
And-
at Putney.
My thought
So-
was they looked so awful. I would never do this to myself. And then I'm like, I'm doing it now this year. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay. And what are your goals for DW?
Finishing.
Well,
Wow, and maybe a bit
so
more.
I think we are close enough. I think to the only other K2 ladies crew that we know about that we know is faster than us, but we're close enough that we can really try to compete with them. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
I'm guessing that the record is out of the question. We've looked at our times, and I mean, maybe
It was
if
perfect
everything
weather,
went
yeah.
absolutely right, and if it
Yeah.
rained a bit more between now and then.
Yeah.
But it seems unlikely. But yeah, we will be. So finishing will be our first goal. But well, no, I suppose finishing is required,
Yeah.
and what we'll actually be aiming for will be winning the K2 ladies vets.
That's great. And do you have a sense of like where your strengths are versus Sarah and Shuna, or do you think
No.
you're very evenly
We
matched?
don't know
I
them.
think we don't know. I think maybe paddling, we're good. We've got a good steady pace. I think we do struggle on the portaging, aren't we?
What she's really saying is, I'm slow on the portages.
Someone can't run.
True, it's true. I will say I'm slightly older than she is, and
We
I've never
are
been
just
around.
going to bring things back to Devizes here. We are in the United Kingdom. I saw we had a question about that. So I am in Devizes. This is really far west of London, and we are watching the cruise go to the start now. This is 125 miles. So just heading off there in that sort of teal aqua boat is last year's and the previous year's winner, Anushka Freeman. So she's paddled with Tom Sharp the last 2 years and won the race overall. She paddled the previous year as well. But this year she's doing something a bit different. She is paddling with her boyfriend, her partner, Rob Perry. And they are going down more for the experience than the race, but they have been one of the quickest mixed boats, and they could end up second or third in the on the mixed race podium. That's cute. They're giving each other a little peck there before they head off. So unfortunately, they were running late with their start. So it is 12:03 right now. And I'm pretty sure they were planning to start 11, about half 11. So they're a little bit behind with that. So they don't have time to chat. But I did chat with them earlier. And so we'll run that video through if you haven't seen it already on the stream. When I saw them at Waterside D, they actually ended up winning the mixed category at the Waterside series, which is the 4 pre-DW races, the prep races. So definitely keep an eye on Nushi and Rob. Now, even though Rob is not a paddler, he has been training really hard over the last few months. I've seen them out on the river loads. They're based in Richmond. And Rob is a very serious runner, as is Nushi. And actually, they are both running the London Marathon, which is in about, I think, 2 weeks. So this is a seriously multi-talented crew. And it's going to be interesting to see how Rob does. His serious tailwind coming through now, which is great. You can see that blowing Nushi's ponytail back up on her. I'm just going to take us up to the start so we can watch Rob and Nushi start. We are also finally starting to see some of the quickest crews of the day, or the predicted quickest crews of the day, come out over here in Devizes, which is very exciting. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how these guys go. So we've got the Escott Webster boat, the Dutch crew. George Durden and James Walkington are here. Lizzy, do you want to, can I hand you the mic while we're walking?
Absolutely.
So Lizzy Broughton won the DW in 2015?
Yes.
Outright. You were the first woman to win it outright, racing with Keith Moore.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the mixed record for the race. Now, I don't think the mixed record is going to fall this weekend to you. Yeah.
I think there's a chance. Like the tailwind, making conditions
That's
pretty
true.
favourable. Obviously, Alex and Magnus very fast crew, so yeah,
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. Have we just missed them?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We'll see enough of them.
Right. Oh, we got them on the. I've got them on the
perfect. Okay.
CCTV.
Cool.
So, Lizzy, we've got Alex and Magnus racing. Yep. You have raced against Alex before.
Yes. Yeah. We did. Well, a long time ago now, but yeah, we were sort of on the team at the same time, doing some marathon stuff. Yeah.
Serious international marathon competitions.
Yes.
What do you think about Alex as a competitor? What should everyone know about her?
Oh, amazing! Like, she won't slow down. So whatever speed they start at, I'd be incredibly surprised if they dip down from that. Same with Magnus as well. Both, phenomenal over the longer distances. So I think it should be a really good crew, really exciting crew to watch.
Do you have a favorite between Alex and Magnus versus Billy and John?
Yes.
Are you going to keep that to yourself?
I'll keep it to myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But, I think it'll be close. I think, their times have been quite similar on the Waterside series. Obviously, Billy and John have last 3 years they've done, or last 2 or 3 years. So they know exactly what they're doing. I think last year probably overperformed, so hopefully that will give them some good confidence going into it. But I think it'll be close.
Yeah. What do you think makes the DW such a unique race?
I suppose it is just the only sort of thing of its kind that you can do, especially in the UK. If you want to do a long race, this is it really. I think the whole sort of spectrum of abilities can do it. So I think it was crew setting off at midnight, was it, early on today?
Yeah.
So people taking the whole...
sadly that crew has retired.
Oh no. Okay,
yeah,
well, that's a shame.
But they did make it pretty far.
Okay,
so.
yeah, no, it's just amazing that you've got that sort of 16-hour cruise, 32-hour cruise, all on the water at the same time.
Yeah. Do you have a bet for how long it might take today? I guess the mixed record is 16:40, right? Your record.
Oh, to win?
Yeah.
Somewhere between, I don't know, 16:40 and 17:40, I suppose. I think in and around that time. I suppose the river's similar to last year, but a
little bit more flow.
Perhaps.
60 versus 32 max. Yeah.
And I guess, the crews are probably of a similar sort of ability to last year as well. So faster than last year, I suppose, then on that. It should be faster than last year. Yeah.
And you're supporting Nushi and Rob.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So they've just left. They'll be 20 hours-ish, I think.
And as a supporter, what are you thinking about in the supporting crew role?
Do you know what? This year I'm hoping will be a lot more sort of relaxed and straightforward. We're not going to be chasing time quite as much.
Because you supported, was it the last 2 years?
Yeah, so Anushka and Tom the last 2 years. So we've got a bit more time to think, and hopefully obviously every second counts, but the milliseconds might not be as critical this time. So hopefully a nice relaxed rundown. Get into the end.
Will they have someone on a bike this time?
No, I'm going to run the first bit.
Okay.
But no,
are you
no
going to
bikes
go
this
catch
year.
them?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Now you are a very, very good runner and a very good paddler. And Nushi is also a very good runner and good paddler. Rob is a very good runner.
Yes.
And on his way to becoming a good paddler.
Indeed, yeah.
Do you think there's a good crossover between, running and paddling? Do you find that, like in your training, that there's a benefit?
Yeah, I think so. I think the running certainly helps the paddling. I think it's more that way around than the other way around, probably. But I think especially on this race, you sort of, it's just an endurance base, really, isn't it? Same with Alex and Magnus, also very good runners.
Yes,
so
that's right, of course.
I think if you've got the base, it's probably reasonably transferable between sports, or hopefully. But yeah, I think the running definitely helps. Yeah.
And Billy and John are good runners too.
Yeah, exactly.
All of these top crews are really great runners. Good. Well, thank you so much,
No
Lizzy.
worries.
I will let you get. How far are you going to run with them today?
I think I'm going to go for 30 today.
30 kilometers.
I've got the marathon in a few weeks, so I need to get some miles in. Yeah,
that's right. You were one of a big group of paddlers racing the London Marathon.
So me, Nushi, and Tom are all doing it from Richmond. I think there's some others as
well. I think there's
a
few others. Yeah, very cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, Lizzy. Really appreciate the
no
time.
Worries.
I'll let you get back to it. All right. So let's see who is going off next. I might have to check the. Let's check the pen, and then we'll see if we've got any insight on who is going next. So, right. So we have got several of the top crews who are lining up in the paddock right now, which is pretty exciting. I don't think anyone is starting right now. I think we're clear for. So let's see. It's just gone 12:10. Nushi and Rob started a little bit later than they wanted to, but we still have several crews left. You can see everyone's doing a little bit of last minute boat prep. So let's check on, so over here, this light aqua K2 with the orange stripe, this is George Durden and James Walkington. So they are a top 5 crew, hopefully for them. Fingers crossed, they're definitely contenders for the podium as well. So they are just getting everything ready. So this is the kit check happening now. So you can see the marshals in the yellow neon vests are just going around to everyone to check that they have everything. Because this is a pretty intense kind of race, there's a lot of requirements on what the crews need to have, which runs from everything from, I think, like 2 500 milliliter bottles of extra water, some extra, I think like a granola bar. They've got to have lights later on. You can see they've got their lights set up there. What else? Checking that they've got their buoyancy aids, everything like that. Hats, they have to wear neon hats on the tideway. That rule just came in a couple of years ago. The tideway is the part of the Thames below Teddington Lock, and that is the tidal part of the Thames. That's the bit that they have to hit during the tide window, which is 5 to 7:30 a.m. Sunday morning. And so that's why this is a time trial style race, is because they do have to hit that window perfectly. Here's another crew coming in. Okay, so let's look at the boats that we have waiting here, because these are some of our top crews. So we've got George and James there. This one, Team Hydro, I'm not actually sure. Let's ask if we can find, okay, it's really windy. You can see everything blowing around here, but it is a tailwind, which bodes very well for the cruise. So Team Hydro here, this is Tom and Eritz's boat. So Eritz is an international paddler who's come all the way over from Spain to race with Tom Dawson. They are a top 5 potential crew, but they have not done tons of races together, and obviously they don't get to train in the boat together that much, being in the UK and Spain. But they are both strong paddlers. Eritz has done the Sella descent 7 times. And I think he's podiumed or won as under 23 a number of years ago. Here's Mike and Shireen coming in. So Mike and Shireen are going to be the second to last mixed crew to start. And even though they're in a canoe, they're going to be really, really quick today. So I actually think they could, this was my fault on the Paddlecast preview episode. If you listen to the podcast preview that Billy Butler and I recorded about a week ago, the start list wasn't out yet. And so we missed Mike and Shireen off of our mixed crew preview. But they could well be second place mixed crew today, ahead of those other, ahead of Anushka and Rob. They could have a good race with Anushka and Rob too, you know, depending on how things go. Anushka and Rob had a faster time at Waterside C, the third prep race, but Mike and Shireen had a faster time at Waterside D, which is the longest one. But it, you know, it depends on D. Some crews just really take it at a slower pace versus racing. So I think that could end up being a really good race. And they are a love boat. There was some question as to whether Mike and Shireen were a love boat or not. They are a love boat as well in the love boat race. And then here right in front of us, this is the Dutch crew. So Jouke and Floor have traveled all the way over from the Netherlands. This is their third year in a row racing together. They are a crew to watch, really, especially at the beginning of the race. They keep having the quickest time to Pusey, which is one of the first stops. And they're a really strong crew who definitely have a shot at the top 5 this year. They were 6th last year. They're really quick to Pusey, but they slowed down a little bit later on. So definitely we'll be keeping an eye on Jouke and Floor. Floor is actually Danish, but lives in the Netherlands. So just to clarify. So yeah, a couple of international paddlers in our top 5 too, which is exciting, as well as, of course, lots of UK paddlers. Let's see, boat 340, Team Hydro. Is that right? Am I reading your t-shirts wrong or not?
That's fine.
Oh yeah. So how are you
We are
guys?
sponsored by Dubai Airport.
Oh yeah.
It's actually a casino.
Spin and win. This is it.
In Dubai.
How are you guys? So Radek and Dave, how are you guys feeling about your race?
Good.
Yeah.
Very relaxed.
Very relaxed.
Yeah.
Is this your first nonstop, Dave?
No.
Okay.
I've done it 28 years ago.
Oh, 28 years ago.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so first in a little while.
I had a rest in between.
Look, that was how it's going to be 28 years before your next one, right? That's
Yes.
the running
Hopefully
joke.
I might be a third. You never know.
You could set some records with that, I think.
Yeah. He's the expert.
And Radek, you've done this a few times.
This is my 5th.
You're 5th. And you raced with Alex Lane, actually, who's one of our top contenders. You'll be racing against her this time.
I think she might do it again. She might do it again.
Really? Okay.
She might do it.
Another-
But Billy and John are strong as well. I'm gonna watch that from Westminster because I will arrive before them.
Okay. You guys are going to get there early so you can watch the watch how it all shakes out between the
Yeah.
top 2.
That'd be nice.
That's it.
Yeah.
Have a beer.
Do you know what time you're going to kind of aim to hit the tide window?
Yeah, we're getting out 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Okay. Right at the start. Leave a little bit of
Yeah, we need a buffer.
a buffer.
We
Okay.
need a buffer to see what's going on at the Westminster.
Yeah. Okay. Make sure you can watch the end of the race.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
if anyone needed incentive to tune in to watch our live stream tomorrow morning. This is it. The paddlers themselves are
Yeah.
going to get there in
So
time.
my plan is to be the first, hopefully, the first boat to finish the race tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully.
All right. I'm going to be at Teddington at 5 a.m. and I'll expect to see you guys there right on the dot.
Yeah. Way to go.
Dave, what brought you back after 28 years?
Friends of mine who were paddling. So
Okay.
it's good.
Is this peer pressure?
No.
Okay.
I just helped them train for the D-Dub.
And that inspired you to...
Come back. It's good.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything you guys are looking forward to down the course?
Yeah, hopefully tailwind.
The tailwind.
I've
Yeah.
never had a tailwind at the race. I don't know when I had strong headwinds.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I feel like we don't get DW tailwinds that frequently.
Yeah, so I would love to have a bit of a push.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that with my fine friend.
Awesome. All right. Well, good luck, guys. Really excited. Are you guys starting pretty soon?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck. Fingers crossed. All right, Radek and Dave, I think they're definitely a very solid crew. They've been really solid across the whole Waterside series as well. So they've done some of those preparatory races. So they've spent lots of time in the boat together. We love matching kit too. You know, not that matching kit is the #1 predictor of performance, but it's always a good sign that a crew is well, you know, aligned and coordinated. So Radek and Dave, 28 years for Dave before coming back. That is, that's pretty cool. Okay, here's Tom and Eretz. So again, this is our, Eretz is over from Spain and Tom is local-ish in Oxford. So blended local and international crew here. Yeah, we don't have much in terms of data on these guys because they did not race the prep races. You guys ready to chat a little bit, or are you getting your boat checked?
We've just had the boat checked.
You've just had it checked. Okay, so you're all good.
Go and register next.
Okay, registration. Eretz, when did you arrive to the UK?
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. I'm very happy to be here, and we are ready for the battle.
You're ready.
The kayaks and the paddles. I'm very happy, a little bit nervous, but very excited. Ready.
Good. When did you arrive?
We arrived here the Thursday.
Okay, so you've had a couple of days to. Did you go for a paddle
here,
together?
Yes, with Tom in Oxford.
Okay. Good.
So we row a little bit to prepare the boat, the things, and yes.
Good. Okay, and it's feeling good.
Yes, very
Okay.
good.
This is your longest race that you've ever done.
Yes, it's my longest
First ultra.
race. So this is a serious race. It's the DW. It's not a joke. 77 portages, 123 miles.
Yeah, 125.
Sorry, it's 125 miles.
Yeah.
So this is a serious race, but I'm very happy.
Good.
I'm very happy. I think we did a very good job this months ago. So
you raced at the Ardèche together, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
in the Ardèche, in Via Viciosa, in August of the last year.
Yeah.
So, and now is an adventure. Ready for the adventure.
Amazing. All right, I'll let you guys register. Thank you, Eretz. I'll catch you guys before you get on, hopefully. Do you know what time roughly you're thinking about starting?
I think in 1 hour approx.
Okay, in 1 hour.
In 1 hour.
Good.
Yes.
All right, we'll get you back then. Thank you. Thanks so much. Hey, Tom, you feeling good?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Bit
Good.
nervous, but it's nice to have Eretz come over all the way from Pamplona, especially for this.
It's
he's
very
got his family
cool.
arriving in probably 15 minutes. So.
Oh, amazing. Okay. All right. Very exciting. Okay, well, we'll let you guys go register and everything, and we'll catch you before you start.
Where will we see you?
Here again before you get on the water, and then possibly Hungerford.
Okay.
Yeah. Reading. Well, yeah. Sometimes I can tell when someone has suddenly seen the camera. All right, so Tom and Eretz, really exciting. Looking forward to seeing how they go. So yeah, they have raced together before. The last year they did a race just after the Sella Descent in Spain, and then they also did the Ardèche River Marathon in France, which was in November. They finished, I think it was just outside the top 20 at that race, which is a solid result. And yeah, Eretz is from Pamplona in northern Spain. I have a little bit of an insight on that. I've not been there, but apparently the river is really, there's not much river before you have to portage. And so he's had to do a lot of small laps on his training water. So he's built up, I think, a lot of mental fortitude from that. And then over here, so this is the Dutch crew, Jouke and Floor. Jouke is in the 1,000 Mile Club. He has done DW a lot, very impressive, but he really wants to win the international trophy again, and specifically have 1,000 miles on the international trophy. So that is his goal. I think he's got a pretty good shot at that this year. There is that international crew from Ireland that we saw starting earlier. which could be potentially competition for that. But I think Yauka and Floor are going to get it. We are starting to get some times in from Pusey as well. So we'll be sharing updates on those. So as a reminder, this is a time trial style race, which means that each of these crews has to build their own schedule and estimate exactly how long it's going to take them to get from Devizes to Westminster. We've got the, oh, there we go. That's that crew starting, Radek and Dave, who we just interviewed. So Radek and Dave have just started at about 12:23. So yeah, crews are starting to arrive to Pusey. Pusey is the first checkpoint. Definitely check out the GPS tracker for this weekend if you haven't already. That's provided by Open Tracking. And Pusey, so we'll be able to get those time points. So the first, a number of crews have already made it to Pusey, which you can see on the tracker. And boat 354 is the first crew to get to Pusey in under 2 hours. So all of the crews who we're seeing here now, I expect to get to Pusey in less than 2 hours. The fastest time would be about an hour 30 or an hour 31. I don't think anyone's going to go quite that fast today, but possibly Yauka and Floor, because there's a raging tailwind. Well, it's kind of going around a little bit. So let's see if we can, oops, we've got, the wind has knocked over the tripod here, which was, that was only a matter of time. But we could do a little, we'll set that back up and then do a little, whoa, really windy here. I don't know how much of that is coming through on the live stream. But I have got Henry Carter with me on the live stream as well. Let me just see if we can get on camera a bit. So Henry, let's talk a little bit about these conditions. We're all talking about the tailwind.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's a tailwind because obviously the canal meanders round and everything.
It does, yeah. It's not just a straight line here.
And also the wind is just turning.
Yeah. It's been like almost swirly at points.
Yeah. So for a lot of the start, a lot of my photos have been from underneath the first, not the start bridge, but the bridge underneath that. And
because we had some rain as well, like nothing too major.
Yeah, so I was taking shelter under there to keep my cameras dry.
Yeah.
But while I was in there, I'm literally being pushed around by the wind, and I'm not holding a paddle. So even though it's mild out here, as it gets forced through the tunnels, that creates a pressure point. And one crew, they didn't come to a standstill, but they just hit that wind block and went, oh no.
So was that like just coming out of the tunnel?
No, just coming into it. And you just saw their faces drop like,
ooh.
Okay, we can deal with the headwind, but when the headwind gets pressured into that tunnel.
Yeah. Oh man.
So it's not just the locks and the portages they've got to contend with this year. It's the wind blocks that are the wind tunnels.
Yeah.
Obviously, if that's behind, they're going to go shooting through. But it isn't. It's bearing all the time. Right now, it's behind us. About an hour ago, it was head on. So it's swirling round, and it's going to be a big factor. And also, I think even if it's not pushing you or pulling you, and it's sideways, it's just another layer of exhaustion, which you do not want on a long race.
Yeah, and especially at the beginning, like when I did this in 2023, the canal it wasn't too windy, luckily, but the canal was just full of debris and the water was lower than expected. And it was just motivationally, like knowing that you still have more than 100 miles ahead of you to, hit obstacles like debris or traffic or crazy side or headwinds and things like that.
Yeah, I also think, normally speaking, when people hit a headwind, or have any amount of even tailwind, the temptation to grip the paddles harder.
Yes.
Which means your chances of forearm blow up, blisters, just everything. And this sort of race, you're going to get massive blisters anyway, but now you're going to get them by Reading rather than by Teddington or whatever it may be.
It can be really painful.
I cannot understate just what the wind is doing. And just to prove that point, I'm just going to pan round quickly. They are having to re-weight the start banner for the first time since we've ever been covering
I don't think we've ever seen
They're having
that
to
happen.
put additional weights because the weights that were on there were being flown up into the road. So yeah, we are definitely in an interesting situation regarding windage. It's the strongest I've experienced it here whilst covering the race.
Definitely. Yeah, we've been here the last 2 years and it has not been like this. We've had a bit of a sort of like a nice pleasant puff of a breeze, but nothing quite like this.
But I mean, overall the atmosphere is pretty good. Everyone seems quite chipper.
Yeah, almost we've still got our last 2 boats who aren't here yet.
Well, I think
have they?
The black Nello there,
Black Nello, is that Alex and Magnus?
He's Alex and Magnus, and if it is Ivan, thank you.
They've gone. So Alex and Magnus, one of our favorites to win today.
Yep.
But they have had some serious boat troubles.
Yep.
Including one of their boats was sprint weight that they raced in at the Waterside race series.
I can tell you that one's nice and light. So
we still had weights in it.
Well, so my big claim to fame in terms of repairs and fixing is, I think, for the last.
Henry is a boat fixer, for anyone who doesn't know.
If you're watching this, you probably already know. Yeah, I think for the last 5 DWs, a boat that I service and/or repair has won.
Yes, that's
if not
right.
won multiple categories.
Okay, so you've got a little bit of a stake in Billy and Jon winning since you've seen their boat.
Other than the boat that Ivan has lent Alex and Magnus is formerly one that I have, and that is most recently repaired by me. So thank you, Ivan. He's just doubled my odds.
You're good now. I'm just going to make sure the tripod's not
I'm going to maintain this.
So you're very familiar with the top 2 boats.
Yeah, inside and out.
Okay, and you can you've given them your seal of approval. They're not going to fall apart down the course.
I cannot promise what Billy has done to his boat.
We had a joke earlier about do you have epoxy in the car just in case, which is not what you want to be thinking about on DW.
So Billy messages me, have you got epoxy just in case? And the thing is, he was joking. But the fact that I thought he might not be tells you everything you need to know about Billy and the way he races. And the fact you didn't realise he was joking tells you everything you need to know about the way Billy races.
And Billy and Jon just raced the Waterside series. So these top 2 crews have faced off 3 times. So of the 4 Waterside series, both crews did A, B, and C. Alex and Magnus skipped Waterside D. Fairly sensible decision. Save themselves.
They could have won the. They could
have won mixed trophy. It meant that Anushka Freeman won her
Anushka and Rob are quite happy with it. But as in, should they have just seen it out? Should they have just plodded along at Kat?
We'll find out. I mean, I think they're going to be coming into today very fresh, having not had to worry about
I am not
they're also the
for
type
1
of
minute
crew.
suggesting that their performance today would have suffered by not
That's
entering.
the thing. I think they wouldn't have. I think a crew like that of that caliber would have probably been fine racing. What is it? 30 plus miles. It's about a 5-hour race. It would have been about a 5-hour race 2 weeks ago. But Billy and Jon did race Waterside D. And they did have an issue where their rudder cable snapped.
Oh, really?
Just before
Billy, did I tell you to replace that?
Tunnel.
Did I tell you to replace that, Billy?
They, the upside of that, it's always better for that to happen in one of the prep races than on the big day.
Yeah.
And so I am sure, especially after the epoxy joke, that they have gone over that boat again and again and again to make sure everything is perfect.
Really?
And the top crews have, repair kits even. So we'll have a look when they get here, but hopefully there's no boat issues that end up affecting the race results.
I think so. If the cable were going to snap, it was going to snap on Billy's because Billy, I believe, I haven't checked these boats here. I believe Billy is the only pedal steer boat this year.
Oh, so last year we had a mix. So in the K2s,
influx of pedal
everyone's
boats.
got a rudder. We do have some canoes racing. There's only 2 canoes racing this weekend, I believe. There might be a third.
I say that straight away. Pedals are superior. Right, there we go.
Yeah. Luke Escott has pedals at the front in the
Good man,
Ascot Webster crew. So that's another one of our potential top 5 crews. Yeah, that boat has pedals just similar to a surf ski rather than a tiller bar.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any. I'm not sure if anyone's racing surf ski actually, because this was the first year that
No
you could
one's
race
racing surf ski. I did speak to the first person that did Thames 200 Ultra in a ski, and yeah, he didn't say he regretted it, but he did suggest maybe wait until there's a portageable ski rather than one with a hump in it.
To portage. Yeah, and there's 77 portages on the DW. Which is, it's a lot of running. I was chatting with Lizzy earlier, and we're talking about just how good runners all of the top contenders are.
Yeah, and I think this is certainly something that's coming out, and something you'll probably, I'm gonna say, need to discuss with Billy on one of your Paddlecast episodes. Is back when I was training, it was a standing joke that kayakers don't run. To the point where, and I'm not going to name them, but the GB men's training timetable, you had your weekly timetable, and then it would say run 5K or whatever it was, and someone had crossed it out and replaced it with nap. So that and if that remained the joke, that would be fine. But everyone did skip the run and went for a nap. So. Running
things are changing.
Really
was
not taken very seriously.
Yeah.
However, we are now seeing some of the top paddlers are all taking their running really seriously. And I'm going to put Billy in that mix. I'm going to put Keith in that mix. Noose Freeman.
Yep. Rob Perry.
Lizzy. All of them have I don't want to say jumped on the bandwagon, because it's not a bandwagon. It is a vital means of fitness.
Yeah.
And if you can keep up your fitness off the water, then you can push on the water harder. And
especially with all the portages here.
Yeah.
Keeping your heart rate low when you transition from paddling really hard to running really hard.
Yeah.
It's a difficult skill, and being a great runner can help with that.
Well, so I came into paddling from sort of more running focused disciplines. And when you analyze where's the weakest point of any race, the weakest point of any race, and it doesn't matter whether that's paddling or cycling, it's where you go the slowest. So in triathlons, it's always the transition. How fast can you get your transition? Because that's the slowest. That's when you're not moving. So when you're paddling, the difference between 12.5 kilometers an hour and 13 kilometers an hour is a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
But the difference between maintaining 12 kilometers an hour on the portage and dropping down to 4 kilometers an hour as you lumber along with your boat, that's a good 30 seconds right there and then.
Yeah.
And so even at my very, very low divisional level, being good at portaging, being able to run with 12 kilos of boat in your hand, became really, really efficient. I would say I performed much higher in the Hasler series than I should have, purely because I could run.
Yeah. It's a huge.
Can't paddle for anything.
And Alex and Magnus, I think that's something that has come across in their Waterside series results too. And having watched them race those races, they are very, very efficient at portaging.
Yeah.
And I know that's something too that like Billy and Jon have looked at, of course, with the rivalry and the big competition between those two crews, and said, we need our portaging to be almost as good as Alex and Magnus. Because even if they're the quicker boat on the water, is 77 portages. You can lose a lot of time.
Oh,
there.
yeah. I think there was the moment I realized was I was on a Division 3, I think, race. So no pressure at all. And I was with a former DW paddler and marathon queen herself, Nicole Williams.
Oh yeah.
And she was on mine and another's wash. She wasn't struggling, but we were certainly taking the leads. And then I got into the portage first. The other guy got into the portage with me. She got into the portage last because she was out on the wash, but she got in first and then had to wait 10, 12 seconds for us to catch up. And that's when I realized, your portages add up. And if you've got 77 complete, and these aren't short portages either. These aren't racing portages. These are long canal boat length lock portages. So that's going to add up. It's really going to add up. So running is the key to winning a DW, I think now.
It's a huge factor. We'll see how much of a factor it plays this weekend, especially today. I think it'll be. We're going to try and catch one of the portages down the course, and we can see how fast. Okay, Magnus and Alex are here. There's Magnus.
They've been around. They're just fueling up on carbs.
And we'll see when Billy and Jon arrive. But
they'll arrive in true rock star fashion 20 minutes before they need to get in. Probably have some sparklers and flares going.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Talk me through who have we got in boat wise? Have we got in the paddock in front of us right now? So we've got this blue boat to our left, 330.
Oh, we've got someone from Australia tuned into the stream. That is
hello.
Pretty cool. Hello to Australia.
G'day. So who's 330? So
330. This is Webster, Escott and Webster.
BOA boat.
Yeah. So James Webster and Luke Escott. So they are one of our potential top 5 crews. They're both strong paddlers. James raced internationally as a junior back in 2010 and 2011 in marathon and in sprint. We have a number of top paddlers who come from those kinds of junior racing backgrounds.
So we're seeing the development come through. So who have we got in this red Zastera? I'm guessing it's Tom Dawson.
And Eretz Martiartu. So that is our Spanish-British crew. Or Scottish, as Tom's flag.
Yeah,
has.
don't do that. Don't
Tom
do that.
likes to have lots of Scottish pride. He does live in Oxford, though. But Eretz has traveled all the way from Spain, so we can't compare the amount of travel they've done.
Yeah.
So Tom and Eretz. They raced the Ardèche Marathon together last year, and then they also did a smaller race in Spain just after the Sella Descent. So they've raced twice together, but this is definitely going to be the most intense, longest distance they've done together. And obviously, being based between Spain and the UK, they are not really able to train together very much. So we'll see what their chemistry looks like, but obviously, it's good enough to get them to the start line. So I think definitely a potential top 5. Tom has been sandbagging a little bit. He's not overly confident about their chances.
Just on the screen now, you've just had the Latvian or Lithuanian crew go through.
Yes, Arnoldus and Devizes from, I know Arnoldus is from Richmond Canoe Club.
Yeah, there's a lot of Richmond represented here in one way or another.
Yes, and the club is on the course. There are a number of canoe clubs who are well represented. So it is the advantage of this course going especially down the Thames past canoe clubs from Reading to Richmond.
So black and white Zastera 312.
That is our Dutch crew. Jouke Witteven and Floor Zeggers.
And he's going through his 1,000-mile club this year. Is it this year, or is he just clocking up?
Jouke already has his 1,000-mile club membership. So 1,000 miles is 8 nonstop DWs or 8 125-mile DWs, because I think you can count
but
your
one
Q1.
Did get stopped. So I don't know. And
some of them get stopped. Yeah, a couple of times it's been stopped at Teddington, and so I think those people have technically been counted as 1,000-milers, but some of them personally feel that they want to do more.
Which I think is the category he puts himself in.
So Jouke wants to do 1,000 miles of winning the international trophy. So that is his goal. I think there's been a couple of years where he raced but didn't win the international race. I think they've got a good shot at it today. And I think they could be our quickest crew to Pusey again, like they have been the last couple of years.
Yeah, so I mean, a Dutch crew. If anyone's going to be good on the canals, it should be a Dutch crew.
Yeah. That is true.
So.
And then Durden and Walkington.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah. I hadn't realised that was who they were. That would explain the GBR sticker on the front.
Yes.
I think the only crew with a GBR sticker this year. Last year there was Peppered.
Oh, Alex and Magnus have a great sticker on their K2, which if you followed the Waterside series, you might have noticed that it's not on this K2, it's on their sprint boat, but it says
It's on
like
the
a nameplate.
it's on their boat that they might win
sit
in.
wonky.
I sit wonky.
I sit wonky. Like the same style as the A Marty R2 and T Dawson.
Right. So tell us about Durden and.
So Durden and Walkington, definitely one of our top 5 or podium potential crews. They've been a top crew throughout the Waterside series. George and James finished the DW stages race in K1 last year, first and second place.
So you got first and second teaming up in one boat.
And nonstop. It's hard to argue with. They're very, very strong crew, and I think they're going to go well today.
I mean, they will go well. I think it just depends whether they go as quickly in a crew as they can in a K1.
That's the big question, and
whether they'll last.
A lot of this race is about, do you paddle well together? Do you have a good, team dynamic and chemistry and everything? And
something that did surprise me, and this is coming again from running. In running, you'd have a habit, or almost tradition of clocking up to about 4/5 of your mileage before you actually do your race. So if you're doing a marathon, you will get up to about 36k before you do your 42k. With paddling, the longest some of these crews are done is about 50 miles, or the Waterside series, and then they quadruple that. So what? As someone that's done this, what on earth? Like that?
It's because it's an ultra and not a marathon, really.
Okay.
And I think that's the best.
It's ticking over rather than it's.
You really don't need to do more than a 6-hour training run to have a good DW. As someone who's done ultras and not done more than a 6-hour. But you know what else I think? The more ultras that you do, your body starts to figure it out, even if there's like a long gap between when you do the race. And I think sometimes we see that play out in a lot of people who are going for their first nonstop DW have a hard time. Because
they try to race it rather than...
They're trying to race it, and their body has never experienced
What heart rate zone
before.
did you sit in for the whole of yours?
Oh, probably zone 4.
I believe you were in zone 4 for 90% of it and dropped
probably
up
for like
into
19
zone
hours.
5.
Entirely likely.
Hours.
Yeah, which is, I'm not sure if that's actually great for your body. This is
it's either a huge testament to what you can put out or shambolic fitness, but I'm not gonna comment.
Probably because I wasn't doing enough running. So we've got George and James are, I think, putting their stickers on, and that's Keith Moole who's helping them out. Keith is the official DW race record holder. So I spoke with Tom Sharp earlier, and it was Tom and Keith in 2023 who broke the 40-year-old record. I think it was 40 years.
Yep, about that.
And
67, I think it was.
1967 to 2023.
So it might be more. So more than 40. Maybe it's 70.
It's a lot of years, many decades. And so that's Keith over there, and he also is the race director of the Thames 200 Ultra, which is another ultra distance race that runs in August that we have covered the last 2 years. Which is if you're feeling a little intimidated by DW, but you want to sign up for an ultra. You can even do the relay version of that, which is a great thing to
stepping
check out.
stone into the. I do believe entries open.
Entries are open.
Entries
So
open.
if you
So
search
entries opened a couple of weeks
200
ago.
Ultra,
So
put together a relay team, and maybe
it's quite fun seeing quite a few of the club relay teams.
That
so
was
you can,
great.
So you can go club to club.
Yeah.
I think the first year we had Richmond versus Royal was a nice little.
Well, so it's Richmond versus Elmbridge, and actually, George and James they both raced against each other at the Thames 200 Ultra last year in the relay, again, which gives them an advantage in knowing the course as well, which is always good to know what the Thames is going to be like further down the race. And so from opposing teams at the Thames 200 Ultra, they're now on the same team. So competitors
we'll see what happens.
Yeah. George, can we get you a little bit later before you get on the water? Excellent. Good. All right. We'll get a chat with George and James in a little bit. We do have an update on our leaderboard. So I think we are going to flash up some updates for everyone on the stages race and on the crews who have already left today and gone through Pusey. So keep in mind the fastest cruise through Pusey so far will probably not be the fastest cruise to Pusey a little bit later, because I think all the crews who we've seen here are probably going to have the fastest times through Pusey. There you go. So John Perry and Mike Devereaux are the fastest time through Pusey so far. In terms of the times that these crews are going to do, I think it's going to be between an hour 30 and an hour 50. Yeah, I think between an hour 30 and an hour 50 based on previous years. But it'll be interesting to see how the wind affects that. And then we have also got a stages race update coming through. So I think I'm gonna hand it over to Tim, who is producing at home.
Just a quick update on the stages race. We've seen things. Sean Hart still leading comfortably in the senior singles race. He has about a 20-minute lead, as he's had since about last night. But the shift the race for the rest of the podium has tightened up. So we have Camilleri, Preston Bell, and Griffiths now all within 3 minutes of each other for second, third, and fourth place in the senior singles race of the stages race. Go follow that along on the tracker and see how that continues to go. Those crews right now are through Marsh, so they are fully onto the Thames. They're off of the canal stretch today, and so you can see their times are really starting to pick up there. And then we're also seeing a very fun race in the veteran junior side of things in the stages race. So the crew of Webb and Williams have taken the lead there in the vet juniors race, overtaking Quinton and Statham. So Quinton and Statham were leading the race overnight, but today we've seen that Webb and Williams have actually opened up a 6-minute lead at the top there. So those two crews are comfortably 1 and 2 in the vet junior category, about 2 hours up on the next closest. And then over in the junior doubles, we're continuing to see boat number 108, Barrett and Brown, comfortably with a lead there on the junior doubles side. It looks like they will take the win there. But encouraging to see across the board, we've had no retirements on the stages race so far, which is always great to see. We'll try and keep giving you updates throughout the day as the stages race progress, and we'll give you a full leaderboard update once those crews get to the final checkpoint through the day. But right here, these on the screen, you have the leader times through Pusey for the senior doubles nonstop crews who have started so far today. As Betsy mentioned, these are the crews that have passed through Pusey so far. So there's another about 30 crews still to pass through, and we expect those to be the fastest times of the day still yet to come.
All right, I think we're gonna to now. I have got, here we go, the DW queen herself, Kat Wilson.
Hi, Betsy.
Hi. So we had a little chat earlier.
Yes.
And it's going to be a good race this year.
Oh yes. Oh, here comes trouble. Saw that we were filming.
We'll get Ellen later.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting, and the top crews are starting to load on.
Yeah. Well, they're all in the pen
get
now. One more to go.
Well, yeah, but they always arrive a little later.
Billy and John
so it's Billy and Johnny. So do you know what? I really rate Billy and Johnny this year.
Okay.
And that's why I think this year's a really exciting race, because the two that we've been talking about for the win, so Billy and Johnny and Alex and Magnus, equally have a right to be there. And I think that's really exciting, because sometimes you kind of go, oh, it's theirs to lose.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's true this year. I think there's a lot to say about experience. But with the conditions as they're starting to be, I think that maybe plays a little more into Alex and Magnus. It's favourable, therefore maybe less challenging.
Because it's a tailwind.
Because it's a tailwind. It's fairly warm. So the temperature differential maybe won't be so big. So it's already going to be chill.
Yeah, yeah.
And you'll keep the southwesterly, so you won't get that horrible drop that you get with the easterlies.
Yeah.
And a slightly quicker race than, let's say, last year.
Yeah.
Because last year was really favourable for the crews that kind of know how gross it is and could just drive through it.
Yes.
So maybe that plays a little into the favour of those crews with less experience still being able to perform quite well.
Okay.
Would be my kind of gut feel.
Okay. And
yeah,
now Alex and Magnus are a little bit of a lighter boat too, compared to Billy and John. Obviously, they're a mixed crew.
Yeah. So that their nose will be out of the water. So I don't think weed. I have no idea what the conditions are like. But if there was any weed out today, that will help, because Alex and Max, I doubt the nose of the boat has ever seen.
I don't think so.
Seen the water, let alone drenched in it. Yeah, that's right. And both crews are really fast at the portages. Alex and Magnus, even faster.
Phenomenal portagers.
So had it been wet, that would have been favourable for Billy and Jono, because it would have slowed Alex and Magnus down. But it's dry,
so they can portage.
So the runners will be like,
they're like reaching their full potential on every
I think
portage.
so.
Sorry, I've got to make sure that the tripod doesn't actually blow over in this wind. What do you think about the wind? Is it, we've talked a lot about the tailwind, but it feels like there's a bit of side and maybe sometimes headwind.
I think it'll definitely be confusing for especially some of the paddlers that are less strong, because you'll get side winds and it will come around from the front. Definitely on the loopy, especially between here and Pusey, the canal's doing all sorts of weird things. But I think because the majority of it will be behind you, I actually think I've done it in similar sorts of conditions, and because you get so much enjoyment when it is behind you, I think it's less depressing when you do have the headwind. You go, oh, this is annoying, but I know it'll come around.
It's going to come around. That's a good point, because that can really mentally help out.
Versus last year, it wasn't actually that strong, but it was relentless. I remember just thinking, oh, it'd be really nice to get a bit of a break.
Yeah.
So but no, I think the conditions are quite favourable, personally.
And how many? So you raced last year with Fee Penny Douglas, and you all, I think, won the women's race.
Yeah, we did. I don't think we had stiff competition. So
I think there was a lot of dropouts.
There was a lot of dropouts, and also I don't think there was a very strong female field. This year,
it's looking better.
Yeah. Well, not only do you have, so let's just talk very briefly about that. I think I had a play with the runners and riders. I know you did too. But in both of ours, how many women were there in that top 10 to 15?
Yeah.
Regardless of whether they were all female or mixed crews. We have so many strong women out.
We do. It's really great to see.
You've got Nushi, you've got Alex, and then
Shireen and Mike are just getting. I'm keeping an eye on them because I want to make sure we get their start.
Okay, because we definitely
They are a love boat, by the way.
They are. Oh my god! So I got that wrong.
That was we did our predictions. Yes, and they are a love boat.
So I put them as a love boat, but I wasn't sure whether it was a full. They were fully embraced. Okay, so that's the one to beat.
Let's see. Are they putting on now? Sorry, Kat. I'm just.
Go for it.
I wonder if we can actually just grab them on. I was waiting for them to go, and then they've kind of they're going now. Okay, we'll have to go get their. We've missed them for a chat. Do you want to walk over to the start and we can? Okay. So we'll chat while we walk to the start to catch Mike and Shireen. So yeah, so many strong women in the top contenders this year.
Yeah, well, we should talk a bit about then Mike and Shireen, because you need to update me. So tell me, I've seen that they've had a very, very fast DW in the past.
Yeah.
And how's their form now?
It's really good. So they raced in 2014, I think, is that 13 or 14, and they did 19 something hours.
That was phenomenal.
Which is incredible. Yeah.
And I think if people don't understand the difference between kayak and canoe, I mean, it's at least a 10 to 20% drop in speed and you've got the single blade, and it's a lot harder with this wind. Actually, they will struggle for steering, but with it being a tailwind, I think that'll help.
Yes. Yeah, because they'll get more benefit because the canoe sits so much higher out of the water.
Yeah.
That
but in the headwind, it's really quite a challenge.
Yeah. So we've got Mike and Shireen coming up to the start now, which you should be able to see on camera. So they've had a really good DW.
Go straight through.
Off they go.
Okay.
Guys.
And that looks like a really light boat.
It is a light boat. I believe this one was imported from the US, and it's a newer design, which is meant to be both really easy to steer and quick on flat water.
Yeah, and you can see because it's quite narrow where they're at either end, I'm imagining that the portaging is quite good, quite easy for them.
They are easier to portage, and I also find when we can head back to the
we can head back.
pen, it's you have a more upright position than you do in the kayak where you're sat a bit lower.
Oh, so it's actually easier to get out. So as you start to age, like me with my decrepit old knees, maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah. It's definitely. We'll get you in a canoe sometime, Kat.
Yeah,
do it.
Gaz will be very pleased. So
there's a women's C2 record that needs to be taken.
Oh no, because I love the
good
record holders. That crew is absolutely phenomenal in C2
Vicky
women's.
and Liz.
Right? Yeah, and quite often they've won the overall as well. I mean, they're formidable women.
Yes, absolutely.
In fact, I feel is Vicky not racing again? Maybe in a K1 or something this year.
I think in the stages race this year. I want to say.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing.
Oh, Liz is racing C1 stages.
Wonderful.
Which is phenomenal.
Yes.
I think she's going to be having a challenging day out today in this wind.
Oh yeah, I'm really feeling for her. I hope that she shouldn't be that far off finishing for the day.
For today, yeah, hopefully not. All right, let's get the tripod standing again. It is really windy. So Kat, how many, for people who don't already know you, how many DWs have you done?
9.
Including last year. 9? Is that it?
No, 10. 11.
I think 11's maybe 11
How many
or
do
12?
you get for 1,000 miles?
8.
8. I must.
So you did Dauntee's Junior.
Oh no, that's okay. I did 8. I did 8 with
We've got,
Alex. I've done 3 since Alex. So 11.
Okay, 11, and that's right. And you've actually.
Do you know what? That's the thing. It's like you lose.
Yeah. Well, and you have raced with. This is great as well. You've raced with Alex Lane when you set the women's record.
Yes, and that's 10 years ago. So this is actually our anniversary. So I just said to Alex, what a way to celebrate our anniversary.
Yes.
To go with your so she's my wife.
Okay.
And now she's paddling with her fiance. So I think it seems appropriate.
It is.
So I raced with Alex. That was actually her 3rd DW. There she is.
There's Alex and Magnus. We're going to catch them on camera in a bit. So they're here. 1 p.m. So they...
Yeah, they're going to go, I think, they were thinking about going earlier than later, but they might be looking at the conditions and thinking they'll slip it back. But I actually don't know. I've not talked to them about tactics particularly. We've more just been gossiping about because of being old friends and old family. I've been catching up with all of her parents, and I've known Magnus for years as well, so catching up with his family. So it's just nice to see friends.
Yeah.
But you're right. A lot of my old K2 partners are out and about. So let's talk about the women quickly because in the K2 women's, there's a good race, which we don't often see. In fact, the last time I saw a really good women's race was probably when I raced with Shuna in 2012, maybe.
Okay.
We had another crew, and we'd been cat and dog, just like Rebecca Bird and Anya have been with Shuna and Sarah.
Yeah.
We were cat and mouse through the Waterside series, and you couldn't split us. And then there was a lot of silliness here, I remember, of them wanting us to go before they got on. And in the end, we just,
and this was you and Shuna versus...
it was Catherine Hall and... I forget her name, but a really, really lovely girl.
Okay.
It'll come to me.
So
but we did it. We did in the end. I think we put a fair 50 minutes into them or something over the race.
Okay.
But that's
I mean, that's
knowledge
still
and
for,
experience, and we just kept our cool. We got on earlier than them, and then they tried to chase us down, and we got on with a really nice marine crew, and we shared the long pound, and I think that made a difference because we, instead of playing tactics, we just went, well, we kind of want to go at this time. We like to catch the tide early. So Shuna is my, we did 3 DWs in a row together, chasing the ladies' record. It wasn't meant to be. We did it in some of the lowest conditions that, very similar to last year. But it was lower than last year. So people thought that was tough. 2012 was
even worse.
Utterly miserable.
Was it hot that year as well?
Yeah. We finished in just lightweight.
Oh my gosh.
We went all the way through the night. Our support crew went through the night in shorts and hoodies.
Through the night.
It was wonderful. It was a great memory, but we also got quite bad stomachs because it was, I think when it's low, the water's really stagnant. But it was a great race. We're really proud of ourselves. In terms of our percentage and our competition against the other crews, we closed a gap. We did really, really well, but we're never going to break a record in those sorts of, in fact, I think we did over 20 hours. We did like 20 hours and something.
I think that's right.
Which is crazy because we were insane.
You're
insanely fast. We were on record time at Newbury. There's just no gift of anything. It was I think it was 11 QMX at Reading.
11. Okay.
I could be wrong. It might have been 15.
That is rough. Well, and I'm wondering, we might have an update on the women's race to Pusey soon. So I know Rebecca and Anya went sub 2 hours to Pusey.
That's really good.
I think that's really good, isn't it?
And so I want to talk about both of these crews because you've got women in those boats that have never done DW.
Yeah, Anya and...
or never completed. So both Sarah and Anya have never completed.
Yes.
But they are really, really tough. I've been so impressed. And then you've got Rebecca and Shuna, experienced paddlers, which Shuna's exceptionally experienced.
But Rebecca's
hasn't just absolutely tough.
She is, isn't she?
Yeah.
She was, I was chatting with her.
She finished with Alex Burt, and that was a very good.
And that was her first DW, and they had a great finish.
Does that mean she's not yet got to Westminster?
Exactly.
Okay, I take it back.
I know. But no, I mean, she's finished DW, but it's definitely not the level of experience that Shuna has, especially having her.
No, because Shuna knows the tideway. So, look, I'm not gonna.
They got pulled off at Putney.
Okay, so she's been on the.
She's literally done.
I saw them. We paddled last year. We paddled past. I gave her a wave.
Yeah.
And they were on the bank, and I went, "That's not good because we are so late.
Yes.
We are so late, and they're on the bank."
You had a tough one.
That's a whole different story. And I didn't. Let me make something really clear. I did not misjudge the wind or the flow. I nailed that.
I have no doubt.
All the time last was. Then it was just funny. I remember chuckling to myself and going, "Oh, I didn't plan for the injuries." Well, I had actually planned for the injuries.
Your knee was completely blown out last year.
And Shuna's shoulder. But let's talk about the women that are in the race right now.
So, and actually, hold on. I've got an update for you. You ready? Okay. So, Rebecca and Anya's time to Pusey, 1:57. Shuna and Sarah, okay, they're not there yet, pacing for 1:55 or 1:56. So we're talking like 1 to 2 minutes apart.
This is where what I think. One, what a wonderful thing to have two. And it's not just two competitive with themselves. They're also competitive against the entire field.
Yes. Okay. And Rebecca and Anya went off with a men's crew.
Yep, exactly. And they, we always expect women to do quite well in DW, but I expect these guys to be in the top 15, if not higher. Yeah. What happens is people burn out. These crews will finish. If they don't, something horrible happened.
Yeah.
These are phenomenal. Okay, so that's the first thing, which is awesome.
Yeah.
If you then said to me, okay, well, which one of them's going to win?
Yeah.
I ranked Shuna and Sarah for the win.
Yeah.
Shuna's experience, I also think they're faster on the water, which I think we're seeing from those times. So I think they're faster at the actual paddling. And when you get on the river and portaging becomes less important, I think we'll see them capitalize on that. What I love about Rebecca and Anya's boat is how fast they are on the land, and they're just no fuss. That's impressive. So I love that about them, and they're fierce. So might that pull through? Might you get that fierceness kind of pushing through when the things get tough? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. But if things don't get too tough for Sarah and Shuna, I think that their speed on the water, they've got a really experienced support crew. I think both of them do. And so my only tip, and I said it both to Shuna and to Sarah and to the support crew, my tip was, you can only ever lose time on DW. Get back in the boat and paddle away. Yeah. And for the support crew is when things get tough for them, treat them the same way as you would kindly towards your child who complains their shoes are a bit tight. Because the first time you go, oh, okay. And then you wait to see whether they complain again before you buy them the school shoes. It's the same thing. If it's like, this is a bit uncomfortable. Okay. Off you go, paddle on.
Until it's,
and wait till it's either critical or maybe that will go away because things will start to feel better. Yeah. Push them to be the best that they can, keep them moving forwards. Yeah. And that's my top tip. And I think if both crews can do that, it's going to be tight. But if I had to call it, I'd say they're faster on the water.
Sarah and Shuna. I think it'll be interesting if they get splits on each other.
I think they will be. So already Shuna's crew were quite relaying information to them.
Okay.
So I think that will...
So they are going to... This is a real race.
I think it is. And if the vet women's record doesn't fall today, then... And we tried last year and we weren't far off.
Yeah.
But the conditions, everyone went, you're mad to even try. And I was like, oh, come on, you've got to try. But here you've got two phenomenal crews. Yeah. Both of vet age. Yeah. With favourable conditions. Why not? Yeah. And let's talk about the women that hold that record. I'm pretty certain it's Alison. No, this is the vet ladies record.
Oh, the vet ladies record. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think the senior ladies record will go.
Sorry. No, you're right. Yes.
But the vet ladies record is held by Alison and Caroline from Nottingham Kayak Club, and they were
Alison and Sharon, Alison Dark and Sharon Colley.
They still hold it.
Oh, I think unless
no, that's probably true. And what formidable women!
But that was from 2007, so I'm not up to date.
I need to go and have a look.
We're going to have to double check.
We'll have to double check. I thought it had gone, but maybe it hasn't. What is it? It's about 2046. 2046. That is the record.
Is that okay?
Yeah. So that's a long time that it's been.
Yeah, that's a 21. 19 years.
Years.
Sorry.
No, that's lucky because normally my maths and arithmetic is terrible. So I'd love to see it go.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it go. And the women's record should go soon as well. We're starting to see.
Why, are you going back for it next year?
You know what? I don't think the women's record is. I'm definitely starting to get older. That doesn't mean that there's not more in me, but it's harder with the kids to train. So you can't commit so much. So then you can't be the best that you want to be. And then I'm starting to you get these injuries. You can't train like you used to.
Yeah.
So I'm not suggesting that age is a limiter, but I don't have as much ability to compete at the same level or have the right to play with the likes of Nushi, Brindy, and I want to spend time with my kids.
Yeah.
So vet records, fair enough, maybe a bit this and that, but no, we've got these young women coming through. Why not?
Yeah, definitely.
But you know what? If I was asked by a speedy girl, probably wouldn't say.
Well, there's been. I try to just manifest things, so I've definitely got.
Right. Yeah. Okay. What are we manifesting now?
A great women's race next year.
Oh, we
you, Nushi, Brindy, and Alex are all in crews going head to head for the women's record in perfect conditions. Everyone manifested.
Everyone manifested. See, I quite like mixed as well. Mixed is good fun.
That's true, and you've done great in mixed. I still remember you and Dan.
Yeah, that was great fun
at Shepperton.
But you had a great race.
I did. That was 2023.
So it's been a while, but What? Not tempted.
I'm here in front of the camera, behind the camera.
I
definitely hope
you
to
up,
do it again.
Mic you up.
That has been suggested. When the technology is ready.
It's the next Netflix movie that we've always wanted.
Well, we had a question from the chat. So we have had people tuning in from all over the world.
Amazing.
Which is pretty cool. We had someone from Australia, which was very exciting.
Wow.
I don't know what time it is there.
I was going to say it's pretty late now.
I think so.
Midnight.
And we've got, I think, some fans of the Dutch crew tuned in from the Netherlands.
Yes.
Who asked if the
this
Dutch crew was getting ready.
Well,
yes,
I've seen them. I've seen them.
And
I picked this crew for a solid race. This is their third time.
Where did you put them in your?
I think they were fourth or fifth. No,
Yeah.
they must have been
fifth
fourth.
behind
No, they
Scott
might be
and Webster.
fourth. No, I think I might have put them
Did
above.
you put them fourth?
Now the reason being because
okay,
I think
all right.
they've got more experience,
Yes,
and I think that the BOA boys might be underselling themselves a little bit, and in going earlier.
Yeah.
So then they might, have some of those gaps are not small. What do you think of the Dutch boys? We've got
Owen
Dutch
Peak
fans
as the
around
chief
there.
umpire and Kat's brother-in-law.
Yeah, I mean, I think Uke's on for the Dutch record this time.
That would be cool.
So I think the Dutch record's 19 hours something off the top of my head. So Uke's got a really good chance this year. Good conditions with this tailwind.
I was about to say, I think the conditions are quite favourable.
I think, there is a bit of flow on the Thames.
And it's rising a bit,
It's about
isn't it?
60 Kumax at Kingston.
Is it? Yeah. I'm
It
not
was
sure.
raining a bit earlier.
It's
so.
still very good flow on the bottom of the canal. The canal is much more groundwater fed.
Yeah.
So the bottom section of the canal is still going to be quick, and there's going to be a good wind all the way to Cookham.
Oh, that's
very,
great.
very favourable. I think you'll find that from Cookham to sort of Windsor area will be challenging.
The river does go round on itself a few times.
Yeah,
So that's going to be, and it's going to be dark when basically everyone is hitting that, right? It's going to be nighttime.
It's going to be dark.
Yeah, it'll stay dark all the way until you're a little way down the tideway, I guess, won't it?
No.
Yeah, because 5 a.m. tideway.
Yeah,
opening.
but I mean,
well, we're getting lightish.
It will be getting light.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's never really dark once you get towards London.
No, exactly.
Very true.
You get this hue.
The lights of Kingston.
No, I like the Dutch boys for having a really great race.
Yeah.
They've not got on the podium yet. I think you can floor. No, but they've been eking up and have solid races. But this year, I think in the pecking order, only one crew ahead of them to have a bad day. And I don't see why they wouldn't get on the podium. You can't seed them higher. They don't actually have their boat speed to seed any higher.
Yeah.
But I have them for a finish.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you can finish, it only takes someone else to have a bit of a rubbish day.
So
I really have them down as a solid crew. I like them a lot.
Yeah, 3 years in a row.
I really think it's going to depend on who dips at certain times.
Yeah.
If you go through your low spot, and everyone goes through a low spot, at the same time that you start paddling into the headwind and everything else, you could hemorrhage time.
Yeah.
In that 5 or 6 mile section where they're going to be into a constant headwind, you're not wiggling in and out of it. But if you're in that low spot for that period, your body temperature will dip and you'll struggle to pick back up again. You could lose sort of 10, 15 minutes.
And I think this is where experience comes in. So, for example, you can floor will know it gets cold at Bolters. Like they'll just mentally know.
Yeah.
They will know that you're in a headwind, but they know where the river's going next, at the back of their hand. And most of these crews do, because they've all done it.
Yep.
But for example, James and George, it's their first one through the night. They might not realise that at Hurley, people often just start to have a bit of it. That typically seems to be a bit of a weird one.
Yeah. George
and all
Vernon
those
James
nuances
Washington.
that the people at Alex Lane will just be like, oh yeah, Mags, it's always miserable going around Windsor. Like you think you'll see nothing. It's longer than you think, but don't worry, we'll see the bridge in a minute.
Yeah.
Like Magnus will know, but he'll be tired, but she'll just go, it's always like this.
I
And the
think,
tideway as well. So many crews who've never done all of it linked together. You get to the tideway and there's this thing in your head, you go, oh, we've made it. We're nearly there. And you are so beyond nearly there.
It just keeps
until
going.
you've done it a few times.
Yeah.
And then you go, okay, I'm really prepared now that I'm really not nearly there.
Yeah.
And I found that really hard last year because we were so slow on the tideway because it was slow.
You hit it later.
It was just so miserable, and I was like, "This is going on forever."
Yeah.
So that I think that's where the Dutch crew have the upper hand against many others. So you said about the BOA boys, I love that crew. And they're fast.
Yeah.
But we've just talked about lows or not getting it quite right. If you had to, the reason why they seeded above, the Netherlands seeded the Dutch crew above the BOA crew, experience. Managing the lows, managing the temperature drop, support crew,
what they're doing.
all of that stuff.
Luke attempted DW last year with his cousin Tim.
They were good, yeah.
They made it at least to Teddington.
It was a speed problem, I think. We overtook them a couple of times. I can't remember what had gone wrong, but they were rapid when they came past us.
Their core went, from what I'm saying, and they just didn't feel confident on the tideway.
Was it at Teddington that they came off?
No, they actually went. They went some of the way down the tideway.
Yeah.
Last year was hard. That headwind and the temperature. It was a lot colder last year than this. And the easterly compared with the westerly. I mean, we're talking about it being brutal for 6 or 7 miles. And it will be brutal because we are going to have 20-ish mile an hour with some much stronger gusts on that section.
You've got more flow, though, so at least they'll keep some sort of speed into that head.
They may do, but
whereas we didn't have. There was no flow and a headwind.
So it was just brutal the whole way.
Negative.
So they struggled on the tideway.
Yeah. Well, we'd overtaken them a couple of times. They'd lost some time somewhere else as well because we were yo-yoing with each other. And when I looked at them, they were broken. And it's because it's tough. Yeah. It's a tough race. So no, I really like those boys for a great race. I think they've prepared well.
I think they've prepared very well, actually. They've done all the watersides. They've been putting in some solid times.
Yeah. They've approaching it in the right way as well. They're really respectful of the race. Yeah. I think that's the same with Radek's crew.
Yeah, Radek and Brown. Dave Brown?
Dave.
Dave's last DW was 28 years ago.
You know it.
I think 28 years later, you still...
Yeah, because and do you know Radek well?
Not as
okay.
Not
so
as
this
much.
guy, I don't know how to explain it. He goes from the least fit guy you've ever seen, and you look at him and you go, "That guy can't do that.
Yeah.
He can't even paddle, let alone do DW." And within 6 months, 4 or 5 months, he only has to start training a bit, and his body just. I mean, you've seen a lean, mean fighting machine.
Yeah.
He didn't look like that 10 months ago.
Wow.
And he is on.
He just
form.
like clicked into it.
He's an exceptional paddler.
He's really good.
And not only is he an exceptional paddler, he's just a headbanger. Him and I would liken him to someone like Dan Seaford as well. Just they go into dark places. Yeah. They get their head down. They do hard work.
They've both raced with Alex Lane.
And they've both raced with Alex Lane. They've both done exceptionally well with that.
I was saying she has a type, and then
actually,
Magnus is also.
Radek is you have to thank her father. They did their first race together,
of course.
But Radek is the first person who Alex raced really well with, and they came third in the mixed DW.
Yes.
Alex was 19 and quite a beginner in paddling. She was div 6
was
or
only
7.
19 then. That's
she was
pretty
maybe
young
div
for
6 or 7
because you have to be 18 to do it, and that's about as young as you can be.
Yeah. So what? And let's talk about that. Is they had a phenomenal result, coming third against.
That was the year that Keith and Lizzy won.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they were against some phenomenal crews. Alex is basically a beginner. She'd done this race a while ago. So let's talk about the fact that points to Radek's phenomenal capability to just get the job done.
Yeah.
And I think he was in the front and Alex in the back. Oh no, Alex was in the front actually. Okay. And then let's talk about the fact 19. That Alex is insane.
Really. Yeah.
To be able to pull out a performance like that as a relative beginner. And then the following year, she and I went and broke the record.
That's crazy.
So I'd love to say it as all me, but she is why I think the minute I saw how her and Radek were, I was like, I need to paddle with that girl.
Yeah.
But I would say the same about Radek. I was like, he is. So we've seen it time and time again. Dan Palmer's another example. He always finishes, and not only that, he surpasses his standard capabilities on a shorter distance.
Yeah.
Billy Butler, he competed internationally, but not at the top of his game. But phenomenal. Say the same
Ultras
about Tom
is-
Sharp, international
yes.
paddler, but not
Yeah.
not world medal winning.
Yeah.
You can't touch him on DW.
Yeah.
Nushi.
Yeah.
So there are people who've got that.
Oh, the Dutch crew
drive.
is
Oh, we
going to
better go.
start. Oh, okay. All right. Let's
Ho,
chase them
ho.
down.
All the Dutchy fans
And
will be
people
excited
keep
about
starting
this.
like really. I know. Okay, maybe we can get them for an interview.
Yeah, go.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to take
I'll
it?
do that.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get Kat back in a minute. You chase me around. All right. Let's go see if we can chat with the Dutch crew. And I think we've got some Dutch fans on the stream again, hopefully. So yeah, Jouke and Floor. This is their third DW together as a crew. They're going for the international trophy again and potential top 5 crew, possibly even better. If something goes wrong between the first couple of crews, they definitely have a strong shot at the podium. And I think they're going to be the fastest time to Pusey today. That is my prediction based on what we've seen from them for the last 2 years. This is a great crew right here. Let's see. They're just chatting with Tom Sharp right now. Tom Sharp, the official DW record holder. Very exciting. If we've got some Dutch fans in the chat, this is your crew. Sorry, Tom, say you know what you're doing. I think that's really the theme. I don't know if we're gonna get them for a. Nope, off they go. All right, run to the start and catch Jouke and Floor at the start. I can? All right. I've gotten special permission to come in. Okay, guys, you excited? I know we've got some Dutch fans in the live stream rooting for you guys.
Hi all.
How are you feeling?
Nervous? I'm feeling better than him.
Oh.
This is the one.
This is the one. Okay. Are you guys going to be fast to Pusey? I've got no pressure.
Should try to take it easy, but we'll probably be fast.
Yeah, it's hard. You've got the excitement. Okay, so excited for you guys. Have an amazing race, and we'll catch you down the course. Off they go. All right, we'll run around to the. Okay, looks like. Are you guys getting ready to go as well? Okay, everyone's just going. So that's Tom and Eric. Okay, they're following. Are you going with the Dutch crew, or are you going separately?
No, we're going separately.
Separately, okay. Okay. All right, so we've got at the start line right now, Jouke and Floor. Trying to run around to catch them. I think you got it on camera anyway, hopefully. Have they just missed them? Did they just go? Ah, all right. So next up is going to be Tom and Eric's coming through here. Hey. Okay. Well, okay. Let's see how long they're going to take. Maybe I can get Tom and Eric's while they're doing their All right, sorry for the many noises. So Jouke and Floor just started. It's just nearly half one. And Luke and James are getting ready. See if we can get, oh, there goes Tom and Eric. There they go. So Tom and Eric's really strong crew here, and great potential for top 5. but this is their first time doing DW together. Tom has done DW before, and Eretz hasn't done anything quite like this. They raced the Ardèche together, but this is their first, Eretz's first ultra. He's here all the way from Pamplona, Spain. Hopefully we've got some Spanish fans in the chat. There we go. So Tom and Eretz are off. We should have their start. Definitely keep an eye on these guys. They're sort of a dark horse crew because they didn't do the Waterside race, so we don't have as much results on them. And then I've also got Luke and James. So as soon as Eretz and Tom go, we'll get Luke and James on. And Eretz's family has come over from Pamplona, Spain to support. Luke and James, can I chat with you guys, or are you on a timer now?
We're very quickly again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Come over just as soon as you've got your trackers. Okay, so there goes Eretz and Tom. And then we've got, so that was 1:30. So they went, what was that, about 2 minutes behind the Dutch crew. So I think that's going to be really interesting because they are probably going to be able to see that Dutch crew at a few points along this canal section of the course. And I wonder if they're going to try to chase down the Dutch crew. Just knowing that they're only 2 minutes in front, that could be a huge motivation, but it could also very easily lead them to go a little bit too hard, too fast, and then sort of blow themselves out a bit, which is a big risk given that Eretz hasn't done anything like this before. All right, we're going to get Luke and James from Bradford-on-Avon Canoe Club over in just a second as soon as they've got their trackers on. So these are the GPS trackers. If you've not gone to the open tracking link, that has got live tracking on everyone. We were just looking at an update earlier on the women's race that Kat Wilson and I were chatting about. That is going to be really close between the top two women's teams. So it looks like they were only about 1 or 2 minutes apart at Pusey. Oh, do you guys have time for a chat, or do you need to get on? Really, really quick? I've been told not to. I've just gotten in trouble for it. Sorry. Sorry, guys, I'm not supposed to. Okay, so James Webster, Luke Escott, how are you guys feeling right now?
All right, just want to get on really.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get on, get it done.
Yeah.
What are your goals for today? Or for
Make it
the
done,
next
start
24
with
hours?
it. Goal one is get there, yeah.
What were your, so Luke, you made a great attempt and nearly made it last year.
Yeah.
What were your big sort of like learnings from that or changes for this year?
Changed training this year a bit. Last year I did a lot of running, what obviously helps, but more time in the boat's probably better, which we have done this year.
We've had a good amount of time in the boat, obviously being the same club. So, yeah.
That helps out.
Yeah,
and James,
definitely.
this is your first DW, is that right?
Yeah.
Have you done anything like this before?
Nope. Did Thames 200 in summer, didn't we?
We did 2 stints of that, and he thought us then.
That's great.
He thought then, maybe give it a go.
Yeah. Did you guys do some of the overnight legs on the Thames 200 and
we
the
did
relay?
the first and the third or whatever it was, didn't we? So
that's great. So you
legs,
know the course, you know the dark overnight parts in the dark.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll find out. Yeah.
Okay. Anything you're looking forward to?
Actually, last year I quite enjoyed just getting out on the Thames in the dark. It was quite nice to sort of, I don't know, the atmosphere. You've done it better.
Yes,
like the atmosphere when
I
it's all
felt the
quiet
same.
and you're paddling down. It's quite a nice feeling. But
Sometimes there's like bats.
I don't know yet. Ask me at the finish a bit.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the quick chat. Best of luck. Great. So Luke and James have been doing the Waterside series in the lead up, and I've had a hard time catching them there because they've just been going consistently early and just absolutely going early, smashing it out. And they've been really consistent and efficient. So if they bring consistency and efficiency today, I think this is going to go really well for them. So 1:33. So they're going to start maybe 3 or 4 minutes behind Tom and Eretz. Again, they might be able to see them down the course for the parts where you get a longer view, which is going to be pretty interesting. If if we get that, it's really hard to pace yourself on this section, and that could present challenges for them for sure. But yeah, I think for Luke especially, he nearly got a finish last year, so I think it's going to be. I think they're going to go really well this year. First time for James, but he's a strong paddler. He has some really impressive international results as a junior from a few years ago. And eyes on Billy Butler, who's just arrived. We'll show the start for Luke and James. So Luke and James, excellent top 5 and or podium potential. They're an interesting crew because I think between those of us who've done sort of official predictions of performance, we have landed a bit differently. So Billy, in our Paddlecast episode that we posted the other day, predicted them as potentially 3rd place, which is pretty high. And I have... we're getting an announcement that Billy's finally the last boat is here. He's got his goggles on already. So Billy has he's rated Luke and James very highly, potentially as high as 3rd, just based off their consistency, really. But as Kat was just saying, she's actually ranked, Kat Wilson has ranked or predicted that the Dutch crew is going to be quicker. That's based on largely just consistency for them over the last few years. I thought it was interesting that Floor said that Jouke was the one who was a little bit more nervous today, because Jouke's the one who's done this 8-10 times or something. So
we would like you, if possible, to organise
that is
less windy. Some sun would be nice, but we'd just like to thank all our sponsors today for the Devizes Westminster Canoe race.
Let's see. We get an eye. So who is still left? So that is Billy and John's boat is the white boat there. So Billy's just arrived. I think there's still some time before they start. Everyone's going earlier this year. Because there's an earlier tide window that they have to hit, but also because
so all those volunteers
they,
from the Canoe Club and Devizes Scouts,
I think after last year, people got a little bit burnt because they didn't make those time cutoffs.
Thank you very much
the other boats, so there's only 3 boats left in Devizes. Sorry about that. The other boat is the blue and orange one, which is George Durden and James Walkington. And then the black boat, which you can just barely see behind that tree there, is Alex Lane and Magnus Gregory. So 3 boats left. So yeah, so James and Luke, really solid crew, but they, it'll be the first DW finish for them. I think it's hard as a crew to... It's hard as an individual to get your first DW finish, and when both paddlers in the crew are going for their first finish, that's challenging. Again, big advantage, I think, that Luke made it nearly to Westminster last year. Owen Peake, who's the chief umpire, was just saying earlier how it was really just like his core going sort of near the end, and that was what was really making a difference for Luke there. But, Luke has done, he's done like 95% of it, right? So he knows what to expect. As Kat was saying, she's done this race so many times. She knows it so well. To have someone in the boat who can say, oh, don't worry, it's really bad here, say like on the Henley Strait, right? Like if that's super windy, that can be really difficult. And to have someone who can say, you know what, it's only going to be like this for the next, 500 meters. And then after that, it's going to get better. George, do you guys want to stop by sometime soon on camera? I keep missing people and I don't want to miss you guys. We'll see if we can make sure we get these last 3 crews proper interviews here. So they've got great potential. But yeah, I mean, Luke and James, definitely they've been predicted between as high as 3rd and as low as, I want to say 4th or 5th. maybe as low as 5th. So, and you never know, all these predictions, it's just the best guess with the information that we have. So it's always hard to say. We are starting to get some times from Pusey. So checking in on the women's race, we got the official times there. So we had looked at a predicted time, but now we have the actual time for Shuna and Sarah. So Anya and Rebecca, who left earlier, did Devizes to Pusey in 1:57:33, and Sarah and Shuna did it in 1:56:10. So less than a minute and a half apart between the top 2 women's crews to Pusey. That is a race. This is definitely a race. The race is on. Keep in mind, there's no portages between here and Pusey. So this is all on the pound, which is the term for this sort of section of canal where there's no portages. And that means they have not had, I think Kat was saying she thinks Sarah and Shuna are maybe faster on the water, and Rebecca and Anya are maybe faster on the portaging, which is a bit hard to say for sure. But if that is the case, then it could get even closer over the next couple of hours as they go on to Hungerford and Newbury. We've also got an update. So at the other end of the racing, so the crews who started earliest today. Okay, sorry about that. We're really having serious wind here, and it's definitely knocking things about. So the crews who started earliest. All right, let's try this. The crews who started earliest were Haynes and Griffiths, Trafford and Bridger, and Greenhalgh and Sutter. So those are going to be the first 3 crews into Reading. So all of those crews started around midnight. They are going to have a really, really long race. So that's taken them more than 12 hours. Let's see, because if they started around midnight and it's about 1:30 now, more than 12 hours to get to Reading. That's a long way. So they will be going for DWs that are in that 24-hour plus range, most likely. Although theoretically it should get quicker for them from here, but if they arrive, it's tricky with your schedule, because if they arrive at Teddington before 5 a.m., they will be held at Teddington. And that can be challenging. You don't really ideally want to have to wait at Teddington for too long, because it's, you've just got the tideway left. You can have a short break. So Simon Tilbury Clark and Jessica Long, who are one of the mixed crews racing, they're in the Love Boat race. This year, it's a lot of couples racing in the mixed race for whatever reason. Basically all the mixed crews at the top end. They are planning to get to, they left around 9:30, and they are actually planning to get to Teddington at about 4:45. So they are hoping that they'll actually get there, have a little break, and then go down. And that's just like extremely conservative scheduling on their part, because they both had retirements last year where they weren't able to hit the time checkpoints. So they're taking an ultra, very conservative approach with the timing, so they could get held at Teddington. Some of these crews that started at midnight, it's hard to say at this point. They might hit it right on time, or they could potentially, get to Teddington pretty early. Again, depending on what the wind does too. But they could also, see that they're pacing fast and then slow down a bit. All right, looking around the pen again. So we have got 3 crews who are still here. So Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. There's some of Billy's support crew over there. And George Durden and James Walkington. And Alex Lane and Magnus Gregory. I think they are all going to start separately. It's been interesting. The last 3 crews that left in our top 5 all started within about 10 minutes of each other. I think that's going to make things really interesting as they go down the course. I think some of them are probably going to fall back or catch up, and maybe end up wash hanging, which could be advantageous, but also it can be really stressful. And especially for the crews who don't know that there's crews who started right behind them, their support crews will have to decide whether to reveal that or not. Motivationally, it makes a huge difference to know how you're doing relative to the other crews, because it's a time trial race, right? You're not paddling right next to your competitors. You've got, a big distance between you, and you've got to do time estimates, based on sometimes sections of the river that they haven't even paddled yet. So you don't know how fast they're going to go there if they started behind you. So I think especially between these last 3 crews and between Billy and Jon and Alex and Magnus, who I'm expecting will be the last 2 crews to start, it'll be interesting who goes first and who goes last, or technically, who goes second to last and who goes last. Because last year, for example, when Billy and Jon were racing, funnily enough, Alex Lane was actually on their support crew, and they hit a point in the race where Alex grabbed them and said, you guys are in it with a chance to win. And so they knew that the top 2 crews they were up against were really, really tough competitors. They didn't know how well they were going to do against them. And when Alex Lane said that, they looked back at their splits, and they really picked up some speed towards the end of the race. And then same with Joe Peterson and Brindy Kraft, who finished second last year. Really incredible race last year, especially between those top 3 crews. They were hunting down the 4th place crew, which was Tom Simmons and Andy Burkett. And, that's a men's crew. It's 2 really strong paddlers. Joe and Brindy were a mixed crew. They knew they were quick, but they had essentially told their support crew at the beginning, we don't want splits. And then later on in the race, they did start to get splits, and then they caught sight of Tom and Andy in front of them around dawn. And so you've got the boost of the sun is coming out, it's daybreak, this thing is getting closer to finishing, and we're catching a men's crew who over shorter distances is faster than us sometimes. And that motivationally, again, they saw them and they were like, we're gonna catch up. And I know for them too, that was a huge boost in catching up to the boat in front of them. So it really, yes, it's a time trial, but the mentality of, knowing where you are relative to the other crews, having someone catching you up from behind, having someone in front of you to chase down, it really does make a huge difference. Or a huge difference. I mean, it makes a difference. How much of a difference, maybe that is debatable, how fast those crews would have gone regardless, but it does make a big difference. We have a potential mixed crew leader. So the crew of Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond are pacing for a 152, between 152 and 155 to Pusey. So that is pretty exciting. They could go really well there. I don't think I've actually got them in my top mixed or love boat rankings, so we might have to update that. I think we're going to see if we can get Keith on. Let's see. Do we have a leaderboard update? Let's see if we can put up a leaderboard update from Pusey for you all to look at. And I think we're going to see if we can get Keith Moole, who's the DW record holder, to come and have a bit of a chat. So we've got the leaderboard up, but it's not fully updated yet. And you can also check the tracker for that as well. All right, I'm going to grab Keith and I'll be right back. All right, we are back now, and I have got Keith Mull with me. There we go. Keith, okay, so you know this course pretty well.
Yeah.
You are the official DW record holder. So it was you and Tom Sharp who did it in 2023.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's good to be back. Firstly, it's nice being at the Devizes Wharf, rolling into the car park.
Yeah.
Seeing some friendly faces of the race organisers. They put another great job on. I think the marketing leading up to the race, the build up, the hype, I think it's been brilliant. So it's exciting to be here. It's exciting to be asked to help out with one of the crews.
Yes.
And just be here at the start and see the hype of the whole race. Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Definitely. And you also, I should say, you've also got the mixed record and the overall record. And so you've been, part of DW for a long time, right? You've seen it evolve over the last few years.
Yeah, I've seen it evolve over the last few years. I wouldn't say I haven't got the most experience of doing it. I think I've done it 4 times in total, 1K1 and 3 of the non-stops. And one of those non-stops I didn't get to the end, but the other 2 did win it with a record. So it's and the amount of research we've put into the race has been huge. I think some crews come into this a little bit naive with maybe what the Thames can look like over the whole 200 kilometres of it, 125 miles of it. But it's great. It's a brilliant race. It starts on a little canal and then finishes at Westminster Bridge, and the race just gets bigger and bigger and better the further on you get into it.
So you are supporting George Jordan and James Walkington today. And James is from Chelmsford, right? Your home canoe club. How are you feeling about their race? Have you been, working with them before? Have
I been working with? So I've worked with James a lot, but it's normally the other way around. So when he reached out and said, "Can you help out? Are you available to help out?" Firstly, I wanted to, but secondly, I felt I had to because the last 2 times I've done it. On record runs, he's been part of that. He's been the guy on the bike. He's been the guy on the bank. He's been the guy rally driving from point to point helping. So it's only fair that I jump on the bike and help out where I can. I followed their progress in their training, followed their progress on the Waterside races.
Yep.
And these top 3 crews, I know there's others part of it, but I've kind of see 3 standout ones. It's not to say the others aren't in with a shout of it, but I think it's kind of these 3 guys to lose for someone else to come into the frame. You know what? I don't think there's anything between them. There's
really
minutes
close,
between them on the water sides, and minutes, like just a few minutes, less than 10 minutes on the water sides counts for nothing over 17 hours of racing. And I think that's probably what it's going to be, around a 17-hour winning time this weekend. I don't think the Thames is doing much. I think it's like it was back in 2015.
Yeah.
I think it was down to like 30, 40 cubic meters of flow. And I think we've got a similar sort of territory today.
60 at Kingston earlier.
Oh, is it?
So
that won't feel fast when I get to Kingston.
No.
That'll feel like it's
nothing like
like a lake.
130 plus that it was a couple of years ago.
And this wind is gonna help a huge amount at times. But I think the athletes won't realise how much it's helping them, because if it's blowing on your back, it's gusting you along. It just normalises. It'll be more when they turn into it at times, which they will after Windsor when they start heading south. And which crew is still in good shape by then, it will probably start to really extrapolate out the difference in those kilometre sections. I think all 3 crews they're going to be pretty close. Someone will take an early lead, no doubt. And but I think as long as those crews stay within 20 minutes of each other, I think it's still all to play for. From when you get after Penton Hook, which is kind of, for me, the last section of the Thames, then before you head onto the tideway.
Yeah. Is there anything you can reveal from, following George and James about how you think they are as a crew, or anything about their strategy today?
You know what? I wouldn't even be keeping secrets, because I don't know.
Okay.
And you know what? They don't know either, because it was a bit like the first time I did the non-stop. You know what? It scared me doing it, to be honest, because the only thing I'd done for more than 6 hours was sleeping before that, and, or just staying awake through the day, not like continuously paddling. So that there's a few guys in the race who have done it before, done it non-stop, so they'll know what it's like for that plus 6 hour mark. But for Magnus, paddling with Alex, this is new to him. I think he's done a little bit of ultra stuff. And you know what? He's no stranger to long paddle. He's no stranger to working hard. So I think they're the premium crew. They're the favourites at this stage, and the most level-headed. For George and for Walkington, they came first and second on the 4-day last year, and to get up and do this 4 days in a row it's tough. I'm walking to 1 day 4 last time, so he held out pretty
Yes,
well.
that's
he kind
right.
of got
He
up and
beat
got
George
going
on the
again
final
quite
day,
well.
and on the tideway too.
Can they paddle well? Yeah, they've been great on the watersides. As I said, they've all been close. What would they be like after 6 hours? I don't know, but luckily I've got a ringside seat, so I'll be at the bank seeing how it unfolds, and we'll see how they go.
Good. Well, I think your first DW is always hard, and one of the best things someone can do, which a lot of paddlers here this weekend have done, is race Thames 200 Ultra. And there's been so many people. George and James both did the relay last year. Luke Escott and James Webster also did the relay. I've seen loads of other people from the Thames 200. Can you just kind of give an overview of what the Thames 200 is, how it came about? And
yeah, of course. The Thames 200 Ultra is 200 kilometres starting in Lechlade, finishing at Teddington. So there's a little bit of overlap on the Thames with regards to the Devizes to Westminster. You know what? I love the Devizes to Westminster. I've done it a few times. I love the build up to it. I love the race itself, and it was brilliant. And there was always this kind of event that's kind of sat in the background that people spoke about, racing the whole length of the Thames. Just needed someone to get on and put that race together and organise it. So I took that up, and we've had it for 2 years now. And what the difference is you could do it as a relay, and you could do it non-stop. And some people will do it non-stop. It's in the summer, so you worry less about the conditions. You know the race is always going to run. It's a little bit nicer to train into. But these two races, these two events, they don't compete with each other. They complement each other because it's a great opportunity to pick up some Thames paddling experience, because you can do 1, 2 or 3 sections on a Thames 200 Ultra and build up your Thames experience. Equally, you do the DW and you kind of get that buzz for doing ultra racing, and you pick up another challenge. They sit about 6 months apart, so they're great opportunity for one to train up for the other, and it just helps us put another ultra event on the map. Because there's a crazy crowd of individuals in this country and travel from abroad who love testing themselves, and that's what it is. Like, we're speaking about the race and speaking about winning the race, but actually, I think there's 62 non-stop crews today, and they've all got their own race. They're working just as, in fact, it's harder for them because they're out there for longer. I think there are some crews on the water at like 6 a.m. or something.
They left at midnight. There's a few, I think 3 crews that left at midnight that are still going.
I always remember thinking that's wild when I was in the car on the way to the start. Looking at the tracker and seeing people already like making their way well down the course, and they're working just as hard. But they've got to do it for an extra 8 hours, an extra 10 hours. So hats off to anyone who's kind of starting in the dark, going all the way through the night, and then finishing Sunday morning.
Definitely. Great. Well, thank you so much, Keith. Great to
thanks very much.
Thanks
for covering the event, and I'm sure I'll catch you along the route at some stage.
Sounds good.
Brilliant.
See you along the way, and good luck to George and James.
Excellent. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Keith. All right. So Keith, he holds 2 DW records, which I think is also a 50% rate of taking a DW record of all the DWs he's done. We have an update on the leaderboard. So I think we'll pop that on the screen now. So again, this is the current leaderboard. This will all change once the crews who are in Devizes get going. I think I'm going to actually hand it over to Tim, who is at home reporting on this, to share a leaderboard update.
So we now have 48 of the crews have made their way through Pusey, and we have a little bit of a movement at the top of the leaderboard right now. So Rob Stainsby and Peter Loy are now your current overall leaders through Pusey, and Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond are the current leaders in the mixed race. So those are the first 2 crews to go sub 1 hour and 52 minutes into Pusey so far this year. As Betsy just said, we expect more of these remaining crews. We have about 12 more crews to come through Pusey still, and we expect all of those to probably go sub 50 or sub 1 hour 50 minutes. So expect this leaderboard to change a little bit more as things go in the next hour. And I think we expect to see these final 3 crews go off sometime in the next 90 minutes or so. We'll have to wait and see and how they're feeling and how they're feeling about these conditions and when they go. Once these 3 crews set off at Devizes, Betsy will be moving on to Hungerford, where we'll try and catch a number of these crews along the way. You'll get to start to see some of the portages that she's been talking about, see some of those running tactics and how that running training is paying off for these top crews. Taking a look quickly over at the stages race, we've had about a quarter of the crews have now finished for day 2. They've reached Marlow and have hit that day 2 checkpoint. We'll give you a full leaderboard update for the stages race once all of the crews there hit that day 2 checkpoint and finish Marlow. So stay tuned here and we'll keep you up to date on both the stages race and the senior doubles straight through race as the day goes on.
So we are gonna walk around the paddock a little bit and check in on some of these last 3 crews who will be going over the next couple of hours. All right. Jon O'Grady, how are you feeling?
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Does this feel, how does this feel different from your first DW 2 years ago?
Oh, massively different from the first one. Even from the second one last year. Different again. Feel a bit more. What's the word? I'm ready to enjoy it, I suppose. This time, it's. I feel more prepped for it. Not in terms of the training, but in terms of the taper. The taper's gone better. So, judging on my watch and stuff, which you always like to look at the figures on the wall. But
Even though you did Waterside D, actually, so that's a good sign.
Yeah. Waterside D wasn't. Had a bit of a cold going into it, so it probably took me another couple of days after that, just because it kind of came back and then. But it was all right, really, because we knew. We discussed it before. We did have 2 weeks kind of tapering off afterwards.
Yeah.
So we could afford to do that, and then once that's gone, just a few little shakeouts, nothing much. Lots of discussions on the phone, probably talking too much of the same stuff, but you go round and round.
Yeah.
It's just ready to get going now. Looking forward to it.
Nice. Very excited for you. Yeah, 3rd year in a row for you guys, so you kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, it's about time we pull something out of the bag, isn't it?
Well, what do you think about the wind? It's kind of funky today, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you can give a lot of energy to the wind in terms of thinking about it, but ultimately it is what it is. Everyone's the same. I think you just got to be cautious of side winds, catching your blades, portages. There's just sort of stuff to be aware of.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm not really giving it too much energy in terms of my thoughts.
All right.
Because it's an uncontrollable. So that's that with the wind. But just I think it's a case of getting in, working hard, and doing what we need to do. So
Sounds good. Thanks, Jon. I know you've got to do still a bit of prep work on the boat.
Yeah, we'll crack on.
All right. So we've got the boat here, same boat they've used for the last 3 years. So no surprises with that, hopefully.
Windstopper and a gel.
And there's a little bit of chat about the wind. I think, definitely notable from Jon that it's an uncontrollable, and so you don't want to stress out about it too much when it's something you can't change, right? It's just about preparing as much as you can and making sure that you're staying cautious in the moments where you need to be cautious, right? Which is, like Jon was saying, when there's side winds that can kind of catch your blades, or when you're on the portage, and especially the portages. There's some early portages here where you have to lift the boat up to get over a gate. I think those are times where, you always are going to be watching the rudder anyway, but especially
Looks like we may have just lost Betsy's internet connection there for a second. She'll bounce back in as soon as she can. We'll continue to bring this stream from the starting line, though, and keep you updated if any crews set off in the next couple of minutes.
All right, hopefully we are back right now. Sorry about the little internet glitch there. I think you can hear me again. So we're just looking at Billy and Jon prepping their boat. Thanks everyone for your patience. So I'm going to go ask some of our race fans over here if they've got predictions. I've spotted Dan Palmer as a racer from last year. So let's start with Dan. Dan, are you supporting anyone this weekend, or are you just?
I'm just here to cheer everyone on.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I've got a couple of predictions.
Okay.
I think experience might get it on this one.
Now we are standing right in front of Billy and John, in fairness.
With,
so I don't know
Billy
if that's
Boy
affecting
here.
your answer.
I think it's going to be... No, it's not. I could say that answer over there. But,
okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a tough one out there tonight with this wind, and it's cold, and it's going to be pretty grueling.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
How would you be? So you've done the DW. You've done it. You're in the 1,000 Mile Club, right?
Yeah, 1,000 Mile Club.
Yeah. You've done it a lot. How, if you were racing this year, how would you be thinking about the conditions?
But there we go. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would wear loads of kit. I think that wind will keep whipping around, and I think you think, oh yeah, it's a tailwind, but actually it's more side to head at the moment from what I've seen down the course. But yeah, no, I think just stick to the plan, whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'll do well.
What about the you said you would have left already. Do you have a time prediction for how fast you think the winning crew might go?
I think I reckon it'll be 17 and a half to 18 hours.
Yeah.
It's not much flow.
More similar to last year.
Yeah, there's not much flow. It's not the nicest, warmest conditions, which will affect times. And there's this wind, this headwind, which is going to be at cook him down. So, and although it's lovely down here, it's going to be really tough later on in the race, and it could affect timings quite a lot, I would have thought.
Yeah.
And I think there'll be a few kit changes and stuff going in place, which weren't planned, which would affect times as well. But I don't know. It's all if buts and maybes, isn't it? But
It is. So, okay, so you think experience could win the day this year?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Just people that have been used to longer, tougher days out, got loads of DW miles in them, loads of different race DW experiences. I don't know. It's going to be very. I think it'll be tough.
Yeah.
I think it'll be tough. And people, it'll probably benefit people that haven't done lots of long training paddles on the Thames and just done the miles, like I don't know, on the canals and stuff like that instead, because obviously they haven't got that flow that they've been training in for all this time now.
Anyone who's been doing resistance training, basically, you think that's
yeah. So if you paddle in a windy place, I think you're well suited for this race.
That's definitely how it's feeling now.
I don't know how long I'll stay around for, but it'll be good.
Okay, nice. Are there any other crews that you're following today?
Oh, I'll go Southwest boys, Bradford and Avon boys. So I'll go and cheer them on, and got some Foy friends further down
There's a few Foy crews this year, right?
There's a couple of Foy crews further down the course. One of the people I used to race with, Ryan Pearce, he's doing it with his father-in-law. So
former winner Ryan Pearce.
Former winner Ryan Pearce. Yes.
Yeah. So
I saw the Gilbert family earlier.
Yeah, exactly. So
and then Ryan's sister is racing as well in the women's race, I think, with another Foy paddler.
Yeah. So it'll be nice to go and see them at some point.
Yeah.
But Dad's come up with me, and we're just gonna.
Oh, nice.
We're just gonna go and we decided this morning we were gonna come up last minute. But yeah, we're going to see how it goes.
Oh, that's great! Awesome.
Yeah. What else could I do at Easter? It's been my Easter for 13 years, so might as well.
Best way to spend it.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks so much, Dan. Appreciate
right.
it. See how the predictions shake out. Okay. Billy, I'm gonna leave you to it. Yeah, unless you wanna.
I'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You look very busy, but yeah.
Well, we're aiming to get ready and then have a bit of time out later.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's the plan. Get ready now, but it's not a rush to start.
Yeah, I think that should be the plan. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Get ready now. Chill out later when we're all happy.
Okay. Explain the goggles for those who weren't following the race last year.
So I get very dry eyes to the point where my vision goes completely blurry and it goes to zero. And in this wind, it would happen probably by Newbury.
Yeah.
So the goggles stop that happening. These aren't my race goggles. These are just my casual goggles.
Pre-race goggles and race goggles. Oh, these are the. We're waiting for Billy Butler branded goggles.
These are my race goggles.
I can really tell the difference.
Yeah, the fan club goes wild for.
It's a whole other level. Nice. All right. Okay. Well, I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll come back around again later. So, all right. So that's a sensible strategy, I think. Get the boat ready now, and then they can kind of decide to leave later. I think that's pretty consistent with what they've done the last couple of years as well. Let's see if these guys are ready or not. I think we might can get a little bit with maybe just a quick chat with James. Is George over? He might not be around. You can give me, I'll get both of you guys later, but we'll just do a quick check-in if that's okay. Paddle Mike. So, James, this is your first non-stop DW.
Yeah,
But you did the stages race last year.
I did.
Do you feel like that's going to prepare you? That's prepared you pretty well for this weekend.
I think it's definitely better than not doing it. Maybe not. What's that, Will? Yeah, it might have just prepared me for how much it's going to hurt. So we'll see. Because this is definitely a lot harder. In my mind. But yeah, we'll find out.
There's definitely, I have heard from people who've done both, at least you kind of go out and get it over and done with, and it's not like you have to wake up the next day and do it again.
Yes, there is that. There's that side of it. But yeah, because I did feel good at Newbury after day one, but getting to Marlow on day two was probably the low point of my K1. So,
okay.
But this year the Henley Strait is a tailwind, whereas last year was quite the opposite.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a big help.
There was a lot of headwind last year for the stages race. I think even more than the non-stop.
So yeah, the wind being on our side will be a big boost because of that, I think. Especially when ending up on our own last year was pretty nasty. And just having a massive support crew on this is a big thing. Like we're going to be seeing more than last year. So seeing the guys and it being a progressive thing, I think there's a lot more energy behind the straight through.
Yes.
I feel.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of energy. So, and you have some rock stars on your support crew. Tell me about your supporters.
Yeah, it's pretty good support crew. So obviously I got Will Stroud. He's been on the winning support crew for the last 3 years, including breaking the record in 2023.
That's an impressive record.
It is. So yeah, be good to win him the Shield again, but not sure what will happen. Obviously we've got Keith Moll, DW record holder for the mixed and the straight through. So yeah, they'll be out through the whole thing. Got Owen and Zoe Shepherd-Wyatt, who've both raced. Owen's done it twice before. That was actually my introduction to DW, supporting him. So it's good to get him out here. And then, yeah, we've got Will Short, world champion. Pretty good name to have, supporting us.
I've not seen Will. He's over there somewhere.
Yeah, Will's about. And then, yeah, Sienna and James from my club. Sienna did the K1 fastest lady last year.
Yes.
So, yeah, she knows what she's doing. Yeah, a few other spatterings of people. I got my best mate who's got no idea what kayaking is, so this will be as
a
much
rude
to
awakening.
show him. Yeah, very rude awakening.
That's
So,
great.
yeah. And
That's
loads
cool.
of people. We got some bikes coming out as well to help us through
You
the
do?
night.
Okay. I was just going to ask.
Yeah, so that's what I've done a lot of the time. When Keith got the record in 23 with Tom Sharp, I was out on the bike, and with Tom and Anushka when it got stopped at the Tideway. So that's what I've generally done. So might not need it because we're not going for records or anything, but it's something I wanted to have. So
Yeah. That's
and
great.
yeah, I think the guys would get bored without having their own silly challenge to do.
Yes. And you've gone, because you have supported a lot of these paddlers on their attempts, and now you're finally in the racing seat. I guess last year in K1 too, but
Yes, so that was good. So yeah, it was nice. I didn't really have to ask many people. There was a lot of volunteering, which is
that's great.
really nice to have. And then we got Mags and James Russell coming down, Chief Cheer Squad out, and we got a few other people that are going to be popping out to cheer us on. So that's a big lift.
That's really nice.
So yeah.
Yeah. You think George is going to pick up the pace at Elmbridge when you pass there?
Oh, absolutely. That was one of
Canoe Club.
One of my highlights on the K1. I managed to stay on his wash past Elmbridge, and seeing the whole of Elmbridge out was pretty cool to see.
Oh, that's really cool.
So yeah, paddling past your own club, pretty mega. I think it's going to be quite early in the morning, so I don't know if anyone will be out this year. But
yeah, like 2 a.m. or something. I think I did try to calculate that. Maybe later, we'll see.
I think it's about 4:20.
Oh, 4:20. Okay.
If I remember right.
All right. So for the Elmbridge fans, if you're watching the stream,
4:20
is the time to.
Big shouts for George.
Yep.
And me, please.
Preferably both of you guys, since you're in the same boat this year.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in France, so.
What was your what took you from the nonstop DW the stages race into the nonstop? Were you thinking about the nonstop last year, or
Not
is this
at all.
something that came around?
Yeah, not at all. Mainly alcohol. I think I was on holiday doing the cellar descent with George, and we said about it, and then again out in Hungary.
Yep.
And it just spiraled from there. We're saying, well, we'll see how the boat runs, and then it ran all right, and then so George actually he said he entered us after A, but he didn't actually enter us until after Waterside D because he wasn't sure we'd be going for it.
Oh no.
And I don't know if he was going to come clean, but when he had to ask me for all my details, it might have been
oh gosh,
a red flag. But yeah,
that was a giveaway. Oh my god.
So yeah.
Wow, he's keeping secrets from you.
Well, no, it's fine. It meant we had the chance to back out, but we were both committed.
Now, how much are you going to be thinking about racing your own race versus getting splits on what some of the other crews are doing?
So I don't think we're going to get any splits. Need to do a briefing actually. I think we'll only worry about splits if sort of Penton Hook Chertsey kind of way.
Yeah.
If we're anywhere near and the guys think we could catch, or we're being caught, then they might tell us. But other than that, we just want to get it done as comfortable as possible, whilst doing the best time we can. But
yeah, good,
pretty
all
standard
right.
stuff.
Well, I'll let you chill out before you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm going to get some kit on,
James.
see where George is. I don't think he's done a runner, but he'll be around.
He did enter you.
He
know,
did.
You're definitely on the list.
We do have a number.
It was in
good.
time. You got the number.
And I got the
You've done your
email
vote
confirming
check.
it. So it's good. But no, it's been really fun doing all the training as well.
Yeah. How much have you guys? Because you don't live very close. I mean, it's
So we did
literally like
the Waterside
sides.
series.
Yeah.
And then a couple of other paddles. Yeah, just when we could, like if I was passing or anything, then we'd organise it so we could do that. We both went to the Norwich assessment race and we got an hour in the boat last weekend.
Oh, that's great.
Just a bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah.
What it turned into. So, not obviously being partners like Alex and Magnus, probably a bit of a benefit, but and obviously Jon and Billy have spent a lot of time in a boat together, and they know it runs well.
Yep.
So we'll obviously more time in a boat would have been beneficial, but I think we're prepped going into it.
Yeah.
Be fine.
Good. All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much,
Cool.
James.
Thank you, Betsy.
Really appreciate it. I'll catch you guys again in a little bit.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we can find George.
Okay. I think he's chilling in the car doing the center.
Okay. Staying warm, hopefully. All right. Truly an elite support crew over there of world and European medalists.
Will kick in the boat or not?
I'll have to double check. I'll have to rewind the Will tripped over the boat just there. Not sure if we got that on camera. So yeah, things are really quiet now. So it's only 2:23, and Alex and Magnus have disappeared. I think they probably wanted to just kind of get the boat here and then chill out a bit. Again, that's kind of the theme with some of these crews, is just, you know, get everything ready. They've got to tick things off with the registration side of things, so they've got to do all their boat checks and everything first anyway, which is part of the oh no, Alex and Magnus haven't disappeared. Magnus is getting some kind of lotion treatment over there, possibly for chafing. Chafing on DW is no fun, and it's almost better, I think, having not done it, because you don't know what to expect from the chafing. It's really not fun, even if things go pretty well. So yeah, so they're still around. So it sounds like, I think probably George and James might go around 3 p.m. In about half an hour. And then if I had to guess, it's going to be another 15 to 30 minutes for the next crew, and then 15 to 30 minutes after that for the next one. I have talked to all of these crews about their strategy to the start, and they've all said they really don't want to start too close to any other crews. You just heard from James there that he wants to, you know, he and George really want to run their own race. They might not even be getting splits on what the other crews are doing until, you know, sort of the last maybe 40 miles, 30 miles of the race, roughly. So that'll be interesting to see if that's how that goes, if they do end up getting splits. Okay, we've got George coming back now. He has not done a runner, in case anyone else is worried about that. So I don't know. I do think George and James are probably going to be the first of these three to leave. Whether it's going to be Alex and Magnus next or Billy and Jon next, it is hard to say at this stage. I think it might be Alex and Magnus followed by Billy and Jon. Equally, it could be the other way around. That really, honestly, it's and they might decide last minute. They might not have even decided yet. So. Let's see. We've got some updates for you from further down the course. So Nushi and Rob have gone through Pusey in 1:58. So, oh, there we go. So several mixed crews. We're starting to see a lot of those mixed crews are really close. Look at all of those times. That's a lot around that sort of 1:57 to 1:59 mark on the mixed crews. And the new overall leaders are Radek Zilski and Dave Brown, who have gone through Pusey in 1:47. So I think I said earlier that I was expecting the top crews to go to Pusey between an hour 30 minutes and an hour 50 minutes. And that is, I think, what we're seeing. I don't think the Dutch crew are through Pusey yet, but they were on pace earlier. So the GPS will predict the pace based on sort of like how you're paddling now, when it thinks you're going to reach the checkpoint. And they were pacing to 1:33 earlier, which is what I would expect. It's pretty consistent with their performance the last couple of years. Oh, it's gone up to 1:35 on the GPS for Vitaven and Zeggers. So that is, they're going to be a quick crew there, and then we'll see how quick these go. Really, I think for these crews, if they go between 1:30 and 1:50, they're all still in a chance to. They're all in with a chance to win it. So that's that could be good. And I think the stages race should be wrapping up pretty soon as well. So we'll see if we can get an update on that. We might also replay some of our videos from earlier where you can, if you missed them, you can see some of the pre-race interviews a couple interviews from the Waterside series with some of the top crews who are going out there today. Get a little bit more insight into, how their training has been going and how they're thinking about the race. Shuna and Sarah, tell me about your DW plans. Is this your first DW? Are you first time racing together?
It's our first time racing together. I've attempted DW twice in the past, but not managed to make it all the way. Shuna?
This will be my fourth, which is quite scary. But I love the race, so I'm looking forward to doing it again and trying to get us finished.
Yeah. That's great. And so what are your goals? You've been doing really well in the Watersides. What's your main goals for DW?
Finish it well. That's the first. It's always the first aim. You have to finish it. Then you make any other aims. That's my opinion. Then have a tidy race, be as competitive as we can. We would love to go for the women's trophy because it's beautiful, isn't it? That's our aim. Yeah, we think we can do it. We've got some competition though, which is very exciting for the women's race.
It's great. Tell me about your competitors.
Well, we've got a few people in the women's, so I guess some people have come out and said that they're doing DWs. The pair from Exeter, which is exciting, and Rebecca and Anya from here as well. Yeah. So it's going to be a great race, really exciting for the
really
women.
Good. Yeah.
Great. And you all so far are probably the favorites based off the Waterside results, would you say, or?
Yeah, but it's close.
Yeah, it's close, and it's a long old race. So we'll see what happens on the day.
Exactly, anything can happen. You can't make predictions, really.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how did you feel in your race today, Waterside C?
It was a slog. It was hard.
Yeah, it was good, but yeah, it was hard work.
Yeah, it's come at an end of a big block of mileage for us. So yeah, we haven't tapered into it or anything. So you were trying to take that as we've done a lot of mileage. So, but that's the plan.
More of a training than a race today.
Exactly, and it's also used for schedule planning, this race, we think, so yeah.
That's going to be key this year, isn't it?
Yes,
it always is.
Yeah.
And what about, you're planning to not race D, so what's your strategy with that?
For me, I find it's too close. I think a few paddlers think that as well. You're at risk of wrist pain, things like that, and I'd rather not do the pound any more times than I have to. To be honest. Yeah. So we'll taper from about 2 weeks in.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Well, good luck, and we'll see you on DW.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations on your series win.
Thank you.
How does this feel?
Very good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Well earned. Very well earned. Yeah.
Was this your goal going into the Waterside series this year?
Yeah, I think so. The women, there aren't that many women that do the full series, so we did know that we had a very good chance at it. And going into today, we knew that we would have to have a really bad day to not do well. But our real goal in the Waterside was just to get the experience for DW.
Yeah. So how are you feeling going into the DW? Rebecca, this is your third?
Third, yep. So third attempt and second finish. I think we're feeling really strong. We changed boats a couple of weeks ago, and so we've got a low volume boat now that fits us much better and makes a really, really big difference when we're in swirly water, fast flow. The other boat we were in, which was still good, and we were still stable in it, but it just moves a lot, and we just didn't weigh enough.
Did you make that change between B and C?
No, we did it between B
and C.
B and C.
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because you all picked up some speed from B to C.
Did we?
Yeah, because you were closer behind Sarah and Shuna.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
number one rivals at DW this year.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although there's no swirly bits on here, so interesting.
I think it was just more comfortable, maybe lighter as well.
Yeah.
I
It
think
is
that made a big
lighter.
difference.
It's only 12.4 kilos. The other boat was 16. So
That's a pretty big. Okay. Wow. And Anya, this will be your first DW.
Yeah, first one.
And will this be your longest paddle ever?
Yes, it will. It will. Yes, I didn't think of that. Yes, it will be my longest paddle
Now
ever.
she's going to be dreaming about that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it?
Excited, nervous. Yeah, mainly excited and nervous. I think I sort of know what to experience because I supported you last year, but I think it's very different being on the sidelines than actually in
Yes. She did see the aftermath, though, of last year. She was in the crew that came and picked us up on at Putney.
My thought was, they looked so awful, I would never do this to myself. And then I'm like, I'm doing it now this year. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay. And what are your goals for DW?
Finishing.
Well,
and maybe a bit more.
I think we are close enough, I think, to the only other K2 ladies crew that we know about, that we know is faster than us, but we're close enough that we can really try to compete with them. So, yeah, I think I'm guessing that the record is out of the question. We've looked at our times, and maybe if everything went absolutely right, and if it rained a bit more between now and then. But it seems unlikely. But we will be, so finishing will be our first goal. But, no, I suppose finishing is required.
Yeah.
And what we'll actually be aiming for will be winning the K2 ladies vets.
That's great. And do you have a sense of like where your strengths are versus Sarah and Shuna, or do you think you're very evenly matched?
We don't know them.
I think we don't know. I think maybe paddling, we're good. We've got a good steady pace. I think we do struggle on the portaging, aren't we?
What she's really saying is, I'm slow on the portages.
Someone can't run.
True, it's true. I will say I'm slightly older than she is, and I've never been a runner. Yeah, so I am slower on the portages. But they're not, they're probably closer to your age than mine.
Yeah.
So they're probably,
So we should look out for you all maybe in the second half of the race a little bit more. If you're a little behind it on the canal,
but
you could make up for that on the river.
We're only 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's
2
very
minutes behind
tight.
them, so
very close.
That's a lot of portaging between there and here. So, yeah.
Could be tight. Will you be getting updates on them as you go down the course?
Oh, yeah. As I'm sure they will be on us. It's good to have. I think it's really, if there weren't another crew that we had that was near us, it's harder to push on, isn't it? If you're not really competing with someone, it's much harder. Yeah.
Yeah, nice healthy competition.
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
Good.
Friendly competition.
Yeah,
yes.
we want them to do well.
Because we'd be just as happy in second place.
Yeah.
If we think we did a good race,
Yeah,
we'd be just as happy with that. Or third, because who knows if someone else is going to drop into the race between now and then. We wouldn't want to drop below third because then you don't even get a medal.
All right. Is there any part of the course that you're looking forward to? Part of the race that's
getting on the flow, I think, would be.
Yeah.
By the time we get to there, that I will be very happy for some flow.
Yeah. So here will be. So I live in Newbury, and so I will have friends lining the course, and they'll be banging pots and pans and so on. So that'll be cheering. That'll lift our spirits, I think, and then we'll stop here and change if it's getting cold enough then. And then the flow starts, and
And I'm still trying to convince our support crew to dress as Ladybird.
Yeah. Our team name, Ladybirds.
Yeah, Ladybirds. Yeah.
So we want them to dress up as ladybirds.
Yeah.
Genius.
I haven't convinced them quite yet.
At least some face paint.
Yeah, that's it.
An antenna.
Yeah, that's so easy.
Wings, they're great.
So easy. I can't wait to see it.
If I can convince them, though.
Yeah.
And Al will be a ladybird. He'll be the head ladybird.
He's the one I'm trying to convince the most.
Yeah. Okay.
I think his legs would look really good in the costume.
I cannot wait to see this. I'm really excited. We will catch it on camera. Thank you so much. You are racing DW together. Starting with Rob, when did you decide that you would be racing DW together? How did this idea come together?
Well, I guess I've supported initially doing it the last 3 years. So sort of, although I only started kayaking last summer, I had a good idea of what I was signing myself up for. And I guess it's one of the things I kind of thought, I always thought, oh, maybe 1 year I'll give it a go. And then finally, after a few years, I thought, oh, if I am going to do it at some point, then I should probably get on to doing it. And so, yeah. And so, as I say, started last summer, sort of gradually built it up, and now a big build up in the next few weeks.
Now you're here. And whose idea was it originally?
I think
entirely Rob's idea.
it was my idea. I think, yeah.
I have this theory that Rob asked me to do DW after 2024, when I think it looked a lot easier. We were only out there for 13 hours. There was loads of flow. Tom and I sort of seemed to get faster as the night went on. And then he had to be on the sidelines watching the 2025, knowing he was having to do it the following year. We were blown from halfway. There was a headwind the whole way. There was no flow. So hopefully we'll show this year that it can be done smoothly and without any pain or burnouts again.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Rob, how has the training been going?
The training's gone well. Yeah, it's, I think probably the best part of it has been that there's been no major dramas. I'd say just sort of ticking along. No bad incidents to report really. So all good.
Nice. Nushi, what are you looking forward to during the race? You've done it a few times. You know what to expect.
It being done will be pretty good.
Okay.
But no, I'm really looking forward to it. I guess I come back every year, so I must really like it, and particularly getting to Westminster, hopefully. Always goal number one, but finishing and going up those steps with Rob will be really special.
Nushi's promised me it'll be the best night out of the year, so got big boots to fill.
Forget sleep deprivation. You're going to be celebrating.
I think I don't go out much.
That's another way to look at it, yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck. Another overall win from the Watersides in the bag. Congratulations. Tell me how your race went today.
Yeah, it went really well. I think a longer race compared to the other ones, and we certainly felt that in the second half. I think we both got to Kintbury and thought, oh, it's ready to be done now. But we held together okay, I think. And yeah, it was a good performance, I think.
Yeah, happy to get Waterside C done, enjoyed it up until Kintbury, and then it was a hard push onto the end, but equally we're in the middle of training. We're not going to be feeling our freshest either, so it was nice to have a support crew out today as well, a bit handy just to push us on at a couple of the locks. So yeah.
And did you see Billy and John at any point? You started 3 minutes behind them and then started catching them up.
So I started to be able to see them from Hungerford. They'd be just in the distance. And fortunately for us, they wore high vis, so I could spot them. And that pushed us on, and we worked hard between Hungerford and Kintbury, which might have been a little bit of our undoing after that. But it definitely pushed me on to be able to see them.
Nice. So I've got to ask about the boat situation. So some keen-eyed viewers have noticed that you all have changed your boat since the last Waterside.
Yeah. So we had our own sprint boat, an old Nello that we raced last time we were here, but everyone kind of made us second guess our decision to go with the sprint boat. So we've now swapped to a marathon boat, which has been kindly lent to us, which has been really nice to pick up for the portages. We knew that 3 kilos was quite a lot, but to actually lift it up is, it's lovely to carry, isn't it?
It really is very nice to carry. It means you can push on the portages. But just coming back to the fact we've been lent this, I think I just want to say thank you to the amount of people that have offered so much support and boats and equipment.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely incredible.
Really grateful.
Oh, that's great. Amazing. Well, and are you all planning to race Waterside D, or will you be skipping it? Have you decided yet?
We'll skip.
Okay.
It's not for us this year.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit too long and hard and close to the race. It's only 2 weeks to DW, so I think we'll do probably a long but steady Thames paddle just to familiarise ourselves with the Thames in the flow, especially.
Okay. And what else will you be doing in the last few weeks in the lead up to DW? Final preparations, taper?
Yeah, a bit of a taper. Get loads of drink and food in. Try and stock up our supplies.
Kind of one more week of hard training, I guess, before a taper. Not that you ease off completely and taper, sorry, but another good week, a long paddle next weekend, and our other support crew are coming out the weekend after as well. So that'll be a good run through. And then, yeah, stay healthy.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, congratulations again, and see you at DW. And today, guys, congratulations on your series record. Happy to have that.
Yeah. It was an eventful day, so it was quite to make it all come together was hard. We had a few difficulties along the way, didn't we?
Yeah.
You can explain that.
Well, so the main aim for today was to get the record for Waterside D veteran, but the secondary goal was to get the series record, and all was going extremely well for both until our rudder wire snapped, and we then had to work very, very hard to make the time for the series record. The day record is survives. We didn't get that, but the series one we can have.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, Billy really jinxed it. Just before that happened, he was saying, "We're up on this. We've got 4 minutes per hour to drop, so I think we've got this one in the bag." And on the very next portage, the rudder wire snapped.
Man.
But no, we had that, and then there was another point where you're just thinking it's not your day. We got to one of the bridges, and there's a barge there going through, and so we had to portage again and get out and run, and almost happened again with another guy, didn't it? But luckily we got through that one. At that point, that was going to be one of those weekends. But from then on, we had a good middle point. I'd say
Flagging. I popped at the end, and but there was a lot of motivational speech coming from Jon in the back. Yeah.
You think that makes you more prepared just in case something goes wrong at DW?
Well, we've done a lot now in the boat together, so I think that when things happen, you can dig in. You know where to go with each other, what buttons to press, what buttons not to press. To be fair, that was the first time I've been in a boat with Billy and felt him pop. So to his credit, like he's bomb-proof normally. And I mean, it wasn't a complete pop, was it? We got to the finish.
No, I think it was.
I mean, you guys have done a couple DWs together, so that's pretty.
Yeah.
For that to be the first time, that's not too bad.
Yeah. So, but no, overall, I think it was a harder day than we anticipated, but the job got done. So, to a point with the series record. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. And excited for DW in 2 weeks?
Yeah, it'll just be a case of resting up now. Doing a little bit over the next week or two. Resting, shaking off a cold.
We could do with entering.
Oh yeah.
Deadline's today.
Yeah, midnight tonight. We've got loads of
sending
time.
reminders.
Loads of time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Goals for DW this year?
2 up from last year, 1 up from the year before.
Yeah, we need a win.
That's the goal. All right.
Yeah, I think it's about time. We've had a few tough ones where they just haven't fallen our way. We've been up against good competitors. Again, we're going to be up against more good competitors this year. But we know what we need to do, don't we?
Yeah.
So,
Anything in the race you're looking forward to?
no.
This was Billy's question, so Billy, you better have an answer for it.
Yeah, I have a few favourite parts of the course, but I'll keep those to myself.
Okay.
You just love spending time with me, really, don't you?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Every hour with Jon, it just gets better and better.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. See you in 2 weeks.
Brilliant.
Team DW again this year. How are you feeling about it? How does this year compare to previous years for you?
Good question.
I hope we make it to Devizes again. First time we pedaled together, we stopped.
You mean Westminster?
We will sure make it to Devizes. Westminster, indeed. The first time we raced together, we were stopped in Paddington. Finishing in Westminster is a lot of fun.
It's very cool. And it's the last he's retiring.
I might.
Oh no! So this could be your last one
Could be.
for a while.
But yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
So that will be very meaningful.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to take a similar strategy to the race? You were really fast at the first on the canal the last couple of years, especially last year.
Yeah. It suits us. Compared to today, I think the strategy is go slower.
Yes, we will not get a big fat nice wash in the start, but yeah, we go fast, and then he won't get sick, and we'll do
very well.
Very well. We have a nice team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great plan. What is your favorite part of the race? What are you looking forward to?
Oh, dawn. The first birds, the first blackbird. Yum.
I like the bats at night when they fly through the light of your torch.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
The bats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I really hope is that at the finish, I feel that I gave it my everything and that it was a good race.
Yeah.
Too many races, I'm at the finishing. This should have been better, or that didn't go as planned. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that feeling.
I'm looking forward to finishing probably the most. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So those were just a few of our interviews with some of the top crews, some of whom you've already seen head out onto the course today, and a couple of whom we're still waiting to set off from Devizes. We're expecting, we have 3 crews left in Devizes, if you're just joining us. We're expecting one of those crews to probably leave in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then all 3 of those crews to have left Devizes by about 4 p.m. local time at the latest is our guess. Right now, we still have a couple of more crews who are just reaching Pusey, that first checkpoint. And we'll give you a leaderboard update in a few minutes once we get a few more crews passing through there.
All right. So we are... I think you can see what's going on screen. George and James are getting ready to go. Henry, you've done this the last 2 years. This is year 3. What do you think the tension level is at this?
Very,
waiting
very
for
high.
the last 3 crews to start.
The bike support crew is warmed up and ready to go. So just pan to the left a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit.
there's
There you go.
Mags on the bike.
So this is their final briefing. So I'm going to have to drop the mic and run to my photography spot in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying we've got the last 3 boats left now, and it's that waiting game of who's going to get on first, who's going to go when, whether there's going to be a 5-minute gap or a half-hour gap, and yeah, it's that whole. I don't want to say game of chicken because it's not a game of chicken, but it's a game of confidence, whether or not you want to be chased down the canal, whether or not you want to be comfortable. And we're just talking to another support crew who they're not paddlers, but they're supporting Magnus and Alex, and they were sort of like, oh right, yeah. So if you've got a crew breathing down your neck, that might force you to paddle a bit harder than you want.
Yeah.
And if you paddle a bit harder than you want, well, that means your race plan goes a bit out the window.
And
so,
equally, chasing someone down might make you go harder.
Yeah. So you want to do everything you can to maximize your chance of keeping to your personal race plan. And so that's where I think DW really does become a sort of mental fortitude race.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah,
we're getting
DW
some serious
becomes a bit
wind
of a
gusts
mental
over
fortitude race. Sorry, we're just putting a boat back onto the grass. So if I...
You want to put it on the other side of the...
There you go. We're just putting a boat back on the grass. We said it was windy earlier. We weren't.
Everything's getting blown around.
It is very breezy. So DW becomes a bit of a mental fortitude race because how much can you stick to your race plan? How much are you willing to let that go out the window? And the truth is, at this end of the race, all of these guys are top end or have been top end GB paddlers.
Yeah.
Or certainly very high up in the national divisions. So none of them should get sucked into a race that they do not want to be sucked into.
They should know better.
Shouldn't. But at the same time, that's what makes people good racers, is they can still put it out when they get drawn in.
Yeah.
But DW isn't a very forgiving race of letting your plan go out the window.
Yeah.
So, yeah, right now we're playing the waiting game of seeing who's gonna not throw the towel in, but literally throw the boat in and go. But I think is that Alex Lane there still fully dressed?
Yeah. Alex is still wearing jeans.
But you know that could be on top of all her paddling layers, so she can just rip that off and go. Which was who was it last year that did that?
Billy.
But I also think
Tom Simmons and Andy Burkett.
Andy Burkett.
Last year. Yeah.
Very much whip off and go.
Look at this as a coffee crew. This is the whole. Look at this contingent here with George and James. I think they must have like the largest. James is just saying they didn't even really have to ask many people to support because so many people volunteered.
Well,
I mean, this is.
I think Elmbridge have only got one crew in.
No, I think there's another Elmbridge crew. Actually, I think there's maybe a veteran.
Here we go. Right, I'm going to give you the microphone.
All right, and then
I'm
we're
going
going
to
to get to the.
position.
Right. Let's go check on George and James. So I had a good chat with James earlier. If anyone's tuning in now and missed that, definitely rewind and go back to watch it. This is, one of the differences. I was asking James earlier about, obviously he and George both raced against each other at the stages race last year, and how he's feeling sort of this year with that experience and how it compares and contrasts. And he was saying that there is kind of a different level of energy. Obviously, he had support for that race last year, but there's so much energy and support for the nonstop race this year, and you can see exactly what that looks like. They're taking a nice team photo. Here we go. Look at that. Talk about a team photo. And a lot of young paddlers, juniors who are part of the support crew too. I think both Elmbridge and Chelmsford have great junior programs. And so that's a lot of those younger paddlers, junior and under 23, who've come out to support George and James, which is pretty cool. Paddlers who might in a few years be racing this themselves. So let's see. It's 2:56, and James said earlier they're going to start at 3, so they're right on time, sticking to their plan. There's a little bit of rain coming down, but it's not too bad. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. There's a narrowboat passing by, but we haven't seen too many narrowboats today. I think the gray weather has helped kind of keep some of the narrowboat traffic of previous years away. Here they go. George Durden and James Walkington. So they are going to be the third to last crew to start. There's Alex and Magnus, wishing them good luck. We'll get Alex and Magnus on camera shortly.
You look the part, that's the most important thing.
We've got matching kit here too. So they're just scanning all their GPS stuff. You can always see the photos and everything in the GPS tracker.
Once you've been together. We're just not keep his hair out his eyes. The tube on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, otherwise I can take them out. Grab on those sticks.
Last preparation here for George and James before they head out. Let's see if we can catch.
Thank you.
All right. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
As good as you can, I think. Good as you can. Nice following wind, I think. That should be good.
Anything you're looking forward to about the race? Fond memories from last year?
Finishing.
Okay. And Elm
I
Bridge,
think going
hopefully.
past Barn Elms as well, seeing a new,
Yeah.
getting to Westminster, because it felt like it was missing from last year. So
And this will be your first time to Westminster for both of you.
for both of us, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be
hobbling up the stairs will be
interesting seeing it all through the night.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah.
I think there is a moon. Hopefully it's not too dark. Yeah.
It should be good. We got a good support crew, good lights. We'll be good.
Okay. Well, best of luck, guys. Thank you so
very
much.
Thank you.
See you out there. Off they go. All right, I'm going to walk around to the other side, and we'll catch George and James's start. That's a big old gust of wind. We've had some serious wind gusts here. You might be able to say it's picking up a little bit from earlier. So, catch George and James. So there's the top 3 crews this year. In case you're just tuning in, we have got 3 crews who are probably going to finish really close to each other. And George and James are one of them. If the starting order and the finishing order match, then they'll finish in 3rd place today. But it's far too early to predict that. Far too early. So George and James should be coming through here any minute, and they've got a big old support crew coming out to the start. So everyone you just saw taking that team photo is going to cheer them on at the start. So get ready for some cheering, I think. And we've got some times to Pusey. So we've got a couple updates on the crews who left earlier, especially some of those top crews. So the Dutch crew is on pace for a 1:35 still. So that's Jouke and Floor. And their time, just for reference, was a 1:36 last year. Their time to Pusey was a 1:36. This year, they're on pace for 1:35. We're expecting them to be the quickest to Pusey. And then the other top crew who are following another top 5 contender, Escott and Webster. Luke Escott and James Webster are pacing for 1:41. So all of those times are in range to stay in the mix for podium spots down the course. And about what I would expect from those 2 crews. So we should have James and George through soon, and we'll see if we can get a time on. I'd like to get a time estimate on Tom Dawson and Eretz Martiartu, the British-Spanish crew as well. If we can get a estimate for Tom and Eretz, they are projected at 1:48. So just a minute behind Escott and Webster. We'll see. Those are projected times. Not all of them have passed through Pusey yet. So, yeah, 8 minutes behind Escott and Webster, projected for 7-8 minutes for Tom and Eretz. We'll see how they go. They could be in the top 5. They might not. So after George and James go, we've still got Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady and Alex Lane and Magnus Gregory. So it's a slow burn here in terms of these last few crews starting. but how close they'll finish, we'll see. So just get a view of the supporters who've all come out here. So tail end of the start. Still plenty of fans, race fans and supporters hanging out to watch the start in Devizes. I wonder if they've gone for a little bit of a warm-up, because it's been a few minutes for James. A lot of crews don't really do much of a warm-up before DW. I think just because it's such a long race, you know, it's how much of a difference is the warm-up really going to make? I mean, they do land warm-ups. Most crews are doing some land warm-ups. So there's Keith Moole and Mags Delay on bikes over there. So they are going to go ahead and cycle down the course to support George and James from bikes. I think all three top crews have at least one person supporting on a bike. And one of the big things that helps with is overnight on the portages, once it gets dark, to have someone cycling in front of you with a torch and lighting the way can make a huge difference. But it's also, you know, something that you can do from a motivational standpoint is, you know, when you're on a bike, you can keep up with the paddlers a little bit better and shout them on. And that can make a big difference. Alex Lane last year was supporting Billy Butler and Jon O'Grady. Now they're competing against each other, but Alex was supporting them last year and she shouted them on at one point. And it really helped them out because she was checking the splits and said, look, you are in it with a chance to win. And they really, really pushed, and they ended up in third place, but it was only 10 minutes between those top three crews. 8 minutes between the top three crews. So I don't know how close it's going to be this year. These crews are really, really well matched. And I have talked a lot about the top two. I think several of us have who are regular follower. Okay, I can see blades flashing, so they'll be through here. George and James are on the way, moving this direction. But yeah, George and James could just as easily, you know, take the first or second spot, especially if something does go wrong for either Billy and John or Alex and Magnus. There's definitely a chance that that could be, you know, I don't think that's going to happen. I think these are both experienced crews where anything that goes wrong would be probably relatively minor and they would fix it pretty promptly. But yeah, George and James are a really strong crew. They have a phenomenal support crew. And that can make all the difference to have a great support crew as well. And it's a lot of paddlers who've done DW. Okay, here they go. Off they go. 3:06 for George and James. And that's the mass exodus. It's one of the funny things about watching the starts, especially those support crews. They've got to run to get to the next stop to make sure they're ready with food and drink. So that was this time we got Kat and Tom here. We'll see if we can check in with them for a couple minutes. Can I get you two back again? In case anyone missed Kat and Tom earlier. What do you think about these last three crews?
So far, pretty much as expected, I think.
Yeah.
They're going off, well, we don't know when the last two will be going off, but probably quite soon.
Okay.
Which is good, because it means three of them will be together and we'll be able to watch as they go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have it sometimes where the first crews split themselves quite a distance, just going for different tide windows.
Yeah, well,
not tide windows, but some of them will hit the tide early.
Well, Billy went early last year.
Oh, did he?
I don't think he realised he was in the race until
Alex Lane shouted at him and told him he was in it.
Right,
And
yeah.
Billy and John splits just.
Yeah, but then the other three of us were pretty tightly packed, and that was what people followed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. What's the time?
Do you know, is there a little bit of cat and mouse? Have they decided who's going first or last, or are they actually just going
I've
about
been
their
chatting
business?
to them less than previous years. Maybe it's my involvement. What they're missing. I don't know.
Well, last year
did
you
need
guys
to go and
planned it
medal
out,
and
yeah.
No, I just interested to know when I can get going, because I want to see some some of the racing.
And you were chasing last year, right?
Yeah.
You all very intentionally started last.
I like going last, yeah. I'm not sure either of them are particularly fussed about that. But,
Oh, they're not. Okay.
But they may
that's
just be fobbing me off. I don't know.
yeah, because
Quite
they don't
possibly.
want you telling the other
Yeah.
crew what they're planning to do. Yeah. So, no, I think it's obviously going to be tight. They obviously think they're going to do similar times.
Yeah.
And I was just chatting to Dan here, and we were saying, if we were in their shoes, might we have left earlier?
Yeah.
To go and hit the tide window earlier and just be out of this nonsense and not getting cold.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe their schedules are such that actually they don't want to get on any earlier. It wouldn't make any sense. It's hard to tell. They're not going to give everything away to us, to the people they're chit-chatting to, because you've got to keep your race close enough to your chest to that's what happens at the sharp end.
Yeah.
It's quite exciting.
It is. I like watching it from this point of view as well.
And the weather hasn't been too terrible. The wind isn't super cold.
No, it's behind them. And it's getting better, I think. There might be a gusty bit later on this evening, but generally it's improving.
And no rain. And what do you think? I thought that the temperature drop might not be so severe this evening because of it being a southwesterly.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point. I don't know.
That would help.
I'd say just casual conditions. They don't know how difficult it is. These people doing DW for the first time, having these lovely, mild, like fairly dank conditions. They don't know what they're missing in terms of disgustingness.
I mean, it's not that pleasant here. Maybe because I've been sat around all day.
No, I think paddling is actually all right. Yeah. These sorts of conditions, this is nice to paddle in, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the wind's behind them.
You're moving, and it's
not too cold.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
It's not dark yet either. Still got a few hours of that.
No, I think the clock's changing will be in the benefit of these later starters.
Last year we set off and it was dark pretty early.
Yeah.
So they'll get, what's the time now?
It's still 3:10.
We've got another 3 hours.
So they'll get most of the way to Newbury.
Yeah. And I was talking to, for example, the girls' cruise.
Yes.
And they were saying that they weren't expecting it to get dark much before. I think they were talking much later, like Aldermaston type area, because they're going to get through.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no,
Because they
Newbury,
started-
Aldermaston, because
yeah.
they've left so much earlier. You know, they're going to be a few hours ahead. And I think that makes a massive difference.
To do more in the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, and there is some debate over, like, is there a time to hit these crazy winds that's better?
I think for all these later crews,
Yeah.
the heavy wind from the forecast anyway is sort of between now and 7 p.m. And they'll all just be on the canal in the sheltered bit, really.
So it won't be so
they
bad
definitely won't
regardless.
get anywhere near the river
Yeah.
where it opens up a bit. So that shouldn't really bother them.
The times to PZ so far have been in the like 133 to 147 range.
Pretty fast.
Which is pretty, it's just the Dutch crew.
Yeah.
I have to check if they've actually
They
done
like
it. That's
going
their
fast and
predicted,
choosy,
or sorry, 135 to 147. So
Yeah.
pretty similar to last year before.
Good.
Well, no, it's very exciting. But yeah, we are literally in the waiting game now.
Yes.
Like, come on, because I'd like to get down and see. I think a couple of the other crews. I don't know if you've got people out there, but they've seen like Anushka and Rob going through. They were in really good spirits.
Good. Okay.
A couple of the girls. So it would be nice to get further up the course now and start to see some of what I would call like the midfield.
Yes.
The middle of the field. Because, no offense, this is really interesting and exciting, but it doesn't actually get exciting till they're on the river and they're really going head to head.
Yeah.
Whereas some of those other crews, you'll see a lot more difference in how they tackle the upper canal and the portaging. And actually, the race can be won and lost for them. You know, for example, the second, third, fourth for the mixed race and the ladies' race might well be decided up here. So seeing them out on the course and looking at how they tackle Crofton.
Yes.
Whereas these two fast crews that you see here, they're going to run Crofton.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
They're all going to portage really smoothly. They're going to get to Wootton Rivers and they're going to hop out of their boats as if like that was just a couch paddle. Whereas in the midfield, you won't know, you've never competed in there. But from experience.
DW always goes by really fast for Tom. It's so weird.
She does. Yeah. I was just looking at the 4-day event.
Oh, yeah.
K1s.
The
K1s
stages.
looked like a good race. Shuna
Are they
had a
still
really
out
good
there
day.
or have
No,
they?
they finished now.
Okay,
K1s
great.
have only Well, we brought the starts earlier on the 4 days, so
Yes.
they should all be in by now. I've just had a look at the K1. I'll look at the juniors in a minute.
How did it look?
It's pretty tight at the top of the K1 race. So Shuna had a really good day, but then second down to fifth are within 5 minutes of each other.
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
that's quite
nice.
cool.
Did he have they were wash hanging earlier today?
Yeah, I heard there was 4 K1s.
The top 4 guys
together, and they
Yeah.
probably carried on. They're not here. Okay. Right, interesting. Okay.
They separated out after
It's probably
that?
quite hard
Okay.
to stay. It's probably hard to have got together that early in the race. You've
Yeah.
still got some complicated.
Yeah.
You get some quite tight and silly locks around that section.
Sean was in the V in the video, in the diamond. I was like, who let him back there?
He probably decided.
Yeah.
Back there. He was like, "Oh, guys."
Yeah, the junior race is pretty close to. I've got to be honest. I'm not familiar with some of the names, but
yeah,
there's a bit of a bunch. Yeah.
And a Marlborough College cruise too.
Yeah, we'll get an update from the stages team down at the campsite in Marlow later, I'm sure. But good to see they're racing well as well.
Good. Great. Yeah, it looks like Sean got locked up. And I think Tilla Marie Kubish-Wiles has got the ladies' race locked up, probably. I think she had
and she's
quite a
quite
big lead
young.
yesterday.
Yeah, and I think Tilla is
she
sort
is
of
young, isn't she?
She may be 20 now.
That's
19 or
really
20.
young to be doing this. And Sienna did it last year, and she's young as well.
Sienna did
also
it
under
last year,
23.
and Sienna's out supporting.
Yes.
And so, maybe we'll see Tilla coming back, and we're building this next generation of young women
That'd be
to
great.
snap at Nushi's heels.
Oh, we talked about the women's record too. Maybe this is like a Sienna and Tilla kind of thing.
Yeah, you just don't know
Never
who's
know.
going to come out of the woodwork now.
Yeah.
So that's really good fun. So it's nice to see all of these young athletes.
Lots of things looking forward to happening soon. But
Yeah, there's so many juniors out supporting George and James. That was really cool to see.
Well, that would be really cool. We were talking earlier about how do we get more juniors engaged,
Oh,
and maybe
yeah.
that's Chelmsford Canoe Club.
I
Come
was
with the
gonna say-
junior
and
team.
Elmbridge as well. Yeah, Chelmsford and Elmbridge were both really.
Bring out junior teams and go head to head. Now that's Chelmsford juniors or Elmbridge juniors. Which team would win?
They need to go head to head in the
come on,
tennis
let's do
200.
Well, what
That
about
would be
Richmond junior
Well, Richmond
team?
juniors would always win.
Would always win.
Club loyalty here.
I'm gonna say Chelmsford juniors.
I think they've got a pretty good outfit there.
because
Or junior and U23, or just juniors.
no, let's get them. Set them the task. Come on, Chelmsford Canoe Club. Get a junior team out because they train on, a pretty shallow piece of technical water.
The canal Chelmsford was built by the same guy that built the bit from Newbury to Reading.
Amazing.
Same
Okay.
engineer.
I don't know if you
Same
can hear that.
canal
So same canal. Okay, so they know how to do all these portages,
Yeah.
and actually their race is very similar to a Waterside race. They go over these portages. In fact, they normally do about 12, I think, portages in the 12-mile race. So, I back Chelmsford
Well, it'd
junior
just be
team.
good to see clubs entering junior K2s again.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where they're from. It'd be great to see.
No, really good.
Yeah.
But that's a challenge. So if anyone from
yeah.
Chelmsford is
Yeah.
watching your live stream, right?
Well, I'm thinking you can, because we had the great Richmond versus
Chelmsford in the
Chelmsford.
10-200.
Yeah, or Richmond and Elmbridge, however you want to.
Okay, now we'll see it in DW.
And,
That would be
and
pretty
so
cool.
in the relay, or can we also get the juniors entered into the relay and have a junior head-to-head?
Now there was a really, really cool Norwich, a couple of Norwich crews. I think they put in a team.
Oh, yeah.
A few, but this was maybe like 8-9 years back, and they were excellent. And it was won, I think, by a mixed crew.
There's an Elmbridge mixed crew that did the young crew that did the Watersides this year that did incredibly well. Some of their times were really good.
They're not here.
No, they're not racing today. No,
No, it's possible.
but they did the Watersides.
It's possible that they're
Finn
assessing-
Meredith and
Yeah.
was it Imogen Field? Was
Was
with
it
Finn,
Imogen
I
Field,
think?
and you've got Matilda. She
Yeah,
did-
Tilly Burton and
They're in the middle of their assessments for internationals, so maybe
Oh,
that
that's the problem. Yeah.
complicates
Yeah.
and sprints and things. So
well, hopefully we get more of them next year.
We should go and have a look and see the other two crews.
I'm gonna go see if
off we go.
I'll see if the other guys are getting ready yet. Thank you very much, Kat and Tom. All right, let's head back to the pen. I think there's still going to be. I am expecting these two crews are going to want to leave at least 30 minutes. As in, I think they probably don't want to go before 3:30. But you never know. You never know. Let's see. So Billy's still over there with his support crew, getting his boat ready. And then Alex and Magnus, I think they're still just chilling. Let's see. There's Nick supporting Billy. Oh. All right. Not much movement. Billy, is it all going
all right, yeah.
according to plan?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Are you doing the?
You are live now.
I'm
Yeah,
live
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How are you? Is everything as you expected so far?
Yeah, as expected. It's always a bit busy here in terms of getting everything finally ready. I think because I pack badly. My wife helped me pack today, and it was much better.
Lessons learned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, my packing method caused a minor argument, so it changed, and she took over.
You'd love to do all your packing now.
Exactly. Yeah.
You are very practiced at packing over the last few weeks, moving from the Netherlands back to the UK.
Well, that was one of the issues, was that I was, looking for certain items, and I was, which box are they still in? So, yeah, lots of boxes got moved around in the shed and stuff like that. So, but we're here, we're ready to go, and we're feeling quite good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
And you all are thinking about leaving some big gaps between starts. Is that fair to say? I don't know. Are you?
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to leave any. I'm not going to leave close to anyone.
Yeah.
That I really wouldn't like. Yeah. Hopefully there'll be a gap. I don't know when. Alex and Magnus are starting. We're sort of nearly ready, and but we're not quite ready to go, and. The plan is to be a bit later, but we'll see what happens.
So you still got a little time.
I'm certainly not going to start just behind them. I couldn't think of anything worse.
Yeah.
That would be a stressful race. Yeah.
Fair enough. What do you think about the wind?
It's windy.
Yeah.
It is windy, and it's going to be. I think it's going to be neutral in the end. There's bits of the course where it's going to be a pain in the ass. There's bits of the course where it's going to be really nice. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Just stick it out regardless.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we're a big crew. We've got like 185 kilos in the boat, so we're well placed for that sort of thing. I think I'd much rather have a weight in the boat in a windy day than be a lightweight boat. We'll see what happens.
All right. I'm actually just realizing Alex and Magnus have put their buoyancy aids on, so
nice.
I think
I'll
I
let
better
you go
get them on. Thank you very much, Billy.
Nice one, cheers.
So this is our, let's see if we can get Alex and Magnus on. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean they're rushing to go, but...
I'm really ready to run down, and I hope I don't see you until Westminster.
Can I get you all for an interview, or are you rushing? Oh, you're going to go?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Okay. Anything about today that's unexpected so far from what your crew are doing, or the conditions, or anything?
Just the wind. We moved our schedule back a little bit to deal with the wind, but obviously, it's harder to predict than the flow, I think, so we haven't got much data, but it's exciting.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
And Alex, you've done this a number of times before, obviously. Do you have a favorite part of the course?
I think going down from Newbury probably through Marlow, that's all home water for us, so that's exciting. Yeah.
Great.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Good luck. All right. So Alex and Magnus are off. 3:22. This is a bit earlier than I was expecting, but as you just heard from Alex, she's saying they have moved their schedule forward a little bit because of the wind. So sounds like they think that potentially the wind could slow them down a bit. And as we were just saying with Billy too, Alex and Magnus are a lighter crew than Billy and Jon. And they might, sit a little bit higher in the water, get bumped around a little bit more by the wind, especially on the river overnight when the gusts get really high and the river is very wide and open. A lot of this canal bit is relatively sheltered. So, Yeah, Alex Lane and Magnus Gregory. Alex has won DW previously. She was the second woman to win it outright. She won with Dan Seaford in 2019. And she also holds the women's race record with Kat Wilson, who was just speaking on camera earlier, and Kat came on for a longer chat a couple hours ago as well. So Alex really knows what she's doing. Her first DW nonstop, Kat was just saying earlier, was with her dad when she was only 19 years old, which is, you have to be at least 18 to do DW. They're putting on. I'm going to run over to the start. So yeah, Alex really knows what she's doing with this race. Now, Alex and Magnus, they also were both great international marathon paddlers for both of them. And then Magnus was very good at sprint as well. And whew, I think they're going to blast through this start quickly. So two fantastic paddlers. I think one of the interesting bits is their support crew is a lot of runners who don't know much about DW and paddling. I'm a little worried that is a potential challenge, but I'm sure they've got some paddlers too. So here we go. Here they come. Alex Lane and Magnus Gregory. These are your favorites to win today.
Rolling start, straight through.
Off they go.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Wow. That was, there's their supporters. That was, Kat, they looked pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alex does have a very
Speedy.
serious race face.
She does. That's what I was saying.
That's since the age of 7.
I believe it.
Well, I believe anything that she ever did.
And did she do her first nonstop DW at 19 years old?
No,
Was it
18.
18.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, we've got the family here. And you all are supporting them today, right? So you all know what you're doing, even if the runners are new to it.
Thank you. We'll see you on the course.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, see you around. That's
Okay,
great.
best of luck.
Bye.
So that's Alex Lane's parents and Hugh, her dad, who she did her first race with. Yeah,
that's
great.
really cool. Yeah, we've got a really cool picture from when Alex and I raced, taken from like underneath the bridge as we're going. And yeah, Alex is the same.
The same face.
What you don't realize is she's actually having a really good time.
Yeah, no, I believe it. I
Desert,
definitely believe
I
it.
spoke to her at the end of C. She was like, that was so fun. Such a lovely pedal. I tell you an interesting fact. I don't know actually, because I didn't see if they had watches on or not, but this is completely cat theory here right now.
Okay.
I don't believe they've got watches on.
Okay.
I don't believe that they'll be tracking their time. So
Mm.
this will be really, really different ethos to, let's say, Billy and Jon, who both will wear a watch. Again, I'm just making stuff up.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Believe me if you want to.
No, I'm sure Billy and Jon
I
will
think
get
they will
splits.
both have a
Yeah.
watch on. They will be tracking their own spits. They'll be constantly thinking how they're doing. And that's motivation for them. And personally, I've done it both ways. I quite like having a watch in the early stages. It gives me something to think about. In the middle of the night, I don't pay attention to it, and then I like it on the tideway.
No, that's Dougal.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I don't believe Alex and Magnus will be tracking the time themselves. They will rely
Yeah.
solely on their support crew telling
supporters.
them and how they feel. They
Yeah.
will paddle to their bodies and how they feel, and not to a watch. And yet the net effect will be a really tight race.
Yeah.
So that's not one way is right or wrong, because Alex and I took the record without watches on. We didn't have a single watch.
Wow.
We knew how, if we worked this hard, this is roughly how we would do. And we also knew that our support crew would say, too much, too little, you could work harder, you're going to go bang, you know, whatever the moderation was. And that we thought that actually the watches would be I think Alex, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she's like, it's a distraction, it's unnecessary, just paddle to your body. And because she's so relentless, she naturally wants to be in that light pain zone. And that's where she wants to be. And I think, I don't want to speak for Magnus, but I get the impression he's got a similar kind of endurance engine where he just enjoys being in that zone.
Yeah.
Therefore,
they don't need that additional push. So it's like, this is fun. Let's just sit here.
Yeah.
And that delivers a really good rate.
Yeah.
But it could be theory, and we might see them next, and they've got watches
Yeah.
on. But look out for it. If anyone's watching the race,
We'll check
look
if they're
out and
wearing
see if you can
watches.
see those watches. I'm pretty certain that they're just going with the feel.
Do you think there's any risk to them? So they've started 20 minutes behind George and James.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any risk that they're gonna like be a little bit too motivated to chase them down?
Oh no.
And go a little hard at the start?
I don't think they'll be even thinking about George and James. And I think that
Okay.
sounds dismissive, and it's not supposed to be. These are cool customers. They know how to
Yeah.
race. It's a long way to go. I think they will be interested to see what Billy and John do.
Yeah.
At maybe once they get to Hungerford or something like that. I don't think, and they've got an experienced support crew as well. I'd be really surprised if that support crew feeds them any information too early on, because it's almost irrelevant. What they'll want to know is, are you up or down on the schedule that we put for you?
Yes.
Which is aligns to when we asked you to start. Are you optimized in terms of how you're going to be able to deliver the race? And is there more in the tank, or do you need to wind it back? Yeah. And it's almost irrelevant versus, I think, if you're Billy and John and you're starting later, you might want a little bit of information early on to know, is that gap closing?
Yeah.
That's my gut feel.
Yeah.
Magnus and Alex are probably less likely to engage in that until a little bit further into the race. Probably around Crofton. They might want to know at Crofton once Billy and Johnny have gone through Crofton.
Yeah, how they're doing.
What's that gap?
Yeah. Who do you think is going to be faster to Pusey?
Ooh. Well, Alex and Magnus have technically been faster on all of the Watersides.
They have. But some of that speed comes from their portaging. No portages to Pusey.
Don't know then. Who do you think, Beth? Who do you
think? I would say Billy and John, because I think they've got the water speed, but Alex and Dan went very fast.
Alex and Max. Or Alex and Dan.
Alex and Dan went very fast to Pusey in 2019.
Yeah.
Which I thought was
Alex
interesting.
is quite happy to go out fast. Yeah, she's she'll quite quickly get into the pain zone and hold it there. And Magnus he's Amazonian.
And yeah, he's just gonna stick
He's
with
an
it.
absolutely phenomenal paddler.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know. That's what makes it really exciting.
Yeah. No,
But,
I think it's
I
great.
said
It'll
that
be
I didn't
close.
think Alex and Magnus would have watches on. I think they'll just run with their support crew timing them. Is that about right? Because Alex never normally wears a watch.
Yeah, I think that they'll probably run it just on feel.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Alex knows how to get down this race course quickly, and she's paddled with some tough paddlers before. But Alex described Magnus to me. She's never met anybody that can go to such a dark place as Magnus, which is quite scary.
She raced with Dan Seaford because...
Yeah, she raced with Dan. She's
And
raced
Dan
with this
knows.
lunatic,
Kat, yeah.
So, this is Magnus's first time, but I'm excited. This crew could, if that's true, that mixed record is in danger.
Do you think he can stay?
Keith and Lizzie's record.
Because I wasn't sure whether there was enough in the river.
I think there's enough in the river.
Well, that would be really,
Alex
really
and Mags,
cool.
if they get this right, this could be their day.
Have they
Really
built
could be.
a mixed record schedule?
Has
starting now?
based on the time they've left, yeah.
Okay, that's really
it's
exciting.
open. So I think
Okay.
we've got.
That would be cool.
This is a race within a race.
Yeah.
I've had this debate a couple times in the last couple of weeks over whether that mixed record is actually really up for grabs or not.
No, I didn't know if it would be up for grabs this year. I think on but I'm.
For me, this westerly wind
Yeah.
will really help, and it depends how it develops
Yeah.
into a certain headwind in certain parts of the course.
Yeah.
There are certain.
And they're a lighter boat than Billy and John, I don't know how much that's going to affect them on the river.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that will affect them. I think it very much depends on what happens. I mean, that will affect the race potentially, but time-wise, I think it depends if it turns into a really significant headwind and someone's going through a low, like I've said before, at the wrong time. But if they can hide in the bank a little bit and power through those sections.
Yeah.
So I've got a question for you. If Nushi and Tom were racing, and Mags and Alex.
No, that's
because I hadn't
and
ever
throw
really
Joe and
thought
Brindy
about
into
that
the
because
mix
I would have
too.
said at the start of the season, Mags and Alex wouldn't have had much on Tom and Nushi, but they've come through this season stronger and stronger and stronger. Because Mags hasn't been doing it. Neither of them have been doing much paddling for 2 or 3 years, but it's in the DNA, isn't it? So
Mags has been out for longer than that, right? Or has he
he's not been paddling for a while, but they're obviously incredibly fit.
They've both been doing a lot of exercise, a lot of endurance type stuff.
But go on. So if they were head to head, I've got an opinion, but what do you think? If we put Tom and Nushi at their best, say last year or year before, versus Mags and Alex right now, and you had to put a fiver on one of them.
You know, I'm now starting to look at Mags's historical performances around the world in sprint, marathon, etc., and he achieved levels that Tom's not achieved. Tom's been an incredible paddler.
Tom said earlier,
you know, he's
back in the day, Magnus
great
was much
things
quicker.
in the British team and God knows whatever as a senior, which Mags hasn't done. But Mags,
but then the
as a
experience
junior,
that you'd have in Tom and Nushi's boat, that's kind of.
But you could.
We're gonna have to schedule this for next year. I would like Joe and Brindy in the mix too.
Yeah,
because I think Joe and
be-
Brindy
and
are
actually, Joe and
desperate to come
Brindy-
after Tom
Joe
and Nushi
Brindy were
again.
amazing, Lush, absolutely amazing. But did they reach their full potential? Nah.
It was
Could they be
Brindy's
even
first
better?
DW, and then she did the Thames record.
Oh,
I think she'd go even
2027,
quicker.
the year of no, we are never coming back. This is my night of DW with you.
Oh my God, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go see how Billy and John are getting on because I don't know how soon they're gonna leave.
I think. Yeah, I was going to say they normally like to put about half an hour between them and the crew they're racing.
I think you'll find they'll be off fairly shortly. I don't think Billy's going to push it this year. I think he'll get on with it. In a minute.
Yeah. Well, everyone's gone now, so okay. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll be back. See you guys again in just a few minutes. All right, so let's go check on Billy and John. So I would have thought earlier. I really thought that these crews were gonna have at least. Well, I guess I said 15 to 30 minutes. All right, Billy and John's boat is still on the grass, so we've not missed anything. But that was 20 minutes between George and James and Alex and Magnus. I'm going to predict it now. I think Alex and Magnus are going to catch George and James at some point. I don't know if that's how it's going to finish, but I think they're going to catch them at some point. That's my prediction. And Billy and John. So it's been 10 minutes now. They're nowhere in sight, but I think they're basically fully ready to go. And the boat looks ready to go. There's nothing holding them. Okay. They're off in the car park. You can see them in the distance getting ready. I think they're going to go soon, which is really interesting because I thought they were going to have a bigger gap. But it could be like a 15 or 20 minute gap again, which is going to be great. It's going to be great for watching these crews go down the course. It's going to make it so much easier to watch the closer they start to each other. It makes it really nice to follow. But the times, we'll see what the times look like. I don't know if that mixed record is really up for grabs or not. We'll see. So Billy's looking pretty ready. Let's see. John's over there looking ready. There's another crew that's got matching kit again. I think same kit as last year. All right, we've got a few other crew updates for you. So Rebecca and Anya in the women's race are through Hungerford now, which they've done in 4 hours, 28 minutes and 7 seconds. Pretty good time for that, I think. Escott and Webster went through Pusey in 1:41:07. I think we had that earlier. Eretz and Tom just about to pass through Pusey. Sorry, 1:49 for Tom and Eretz. I'm just catching up on everything. I think Billy and John are going to get on pretty soon. I can see them right in front of me here, just putting on the final touches. So best to make sure that we catch them. And let's see, we've got an update on Storm Dave as well. So Storm Dave is the named storm that is causing all of this wind we're talking about. And it looks like it has already, let's see, there's an amber wind warning. So an official wind warning there. This is updated in the last hour. It looks like that amber warning doesn't cover where we are. So warnings of flying debris. We've already seen that today. So we definitely got flying debris. But it looks like we won't be facing the worst of Storm Dave here. It's going to be the worst part to get hit the other parts of the UK. Let's see, we've got some of Billy and John's support crew over here. Hey. Hi, Hannah. How are you? Good. How are you all feeling about Billy and John's race today?
Good. We're excited, aren't we? Looking forward to
Excited
it.
to get started.
Yeah, excited to get
Nice.
moving and get warm.
Did you support them last year, Hannah? Is that, or the year before? Or is this your first?
Last year, I was here the year
Okay.
before.
Year before was yours. Okay. That's great. I heard you're allowed to get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, I'm
Chris, are you
part-time today.
are you allowed to get some sleep?
No, I'm through the night.
Yes, it's not.
Apparently.
Okay. All right.
He's
Hopefully
he's
you're.
told me to set alarms on watches if I do want to nod off. So
Yes.
strict instructions. So
Good. Okay. Okay. Good.
meticulous Johnny.
And you come from running, is that right?
Yeah, we run together. So
Okay.
He started off and started running with me. We now go to the gym together twice a week as well. and stuff like that.
Nice.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
it's good.
great.
It's good. And then he just invited me down last year and got a bit intimate at the end when I had to, help him change
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff like that. And now I'm still here again. So it's all good fun, isn't it?
The fact that you're back again is probably a good sign.
Yeah. It was nicer last year, though, wasn't it? It was nice
Yes.
and warm. So hopefully,
This is not the same.
no, but it's staying off, isn't it? So hopefully we're all right.
That's the team
Good,
leader.
good, good. Yes.
Team leader.
All right.
Captain Chris.
John, you feeling ready? You look ready.
Yeah, I'm too giddy now. I need to go and do some energy on the water. So, yeah.
Have you
we're
been
ready.
doing like star jumps or something?
No,
You've just gotten yourself hyped.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm going for a wee, and then we'll go down to.
Yeah.
All right.
Over and out.
That's the official. Your official update is the last chance we before the start. Cool.
Big thing.
What did you want to run through on?
I'll do
I'll
that.
let them do. You gonna? So have I? Sorry, John. Yeah, third DW in a row. It's a different kind of vibe this year. And you all have had a good Waterside series, and it felt like you got sort of quicker and quicker over the course of the series too.
Yeah, I think that as the distance rises, I think we do get better.
Yeah.
A obviously is quite short, doesn't quite suit us. And B, there was a lot of flow, so it became a little bit more kind of technical, I suppose. On the way down was harder. On the way back up, I think we were better once we started being able to hug the bank, use a bit of river skills. And then C and D were just kind of what they were really, more of a not plodding, but you're pushing on, aren't you? But the distance is there, and you kind of just going into that groove, keeping yourself honest on the portages. And now we're here.
Do you think you're going to start quick today? Start steady today? Is there anything you're going to be looking for in terms of times, or just like feeling on the water?
I think we'll probably keep our powder dry on that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right. That's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to give away all the secrets.
What was the question?
I'm asking a little bit about your race plan and what you're going to be looking for in the first part of the race.
Go to your
How you
blow.
want to be. I know these guys are going for the win today, so it's third attempt together. Maybe the third time's the charm. We'll see.
You never know.
We'll see. No guarantees, but
Oh no, we definitely don't do any guarantees.
you're not coughing up your lungs this year, Billy. That's a good sign compared to last year.
Yeah, we're very happy with that. Yeah, that was pretty miserable. But
yeah,
you know, last year we threw it together at the last minute. We weren't planning on doing the rest, but we both fancied it. You know, and we didn't have any expectations on us. It was nice at the time, but you know, then we found ourselves in a race, and you know, we gave it everything, and ultimately timings weren't right to push it. I think, you know, the other crews had a lot more flow on the tideway.
Yeah.
And you know, we were matching them toe to toe, you know, earlier, and then we just failed at the last hurdle. But people know what we're about this year. There's no hiding, and we're fed up of the other podium spots. So
Always bridesmaid.
we're going for the win.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's on record. All right, guys. I'll let you guys get to it. Trimming wristbands.
Happy? Yes,
Okay. So
what side of the boat? I'll come down on the trestle.
this is it. Last boat out of Devizes. And I think they're going to be about 20 minutes, starting about 20 minutes behind Magnus and Alex. Got a support crew here. This is a pretty experienced support crew. I think everyone on the crew has supported at least once before, I believe. And it feels like the tailwind is kicking up, so it should be pretty ideal conditions for them to start. It's definitely been a little bit inconsistent today, but just looking at the trees right now, that looks like a pretty solid tailwind. There we go. We've got 3 years of pictures like that. Is this the year that it's going to get them the win? Too early to say. I'm going to sneak up to the start just to make sure we don't miss it, because I think they're going to hop on the water very fast. So yeah, this is Billy and Jon's third year in a row racing together. They've always been sort of a top 3 level contender, top 3 or 4. Last year, I think we had them seated 4th, just based off their waterside times. There's another crew who was seated 3rd based off of their waterside times. And Billy and Jon had not really prepped or trained for it last year the way that they did the previous year. The previous year, they finished 2nd behind Tom and Anushka. So they still managed to get on the podium last year, though. And the year they came 2nd, too, was also Jon's first DW. Which is always hard. It's a really hard one to get your first one done. But it was just, you know, seeing what their vibe's like this year compared to the last 2 years, you know, having watched that the whole time, I think they do seem really calm, determined. I think it's, if of the last 3 years, you know, if it was going to be their year, I think this is definitely their best shot. I think they're feeling good. They know what they're doing. They want the win. They're prepared for it. They've got the results to show that they can do it. It is just, you know, there's not much between them and Alex and Magnus. And so it's going to be too hard to call it because they're both just such strong crews. I really do think it's going to be really close between them. I've got an update on boat 359, which has had a rudder issue. So that is not great for boat 359. I don't know if they're going to be, looks like they're on the water again with duct tape, maybe. So that's your update on 359 while we wait here for Billy and John to come through. 359 is Mark Lowe and Giuseppe Seminara from Richmond Canoe Club. It's their first DW for both of them. So sadly, that does sound like maybe a little bit of a rookie mistake. Hopefully they're able to get that patched up and continue down the course.
Yeah, I'll try and get an update from those.
Internet issue, but I think we should be back now. Sorry about that. Just a little internet glitch, and we are back on. So just waiting here for Billy and John to start. I thought they were going to be really quick on the water, and I've not seen them yet. But you can see on the water, yeah, you can. I think you can see that really clearly, actually, on the video even, just how much tailwind has just gusted through here. This is going to be really, really nice for the cruise for the first part, as long as the canal is, moving in the direction of the tailwind. It does kind of squiggle around a little bit, but they have got a really, really good bit of wind with them here. So we could see some quick times this year. There's been a lot of debate and discussion over how fast it's going to take. So at its quickest, some people have said they think that the mixed record could be in jeopardy, which is 16 hours, 40 minutes. I don't think anyone's expecting it to go any quicker than that. The river levels don't really support it. They're about 60 cumecs in Kingston compared to 30 last year, and I think like 130 the 2 previous years. So it's not a ton of flow on the river. It is more than last year. The tailwind could definitely help move things along. Again, except for the bits of the river, like we were talking to Owen Peake about the umpire of the race earlier. He's saying, there are some stretches where the river sort of turns the other direction. You're going to end up with a pretty bad headwind or sidewind at points. And then others have said, I think Dan Palmer was the one who said that he thought it would be 17 and a half hours maybe would be the winning time. So almost an hour spread of what everyone is predicting the winning time to be, which I think is a little bit wider than we had last year. But it's always hard to say. And we'll see what these cruises are scheduled to, because the tide window is 2.5 hours. It does give quite a lot of leeway so that, if your schedule is not going quite as predicted, you can still make that tide window. As long as you've managed to hit it early enough. Just waiting for Billy and John now. We're also going to decide what location we're going to jump to next. So what's going to happen after Billy and John start is we are going to move to a new location, either Hungerford or Newbury, probably. It might end up being Newbury, because I think some of the crews who started earlier have already gone through Hungerford now, and we want to try and catch them. So we'll take a break to watch some of the rewatch some of the interviews and videos from earlier, and then we'll get back live again at Newbury and see if we can catch the cruise through there. I was optimistic this morning that we were going to get a nice sunset tonight. because we have just had daylight savings, and we should get some good. There's a beautiful sunrise this morning, actually, but with the clouds looking the way that they are right now, I am not super optimistic about those sunset shots. So here's Billy and Jon now. 3:53. Okay, yeah, they've left a good gap. And I think this is about the window they were expecting.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, that was it. Last crew through at 3:53 p.m. Fantastic. Billy and Jon, last ones out again. They're often one of the last crews to leave, and their support crew's just rushing off to chase them down the course. And we're gonna say farewell to the start line in Devizes. So that's it in Devizes. Love the flags that they always have up here. You can see how much they had to weight down that sign. If you can see all the big jugs and stuff hanging off of it. So I think we're gonna pop some of the leaderboards up, and you can see how everyone's going along the course. I will turn it over to Tim.
As Betsy said, she's going to move on from Devizes over to Newbury now. So we will be off of live video for about the next 45 minutes to an hour at least. But just to give you a bit of an update here, we now have all but three of the boats now at this point are through Pusey. The Dutch crew leading the way so far in a time of 1:35.58. Let's see if any of these remaining crews can catch or match their time. Looking further down the course, we've had a number of crews who are now through Hungerford. Probably have about 40 or so crews have made it through Hungerford already, with a batch about to make it through in the next, I'd say, half hour to hour. And then further down, our furthest crews are already well onto the Thames, with boat 305, one of those crews who left around midnight last night, already making it all the way to Marsh, basically, at this point. So you've really seen the crews spread out here. It'll be interesting to see as Betsy gets into Newbury what she can catch from all of those crews coming in and see how things are going on that front as well. In the next couple of minutes, we will also try to get you a complete leaderboard update from the stages race, who have wrapped up for the day there. So we're just putting that together now, and we'll post that shortly. Stick around, and we should start live streaming again in the next hour or so. To the question so far, what's the fastest split so far? So that is the Dutch crew, boat 312, that's Floor and Jouke, who have gone to Pusey in 1:35.58. They also had the fastest time through Pusey last year of all the crews. So not too surprising to see them at the top of the leaderboard. It'll be interesting to see if any of those three remaining crews who we've just seen set off can catch them at all. Let's just check what those remaining crews are pacing. So right now, James and George are pacing for about a 1:46, it's looking like. Although, again, they're still fairly early on, not even halfway through to Pusey. Alex and Magnus looking pretty quick so far. Again, very early, but pacing in the 1:35 to 1:40 range. And obviously Billy and Jon have just set off, so no idea what they're going to pace yet. But we'll try and give you updates as those first three crews get in, so we have an idea of what the relative splits are to Pusey. And in a few minutes, as I said, we'll give an update on the stages race as well. We've got some updates here from the stages race, where all but one paddler has now finished their second day of the race. All of the paddlers have arrived into Marlow for that end of day 2. For anyone who's not familiar with the DW, in addition to the senior doubles straight through race that runs consecutively from Devizes to Westminster that we've been covering the start of here this afternoon, there's also a 4-day long stages race that has a number of different classes. So you have senior singles, so that can be K1 or C1. It has a junior doubles race, a veteran junior race, an endeavor class, which is a 4-day senior race, and also a stand-up paddleboarding class. So that race started yesterday and has just concluded its second day down the race. So they're about 65 miles into the race here. And we've seen some shifts over the course of today. But really, at a high level, things have stayed pretty consistent. So in the veteran junior class, we had Webb and Williams took the lead today over their rivals who were previously leading here. Endeavors kept pretty consistent as the day went on. Emily King has continued to expand her lead on the SUP side of things, so is now up by almost 1 hour and 50 minutes. And in the singles race, Sean Hart has expanded his lead to almost half an hour. But that battle for the podium in the senior singles race is going to be very exciting tomorrow and may shape up for a sprint finish on Easter Monday. We have about 4 paddlers there who are all within 5 minutes of each other in that senior singles race. And very exciting to see what is going to keep happening from there. Betsy should be out at the finish of the stages race on Monday, capturing some video there. Unfortunately, we're not able to cover both of those races live just because the stages race and the doubles race are at such different parts of the river throughout today and tomorrow that we really can't be in 2 places at once. But I'll leave up this leaderboard for a few more minutes so you can catch up on what's happened here on the stages race. If you're just tuning in here or have stepped away for a little while, Betsy is currently in transit to Newbury. So we're going to pick up our live stream from Newbury and hopefully be able to catch 20 or 30 of the crews as they pass through there this evening. Bit of a quick update from further down the course. We're having more of the crews pass through Hungerford now. And it's really looking like we might have a new contender, certainly for the podium in the mixed race, but maybe an outside chance for the podium overall. I think it would be a little bit of a stretch there, but Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond in boat 362 are putting down a really strong race so far. They've just gotten through Hungerford in 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 8 seconds, which makes them the fastest boat so far today through Hungerford, and is looking like it's going to give them a 10 to 15 minute lead in the mixed crews so far. The exception to that, of course, being Alex and Magnus, who are still have just started out and who we expect to be the fastest mixed crew of the day. But look for Plant and Drummond to really have a chance to put down a claim for that silver medal position in the mixed race. And depending what happens at some of those crews who we expect to be at the front, they might be there with an outside chance at a top 5 finish overall as well. Earlier today, we shared a few interviews that Betsy recorded with some of the top crews who we've heard from and seen throughout the day at the end of the Waterside series a couple of weeks ago, and we're just going to jump back to a few of those now. We're going to start off here hearing from Rebecca and Anya, who are in contention at the top of the women's race right now.
Congratulations on your series win.
Thank you.
How does this feel?
Very good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good. Well earned.
Very well earned. Yeah.
Was this your goal going into the Waterside series this year?
Yeah, I think so. The women, there aren't that many women that do the full series, so we did know that we had a very good chance at it. And going into today, we knew that we would have to have a really bad day to not do well. But our real goal in the Waterside was just to get the experience for DW.
Yeah. So how are you feeling going into the DW? Rebecca, this is your third?
Third, yep. So third attempt and second finish. I think we're feeling really strong. We changed boats a couple of weeks ago. And so we've got a low volume boat now that fits us much better and makes a really, really big difference when we're in swirly water, fast flow. The other boat we were in, which was still good, and we were still stable in it, but it just moves a lot, and we just didn't weigh enough.
Did you make that change between B and C?
No, we did it between B and C. Yeah, we did. Yeah. You're right.
Because you all picked up some speed from B to C.
Did we?
Yeah, because you were closer behind Sarah and Shuna.
Yes.
Your number one rivals at DW this year.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although there's no swirly bits on here, so interesting.
I think it was just more comfortable, maybe lighter as well.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is
that made a big
lighter. It's only 12.4 kilos. The other boat was 16, so
that's a pretty big. Okay, wow. And Anya, this will be your first DW.
Yeah, first one.
And will this be your longest paddle ever?
Yes, it will. It will. Yes, I didn't think of that. Yes, it will be my longest paddle
Now
ever.
she's going to be dreaming about that.
Yeah. Thanks.
How are you feeling about it?
Excited, nervous. Yeah, mainly excited and nervous. I think I sort of know what to experience because I supported you last year, but I think it's very different being on the sidelines than actually in.
Yeah. She did see the aftermath, though, of last year. She was in the crew that came and picked us up at Putney.
My thought was, they looked so awful, I would never do this to myself. And then I'm like, I'm doing it now this year. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay. And what are your goals for DW?
Finishing.
Well,
and maybe a bit more.
I think we are close enough, I think, to the only other K2 ladies crew that we know about, that we know is faster than us, but we're close enough that we can really try to compete with them. So, yeah, I think I'm guessing that the record is out of the question. We've looked at our times, and maybe if everything went absolutely right, and if it rained a bit more between now and then. But it seems unlikely. But we will be. So finishing will be our first goal. But no, I suppose finishing is required.
Yeah.
And what we'll actually be aiming for will be winning the K2 ladies vets.
That's great. And do you have a sense of like where your strengths are versus Sarah and Shuna, or do you think you're very evenly matched?
We don't know them.
I think we don't know. I think maybe paddling, we're good. We've got a good steady pace. I think we do struggle on the portaging, aren't we?
What she's really saying is, I'm slow on the portages.
Someone can't run.
It's true. It's true. I will say I'm slightly older than she is, and I've never been a runner. Yeah, so I am slower on the portages, but they're not. Well, they're probably closer to your age than mine.
Yeah.
So they're probably
So we should look out for you all maybe in the second half of the race a little bit more. If you're a little behind it on the canal,
But
you could make up for that on the
we were
river.
only 2 minutes.
Yeah,
2
it's very
minutes behind
tight.
them, so
Very close.
That's a lot of portaging between there and here. So, yeah,
Could be tight. Will you be getting updates on them as you go down the course?
Oh yeah, as I'm sure they will be on us. It's good to have. I think it's really, if there weren't another crew that we had that was near us, it's harder to push on, isn't it? If you're not really competing with someone, it's much harder. Yeah.
Yeah, nice healthy competition.
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
Good.
Friendly competition.
Yeah,
Yes.
we want them to do well.
Because we'd be just as happy in second place.
Yeah.
You know, if we think we did a good race,
Yeah,
we'd be just as happy with that. Or third, because who knows if someone else is going to drop into the race between now and then. We wouldn't want to drop below third because then you don't even get a medal.
All right. Is there any part of the course that you're looking forward to? Part of the race that's
Getting on the flow, I think,
Yeah.
would be,
Yeah.
by the time we get to there, that I will
Yeah.
be very happy for some flow.
Yeah. So here will be, so I live in Newbury, and so I will have friends lining the course, and they'll be banging pots and pans and so on. So that'll be cheering. That'll lift our spirits, I think. And then we'll stop here and change if it's getting cold enough then. And then the flow starts, and yeah.
And I'm still trying to convince our support crew to dress as Ladybird.
Yeah. Our team name,
Yeah.
Ladybirds.
Yeah, Ladybirds. Yeah.
So we want them to dress up as ladybirds.
Yeah.
Genius.
I haven't convinced them quite yet.
at least some face paint.
Yeah, that's it.
An antenna.
Yeah, that's so easy.
Wings, it's great.
So easy. I can't wait to see it.
If I can convince them, though.
Yeah.
And Al will be a ladybird. He'll be the head
Well,
ladybird.
he's the one I'm trying to convince
yeah.
the most.
Yeah. Okay.
I think his legs would look really good in the costume.
I cannot wait to see this. I'm really excited. We will catch it on camera. Thank you so much. And good luck with the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Shuna and Sarah, tell me about your DW plans. Is this your first DW? Are you first time racing together?
It's our first time racing together. I've attempted DW twice in the past, but not managed to make it all the way. Shuna,
This will be my fourth, which is quite scary, but I love the race, so I'm looking forward to doing it again and trying to get us finished.
That's great. And so, what are your goals? You've been doing really well in the Watersides. What's your main goals for DW?
Finish it well. That's the first. It's always the first aim. You have to finish it. Then you make any other aims. That's my opinion. And then have a tidy race, be as competitive as we can. We would love to go for the women's trophy because it's beautiful, isn't it? That's our aim. Yeah, we think we can do it. We've got some competition though, which is very exciting for the women's race.
It's great. Tell me about your competitors.
Well, we've got a few people in the women, so I guess some people have come out and said that they're doing DWs. The pair from Exeter, which is exciting, and Rebecca and Anya from here as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a great race, really exciting for the
really
women.
good. Yeah.
Great. And you all so far are probably the favorites based off the Waterside results, would you say? Or
yeah, but it's close.
Yeah, it's close, and it's a long old race. So we'll see what happens on the day.
Exactly. Anything can happen. You can't make predictions, really.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how did you feel in your race today, Waterside C?
It was a slog. It was hard.
Yeah, it was good, but yeah, it was hard work.
Yeah, it's come at an end of a big block of mileage for us. So yeah, we haven't tapered into it or anything. So you were trying to take that as we've done a lot of mileage. So, but that's the plan.
More of a training than a race today.
Exactly, but and it's also used for schedule planning. This race, we think so. Yeah,
that's going to be key this year, isn't it?
Yes,
it always is.
Yeah.
And what about you're planning to not race D?
Yeah.
So what's your strategy with that?
For me, I find it's too close. I think a few paddlers think that as well. You're at risk of wrist pain, things like that, and I'd rather not do the pound any more times than I have to. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll taper from about 2 weeks in.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck, and we'll see you on DW.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we just heard from two of the top women's crews today, and just a quick update on that race, which is looking very tight through Hungerford. So we have both of those crews now through Hungerford, and it looks like about 3:29. So that Sarah and Shuna have about a 7-minute lead right now over Rebecca and Anya. So opening up a little bit of a lead from what we were seeing at Pusey, where there was only about a minute and a half between those crews. But like Rebecca and Anya said, they think that maybe their advantage is not in the canal, not in the portaging section. So maybe we see that tighten back up as those crews move more onto the river section as the race progresses. Right now, we also, heading into Hungerford, have Anushka Freeman and Rob Perry. Let's hear from them in an interview recorded as well after the Waterside series a couple of weeks back.
Racing DW together. Starting with Rob, when did you decide that you would be racing DW together? How did this idea come together?
Well, I guess I've supported Nushi doing it the last 3 years. So sort of, although I only started kayaking last summer, I had a good idea of what I was signing myself up for. And I guess it's one of the things I kind of thought, I always thought, oh, maybe 1 year I'll give it a go. And then finally, after a few years, I thought, oh, if I am going to do it at some point, then I should probably get on to doing it. And so, yeah. And so, yeah, as I say, started last summer, sort of gradually built it up, and now a big build up in the next 2 weeks.
Now you're here.
Yeah.
And whose idea was it originally?
Entirely Rob's idea.
It was my idea, I think, yeah. Yeah.
I have this theory that Rob asked me to do DW after 2024 when I think it looked a lot easier. We were only out there for 13 hours, there was loads of flow. Tom and I sort of seemed to get faster as the night went on. And then he had to be on the sidelines watching the 2025, knowing he was having to do it the following year. We were blown from halfway, there was a headwind the whole way, there was no flow. So hopefully we'll show this year that it can be done smoothly and without any pain or burnouts again.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Rob, how has the training been going?
The training's gone well, yeah. I think probably the best part of it has been that there's been no major dramas, I'd say, just sort of ticking along. No bad incidents to report, really, so all good.
Nice. Nushi, what are you looking forward to during the race? You've done it a few times, you know what to expect.
It being done will be pretty good.
Okay.
But no, I'm really looking forward to it. I guess I come back every year, so I must really like it, and particularly getting to Westminster, hopefully. Always goal number one, but finishing and going up those steps with Rob will be really special.
Nushi's promised me it'll be the best night out of the year, so got big boots to fill.
Forget sleep deprivation, you're going to
Yeah.
be celebrating.
I think I don't go out much.
That's another way to look at it, yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was Rob and Nushi a couple of weeks ago at the end of the Waterside series, and they've just now come through Hungerford in 4 hours and 20 minutes, which means they're the second fastest mixed crew so far today into Hungerford, behind Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond. That's boat 362, who currently have a 9-minute lead in the mixed race. And Lawrence and Kath are currently the fastest crews so far through Hungerford, although we have a number of those fastest crews still coming through, passing through Pusey right now. And obviously on the mixed side, we have Alex and Magnus, who are still ahead of Pusey, haven't come through that first checkpoint yet. So we expect them to still take that mixed crown as the day goes on. Let's now hear from a couple of the crews we expect to be in the top 5, starting with the Dutch crew, who have so far put down the fastest time today through Pusey with a 1:45.
DW again this year. How are you feeling about it? How does this year compare to previous years for you?
Good question. I hope we make it to Devizes again. First time we pedaled together, we stopped.
You mean Westminster?
We will sure make it to Devizes. Westminster, indeed. The first time we raced together, we were stopped in Paddington. Finishing in Westminster is a lot of fun.
It's very cool.
And it's the last. He's retiring.
I might.
Oh no! So this could be your last one
Could be.
for a while.
It's, but yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll
So
see
that will
about
be very meaningful.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to take a similar strategy to the race? You were really fast at the first on the canal the last couple of years,
Yes.
especially last year.
Yeah.
It suits us.
It does.
Compared to today, I think the strategy is go slower.
Yes, we will not get a big fat nice wash in the start, but yeah, we go fast, and then he won't get sick, and we'll do
very well.
Very well. We have a nice team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great plan.
Yeah.
What is your favorite part of the race? What are you looking forward to?
Oh, dawn. The first birds, the first blackbird. Young.
I like the bats at night when they fly through the light of your torch.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
The bats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I really hope is that at the finish, I feel that I gave it my everything and that it was a good race.
Yeah.
Too many races, I'm at the finishing. This should have been better, or that didn't go as planned. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that feeling.
I'm looking forward to finishing probably the most. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Another overall win from the Watersides in the bag. Congratulations. Tell me how your race went today.
Yeah, it went really well. I think a longer race compared to the other ones, and we certainly felt that in the second half. I think we both got to Kintbury and thought, oh, it's ready to be done now. But we held together okay, I think. And yeah, it was a good performance, I think.
Yeah, happy to get Waterside C done. Enjoyed it up until Kintbury, and then it was a hard push onto the end. But equally, we're in the middle of training. We're not going to be feeling our freshest either. So it was nice to have a support crew out today as well. A bit handy just to push us on at a couple of the locks. So yeah.
And did you see Billy and John at any point? You started 3 minutes behind them and then started catching them up.
So I started to be able to see them from Hungerford. They'd be just in the distance. And fortunately for us, they wore high vis, so I could spot them. And that pushed us on, and we worked hard between Hungerford and Kintbury, which might have been a little bit of our undoing after that. But it definitely pushed me on to be able to see them.
Nice. So I've got to ask about the boat situation. So some keen-eyed viewers have noticed that you all have changed your boat since the last Waterside.
Yeah. So we had our own sprint boat, an old Nello that we raced last time we were here, but everyone kind of made us second guess our decision to go with the sprint boat. So we've now swapped to a marathon boat, which has been kindly lent to us. Which has been really nice to pick up at the portages. We knew that 3 kilos was quite a lot, but to actually lift it up is, it's lovely to carry, isn't it?
It really is very nice to carry. It means you can push on the portages. But just coming back to the fact we've been lent this, I think I just want to say thank you to the amount of people that have offered so much support and boats and equipment.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely incredible.
Really grateful.
Oh, that's great. Amazing. Well, and are you all planning to race Waterside D, or will you be skipping it? Have you decided yet?
We'll skip.
Okay.
It's not for us this year.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit too long and hard and close to the race. It's only 2 weeks to DW, so I think we'll do probably a long but steady Thames paddle just to familiarise ourselves with the Thames in the flow, especially.
Okay. And what else will you be doing in the last few weeks in the lead up to DW? Final preparations, taper?
Yeah, a bit of a taper, get loads of drink and food in, try and stock up our supplies.
Kind of one more week of hard training, I guess, before a taper. Not that you ease off completely and taper, sorry. But another good week, a long paddle next weekend, and our other support crew are coming out the weekend after as well. So that'll be a good run through. And then, stay healthy.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, congratulations again, and see you at DW.
Thanks.
Well done today, guys. Congratulations on your series record. Happy to have that.
Yeah. It was an eventful day, so it was quite to make it all come together was hard. We had a few difficulties along the way, didn't we?
Yeah.
You can explain that.
Well, so the main aim for today was to get the record for Waterside D, veteran, but the secondary goal was to get the series record, and all was going extremely well for both until our rudder wire snapped, and we then had to work very, very hard to make the time for the series record. The day record is survives. We didn't get that, but the series one we can have.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, Billy really jinxed it. Just before that happened, he was saying, "We're up on this. We've got 4 minutes per hour to drop, so I think we've got this one in the bag." And on the very next portage, the rudder wire snaps.
Man.
But no, we had that, and then there was another point where you're just thinking it's not your day. We got to one of the bridges, and there's a barge there going through, and so we had to portage again, and get out and run, and almost happened again with another guy, didn't it? But luckily we got through that one.
Yeah.
At that point, that was going to be one of those weekends. But from then on, we had a good middle point. I'd say
Flagging. I popped at the end, and but there was a lot of motivational speech coming from Jon in the back. Yeah.
You think that makes you more prepared just in case something goes wrong at DW?
Well, we've done a lot now in the boat together, so I think that when things happen, you can dig in. You know where to go with each other, what buttons to press, what buttons not to press. To be fair, that was the first time I've been in a boat with Billy and felt him pop. So to his credit, like he's bomb-proof normally, and I mean it wasn't a complete pop, was it? We got to the finish. No.
I think it was.
I mean, you guys have done a couple DWs together, so that's pretty.
Yeah.
For that to be the first time, that's not too bad.
Yeah. So, but no, overall, I think it was a harder day than we anticipated, but the job got done. So, to a point with the series record. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. And excited for DW in 2 weeks?
Yeah, it'll just be a case of resting up now. Doing a little bit over the next week or two. Resting, shaking off a cold.
We could do with entering.
Oh yeah.
Deadline's today.
Yeah, midnight tonight. We've got loads of
sending
time.
reminders.
Loads of time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Goals for DW this year?
2 up from last year, 1 up from the year before.
Yeah, we need a win.
That's the goal. All right.
Yeah, I think it's about time. We've had a few tough ones where they just haven't fallen our way. We've been up against good competitors. Again, we're going to be up against more good competitors this year. But we know what we need to do, don't we?
Yeah.
So,
Anything in the race you're looking forward to?
no.
This was Billy's question, so Billy, you better have an answer for it.
Yeah, I have a few favourite parts of the course, but I'll keep those to myself.
Okay.
You just love spending time with me, really, don't you?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Every hour with Jon, it just gets better and better.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. See you in 2 weeks.
Brilliant. Thanks.
So there you've just heard from a couple of the top crews who we've watched set off from Devizes in the last hour and a half. Quick update for you on the top 3 crews who we saw leave. So that's James and George, Magnus and Alex, and Billy and Jon. So Magnus and Alex and Billy and Jon are both pacing right now for about a 1 hour 35, 1 hour 36 minute split to Pusey, which would put them right towards the top. So right alongside what we saw from Floor and Yauka. Although obviously they've still got a little ways to go to make those times a reality. James and George also looking strong, but probably pacing closer to a 145, 146 split there, which would put them still in the top 5, certainly, for the day through there. But we might be seeing Magnus and Alex close down that 20-minute gap that they set off with. I don't think they'll catch them by Pusey, but Alex and Magnus might be able to actually catch up to James and George in the early stretch of the race. If you're just joining us or rejoining us from earlier, Betsy and Henry are on their way to Newbury, where they will be filming live from about 5:30 p.m. local time. So in about 45 to 50 minutes from now, we expect them to be getting there. We're going to just take a quick break on the stream for now until they get back there. I may try and jump in with some leaderboard updates through Pusey once these last three crews get in, as well as a update on more of the crews as they get through Hungerford.
Hello from Newbury. We've just gotten to Newbury from Devizes. Now, unfortunately, we've missed I think both of the top two women's crews, but we've got Elle and Alex Boer here, who are some of the mixed category contenders. With Newbury Canoe Club here, it's a great spot for a quick pit stop. They just gave me a wave as they were passing by, and they were in great spirits. So here we are in Newbury. I'm gonna have some updates for you in just a second. You all want to say hi? We've got some Newbury Canoe Club members here who are supporting the racers. So I'll get you some updates here. The audio might be a little bit fuzzy, or the Wi-Fi, so we'll see if we can move around and fix that a little bit. But let's see. Is that the audio? Okay, all right. I think we're good on audio now, hopefully. So some updates for you from here in Newbury while we wait for Elle and Alex to come out. So we have some really exciting action to Pusey. Okay, we'll start with the women's race because they left the earliest. So this is Anya Whelan and Rebecca Bird versus Shuna, Neve, and Sarah Burnau. So that is Shuna and Sarah went through Pusey first, and Rebecca and Anya have just been through Hungerford and then Newbury, I think. So there's Hungerford, there was only 7 minutes between them. So Sarah and Shuna leaving by 7 minutes ahead of Anya and Rebecca. In the overall race, really, really exciting updates here. So they've all been through Pusey now, which is great. So Billy and John left last, and they got the fastest time through Pusey. I was betting that it was going to be the Dutch crew to take the fastest time, but it looks like Billy and John have just edged them out with the quickest time there. So very exciting for Billy and John. They, I think, wanted to go pretty quick on this. They weren't giving away much strategy when I asked them about their race strategy earlier, but the sense that I got was that they were going to kind of go hard off the start. So we'll see if they can hold that up. But 1:33:37 is really quick for Billy and John. That is 1 minute faster. So the Dutch crew were 1 minute faster. The Dutch crew of Jouke and Floor were 1 minute faster than they were last year, probably related to that tailwind. So there has been a raging tailwind. We're not sure how much that's affecting the paddlers. Maybe Alex and I can chat about that. But they have been going well. And yeah, Billy and John are the leaders right now, followed just very shortly by the Dutch crew to Pusey. I think it's going to change behind them. So the mixed crews, so Alex and Magnus are still looking great in the mixed crew race, and they're right up there. So that is, sorry, just double checking the times. Yeah, Alex and Magnus have the third fastest time, 1:36:06. So only less than 3 minutes behind Billy and John to Pusey. Keep in mind, so the first section to Pusey, the pound, is only it's only paddling. There's no portaging yet, and Alex and Magnus's strength, one of their big strengths, I think, really comes in on the portages. So it's not totally surprising to see the results how they are already. I think we could see that gap between Billy and John and Alex and Magnus close over the next section because Alex and Magnus are such strong portagers. So keep an eye out on that. And it looks like Luke Escott and James Webster were the next quickest time, ahead of George Durden and James Walkington. I know both of those crews really are just all about racing their own races. There could have been a difference too. Luke and James left quite a lot earlier than James and George. So that could have affected it potentially, a little bit of the conditions there. The wind has picked up as the day has gone on. So that could be a factor as well. Okay, so I said that Rebecca and Anya passed through Newbury a little while ago, and we missed them by about an hour. They did leave very early, and it looks like the first place women's crew of Sarah and Shuna should be coming through here very soon. Let me go see if I can grab them coming through Newbury. In the mixed race as well. So we talked earlier about Mike Thornton and Shireen Bowler, who are in a canoe. They're one of only 2 canoe crews today. The other is Maria Fisher and Mocha Pilkington, a women's canoe crew. So Mike and Shireen could be top 2 or 3 in the mixed race. They are very, very quick in the canoe. So it looks like they went to Pusey in just over 2 hours. So things are going to be tight on the mixed racing side, probably. I think they might have a little bit more trouble with the wind compared to the kayaks, because the canoes do sit much higher off the water, and that can mean that a windier day affects you more, which in a tailwind could be a good thing. You're getting more of a push down the canal and down the river, but it can be challenging as well. The 6th and 7th fastest times, so Raddick and Dave Brown were the 6th fastest to Pusey, and Tom Dawson and Aritz Martiartu were the 7th fastest. Really tight between all 7 of those crews. So Elle and Alex are taking a nice long stop at Newbury Canoe Club. Oh, I think did they just go?
They've gone, yeah.
Oh, I just missed them leaving then. Okay, so Alex and Elle have just gone, so just missed them leaving from Newbury Canoe Club, and hopefully we'll have Sarah and Shuna through here in just a few minutes. I think we're actually going to go over to might see if we can go up a bit here and get a view of the lock, so that you can get a view of the paddlers portaging. So one of the things that the paddlers may have experienced here coming into Newbury is earlier in the course between Devizes and Newbury, there have been some very angry swans out. And I'm saying that as there's a swan right in front of me. The Newbury swans are usually not the worst ones. It's further up the course, the ones who don't see as much paddling traffic, boat traffic, foot traffic. Okay, here's Sarah and Shuna coming through Newbury Sorry, that's not Sarah and Shuna. That is crew 322 coming through Newbury now. Sorry about that. Crew 322 has just gone through, and then I think we'll have Sarah and Shuna soon. So you can track the teams on the Open Tracking GPS link. And let's see. So it looks like Sarah and Shuna have built up a bit of a lead. They are the favorites to win, but still, 7 minutes is significant at this point, but not not something that Anya and Rebecca can't overcome. This is the finishing point of, there's Sarah and Shuna. They're looking strong. Not a super high stroke rate, but they are consistent. So, yeah, Sarah Burnow, Shuna Neve, favorited to win the women's race, but big competition from Rebecca Bird and Anya Whelan. It looks like they are not pulling in for a break at Newbury, so they are just going to keep on going. And coming through now, got another crew here, 336. So that is crew number 336 coming through Newbury now. Now, what's nice about Newbury is you start to get that's Rob Stainsby and Peter Loy, who I think are the 8th quickest to Pusey. So they could be a top 10 crew. In Kat Wilson's runners and riders list, she definitely had them in the top 15. Rob Stainsby is the Commodore of Richmond Canoe Club. So Rob and Peter looking strong. Let's see who else is coming into Newbury soon. Here's another crew. This looks like... Oh, this is Sarah and Shuna. I said it was Sarah and Shuna earlier. Sorry, everyone. Here's Sarah and Shuna coming through now. It's okay. You get a better view of them. They're not fans of the swans yet. Okay. They're looking a little bit uncomfortable, but I think it's just because they're trying to navigate through all the swans here. Oh, that's not looking great. Not looking great from Shuna and Sarah. I'm a little bit worried about them. It's not just the swans. I think they're looking a bit uncomfortable right now. I think they're going to pull in at... Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can go find out what's going on with them. So that was Sarah and Shuna. Apologies because I mixed them up with a different crew earlier. So we're just going to see if we can go find them at Newbury Canoe Club and check in with them to see what's going on. They're not looking happy in the boat, and it's not just the swans. So normally this is the part of the course where really things start picking up after the first part of the canal section, because you do have some flow on the canal here. So you might be able to see that in the water. So Sarah and Shuna have hopped out of their boat at Newbury Canoe Club. They weren't looking super happy in their boat, so I don't know if this is just going to be a rest stop or something else. It might just be a rest stop. They might just need a bit of a reset. And I'm going to see if I can fix the audio. So we're just going to head over to see what we can find out about Sarah and Shuna. So that is Sarah and Shuna's boat there. See if the audio is better now. Have you seen Sarah and Shuna just go in?
Yes.
How did they tell you how they're doing?
I think they're struggling a little bit, so I think they've gone in to sort themselves out, and their support crews come in now. So, so I think they'll make a call when their support crews are.
Yeah. All right. We'll give them a few minutes and see how they go. Thank you. So not sure exactly what's going on with them, other than they are definitely taking a little bit of a break and they're going to make a call. It would be really, really disappointing to see them call it this early. So let's see if they can, have a chat, figure out what's going on. And then we've got Rob and Noosh coming through next. So we'll see if we can get them on camera. So that will be Anushka Freeman and Rob Perry. They are one of the mixed crews who is also a love boat. All right, so we should be able to catch Anushka and Rob coming through here soon. And there's also a boat repair going on behind me. So Henry is assisting in that. So the crew earlier from Richmond that had a bit of a rudder incident is having an on-the-go fix to see if they can put in. I think they're going to install an overstern. We can get a specific update on that later. But so that Richmond crew is going to get a rudder fix. And Shuna and Sarah are having a chat and getting some help from their support crew to decide if they're going to keep going or not. So Anushka Freeman, two-time DW winner. She won the last 2 years with Tom Sharp, but for this year decided to race with her partner, Rob, life partner. So they are Rob has been putting in a lot of paddling training. He comes from more of a running background. He's a very good runner. And they've been out training. She's been teaching him all the technique and how to do DW and everything. And they've been going really well at the Waterside series. So they actually ended up winning the Waterside series in the mixed category, which was Nishi's third year winning the Waterside mixed trophy. So she got to take that home again 2 weeks ago. And yeah, Rob has picked up paddling really well. You know, who better to learn from than Nishi? So obviously first DW attempt for Rob, and I don't think he's done any other paddling races beside the Waterside series. And he only really started paddling, I think, last year when they decided to do this together. Apparently it was Rob's idea and not Nishi's. And he, you know, had seen Nishi suffer through 3 years of DW while he was supporting her, and decided it was something that he wanted to do himself with Nishi. So they're one of the many mixed crews in the Love Boat race who is testing their relationship. And Alex and El Bowyer, who we saw earlier, are another crew, another one in the mixed Love Boat race. And we've got several others out on the course as well. So just an update from the times through Hungerford. So here we go. It's got Robin and she coming through now. We'll see how they're looking. So we're just waiting for Nish and Rob here. Yeah. So it looks like we've got confirmation then that Sarah and Shuna have retired, for everyone following Sarah and Shuna, which is very disappointing. At least for Anya and Rebecca, that keeps the door open for them to win the women's race and take home the ladies' trophy this year, which I know they will be really excited about. But it'll be too bad that they won't have that competition down the course. And we still don't know if that veteran women's record is going to be up for in contention. So that's something that the two women's crews this year had their eyes on, and you know, it's a question of whether Anya and Rebecca will be able to go quick enough. It is, I think, 20 hours and 46 minutes, and that record has stood since 2007, which is a pretty long time. So it's time for that to go. But if the question is, you know, if Anya and Rebecca can do that, and if they can do it without Sarah and Shuna pushing down the course, you know, having that direct competition. So that is really disappointing that Sarah and Shuna have retired. Not sure if they'll be in the mood to have a chat about it. But that's really too bad. So we should have Anushka and Rob through any minute at Newbury. The sun is still out, so we still have about 2 hours before the light goes, which is good for filming at least. And that is nice for the crews who still have some light before they get through Newbury as well. Often it's getting, the last couple of years, it's been dark when some of the top crews went through Newbury. So they might have a little bit more light than they did in previous years when the tide window was later. So the tide window this year is from 5 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. Okay, here they come. That is Nishi and Rob. Let's see. Yeah. Definitely Nishi looking just as strong as when they started. I think we're getting some smiles for the camera as well. Too much fun, says Nishi. Absolutely grinning. She is clearly having a great time. So that's Nishi and Rob there. Yeah, just trucking along. They've completed the full Waterside series, including Waterside D, which is the longest one, and they've been really consistent throughout the whole thing. So Nishi and Rob, we can get a little bit of a view of them in the distance, that orange blob. Nishi's won this race twice. She's completed it 3 times senior doubles. She also raced as a junior. It's actually how she got into paddling, was through the junior stages race. And that got her into not just DW paddling, but international level racing. So Nishi is really a top end paddler, and she looks comfortable. Even though, of course, this year it's a very different kind of challenge for her compared to previous years. So the next crews that should be coming through are Radek and Dave, and then Floor and Yauka. So Radek and Dave have been going pretty well. Looking at their times through Hungerford, through Pusey and through Hungerford, they were 6th through Pusey and then 6th again through Hungerford. Although actually the time through Hungerford is not fully updated because I think we've still got Billy and John and Alex and Magnus to come through there, and maybe, and George and James as well. So actually that does look like Radek and Dave are dropping a little bit. So they had a really good time through Pusey of 1:47. So right in the mix with those top kind of 9 crews all under 1:51, and then several more crews that were under the 2-hour mark. And then checking through Hungerford, it looks like Yauka and Floor have managed to keep up their quick pace. So they went through Pusey in 1:35.58, and then they went through Hungerford in 3:40.38. And they were quicker than Luke Escott and James Webster, who were the second fastest to Hungerford in 3:46.45. And then our kind of top 5 potential dark horse crew of Aritz Martiartu and Tom Dawson did 4 hours and 2 minutes through Hungerford. So they're definitely a little bit off the pace of Luke and James, but there's still plenty more time to the race. It's Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond who are the quickest mixed crew so far, other than Alex and Magnus, and they have done a 4:11 through Hungerford. Which puts them 4th of all the crews to go through Hungerford. So 1 minute ahead of Rob Stainsby and Peter Loy, who we just saw pass through Newbury. So really exciting for Lawrence and Kath. They're currently actually ahead of Shireen and Mike. So Mike and Shireen did 4:19 through Hungerford. I think that crew that I mistook earlier for Sarah and Shuna may have been Plant and Drummond earlier. So apologies again for that. Floor and Yauka are currently pacing to get through Newbury in 5 hours and 2 minutes, which would be 10 minutes quicker than last year for them. That's an expectation, not their actual time. They've not come through here yet. But that is great for Flora and Yauka. That could be a combination of maybe they are a little bit quicker as a crew this year than last year, or it could also be showing the result of how much the tailwind is helping teams this year. And in very exciting news, it looks like Alex and Magnus have basically caught James and George already. So that was something just a couple hours ago when they started. I did expect, Alex and Magnus were only 20 minutes behind George and James, and I thought they would probably try and catch up to them pretty quickly. They were really eager to get on the water, not long after James and George left. So I don't know if they wanted to be chasing them down, or if that was purely just a scheduling thing. But I think they should be feeling pretty happy and motivated right now, just knowing that they have they've caught George and James. Now, even better, this could be a wash hanging strategy. So if they can then hang with James and George for a little while and wash hang with them through this canal section here, that could be hugely advantageous because it could help them just save a lot of energy going into the next section of the race and going into the overnight section. That said, if the pace is different enough that Alex and Magnus have caught James and George that quickly, I don't think they're going to slow down a lot just to get the benefit of wash hanging. I think they're a crew who really wants to push their bodies to the limits and, do this race as fast as they can and try and take the win. So most likely, if they don't feel like the wash hanging is really worth the potential loss in speed, then they could end up just, speeding ahead of George and James. But equally, George and James might find that having Alex and Magnus come up from behind them and being potential wash partners could be a huge boon for them. And that could actually help them maybe bring up their speed a bit and have some added motivation of having a crew next to them. So that could be something that's really good for the crews. All right, so here is the next crew coming in now. So I think this is Radek and Dave. Yeah. So Radek, very experienced DW racer. There we go. That is boat 359. Sorry, that was not Radek and Dave. That was the Richmond crew who's getting a repair. So they are just pulling in now. They've done well to get this far with the broken rudder. Oh, that's how windy someone's takeout bag has just flown all the way into the river. Still a lot of wind going on here. And a lot of swans. There we go. So we're still waiting for Radek and Dave to come through. Boat 359 has done a very impressive job getting this far with a broken rudder. So they're getting a rudder fix right now, which Henry is assisting with, and their whole support team is over there working on it. So the next cruise, let's see, that was 359 who just came through. And then, it looks like Radek and Dave might be right at the lock, so just above where we are here. And let's see if we can check the update on Alex and Magnus versus George and James as well, because they are all still back at around Marsh Benham, it looks like, so not too far away. It also looks like maybe Mike and Shireen are wash hanging with Luke and James. Little hard to say, but potentially. Even though that's a quick kayak and a quick canoe, and there is a pretty big speed difference between how fast the kayaks can go versus the canoes. Mike and Shireen are a very, very quick crew in the C2, so there's a chance they could be wash hanging there. It does look like they're pretty close on the course right now. And then behind them, Tom and Aritz. So they have been going pretty well. And then all the way up before Hungerford, that's where we've got Alex and Magnus and James and George. So it looks like those two crews are wash hanging at this point. I wonder, so they've just passed Crofton. I wonder if Alex and Magnus maybe caught them at Crofton, potentially. That's an area where Alex and Magnus would have definitely been the stronger running crew. And so they probably ran hard at Crofton. George and James probably paddled a little bit more at Crofton. They're definitely stronger on the water. Although George is a good runner, I think as a crew, they're not as quick at the Portage-Jane, especially compared to Alex and Magnus, who are really one of the quickest crews out there at Portage-Jane. So yeah, it looks like they are probably wash hanging together. They have not yet hit Hungerford though, so they are still a ways up the course. So it's looking like we should have most of the remaining crews come through Newbury in the next 50 minutes. And then the top three crews are going to still be a ways up the course, probably getting to Hungerford around that time. So it'll be a while till the top ones come through Newbury. But we will have at least 6 or 7 crews coming through Newbury within the next hour. Now, we did get an update earlier on the stages race. So we talked a little bit about that with Tom Sharp, who's one of the DW race directors. So I know he's following the stages as well as the nonstop race, which are both going on at the same time. So in terms of the combined time, so today was day 2. I believe all of the stages race finishers are in now. And they... or there might be one who's not quite in, but we've got combined times for them across days 1 and 2 now. So the overall race leader and the senior singles race leader in the stages race is Sean Hart, as expected. So his cumulative time now over the 2 days from Devizes to Marlow is 9 hours, 38 minutes. And let's see here. This looks like we have got, I think this is Radek and Dave now. Unless I have got that wrong. We'll see. Yes, that is definitely. Hey guys, well done. They look great. That is Dave and Radek. Yeah, they look reasonably happy. Not, I'm not sure how much fun they're having. Sometimes it's hard to tell from facial expressions, but they are paddling really smoothly. Radek's done a number of DWs. Dave last did DW 28 years ago, but they should be fine getting to the finish. I think they're looking strong. Yeah, little swan encounter, but nothing major. Yep, they look really strong. They're paddling really well. So definitely Radek and Dave, I think they have lost a little bit of speed compared to their time to Pusey, but really it's a little bit of that is just the quicker crews coming in behind them. So yeah, looking at the stages race updates. So yeah, that is Sean Hart leading the senior singles in 9 hours and 38 minutes to Marlowe. Behind him is Tom Camilleri, who has done 10 hours and 5 minutes. So I know Sean put in about 10 to 15 minutes on day one. So it looks like on day two, he's put in a few additional minutes on top of that since he's got a 27-minute lead now. So maybe about another 10, 15 minutes today. They were wash hanging earlier, but it sounded like reports were that the four-pack who was wash hanging at the beginning of the day was that did break up fairly soon after. And then Preston Ball is in third place there. So the first few guys are not too far apart, and Oscar Griffiths in fourth and Mike Reese-Clark in fifth. In the women's race, it is Tilla Marie Kubish-Wiles who is leading that in the senior singles, and she has completed the first 2 days in 12 hours, 46 minutes. So I think she has a fairly large lead in the women's race. Tilla is still young. I was chatting with Kat Wilson about that earlier. She's, I think, only about 20 years old, maybe, under 23. And she's had a great run of the Waterside series. She's been up against some really top competitors, but she's just been very consistent and finished the full ABCD Waterside series. Got a fisherman here who's might catch some swans and ducks at this rate. It's still windy. It's similar to earlier where it just feels a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes it is really, really gusting. Other times it's just kind of, here and gone again. And mostly a tail or side wind, it feels like. It's possible that they have had headwind at points, but it seems like for the most part, it's pretty much been a tail or side wind. We haven't really heard anyone saying anything yet about the wind causing problems. So it seems like probably so far it's been a useful wind, a decent tailwind. So Flora and Jauke should be here in 15 minutes. And then the crew behind them is going to be the Latvian crew, but the crew from Richmond of Devizes and I'm just double checking. Latvinas and Satikas. So Arnoldus, Latvinas, and Davidus Satikas. So yeah, Lithuanian, but I think at least Arnoldus belongs to Richmond Canoe Club. I don't think he's traveled from Lithuania for the race. And they could be, in contention for that international trophy potentially. I think it's probably going to go to Jauke and Flora again, who are very determined to take it. But that is, the Lithuanian crew could potentially have a shot at it, as could the Irish crew. And there's a few different trophies for DW. So DW has sort of very broad categories. We've got a good question in the comment section. So who do we think spent the most energy getting to Pusey in the time that they did, and who went out too hard? I think that's a question from James. James was on commentary with us last year. I think it's a big question as to whether Billy and John go too hard to Pusey? because they might be taking a strategy of just, it's better to go hard and burn out than to not go hard enough and not be in it with a chance to win, because they really, really want that win this year. They know Alex and Magnus are a threat. They know Alex and Magnus are faster portagers than they are. That might well be the strategy that Billy and Jon have employed in getting to Pusey that quickly. But at the same time, getting to Pusey in 1:33:37, that's not like a crazy fast time, especially if they're benefiting from a tailwind. Have they expended too much energy? Hard to say. And Jelke and Floor, again, like I asked Jelke and Floor about this, because the last 2 years they have been one of the quickest crews at the beginning of the race, and then they've dropped off later in the race. And so you look at something like that and you think, well, is that because they're just going too hard on the canal? And so I asked them about it a couple of times, and they feel like that strategy suits them well. They did finish both years, and they finished well both years. And Jelke is, of course, in the 1,000-mile club. And then, asking them just as they were getting on the water a couple hours ago, Jelke said, you know what, we'll try and sort of pace ourselves a little bit slower, but really, it's just exciting once you get out there. And it's just really hard to not push. So I do expect Jelke and Floor will probably drop a couple of positions from where they are now at some point. Right now through Hungerford, they're the quickest time. But, again, like if they keep up what they're doing right now, they could definitely have a very good shot at the podium. I think one crew that hasn't gone too hard to Pusey is George and James. They had a 1:45 to Pusey, which was the 5th fastest time there. That's a very sensible pace, less than 2 minutes ahead of Radek and Dave. I think they really want to go out and race their own race. If it looks like they've just been caught by Alex and Magnus a little bit earlier. There's going to be some of that where it doesn't feel great to be caught by a crew that started 20 minutes behind you. But at the same time, if that means that they are actually benefiting from some wash hanging with Alex and Magnus, that could be really good, and that they are keeping some powder dry. So this could actually be, I think if George and James are in the right headspace, and if they get some benefit from wash hanging, then it could end up being a really good next section of canal for them. And then did Alex and Magnus go too hard to Pusey? So Alex went really quick to Pusey with Dan Seaford when she won the outright race in 2019. That was something I looked at, in considering some of the different bits of information for this race is, was Alex going to go really quick to Pusey? And so she and Magnus have done a 1:36:06 to Pusey, which is very quick. That is faster than both of last year's first and second place mixed crews. I'm fairly certain. I think Joe and Brindy paced themselves much slower to Pusey, as did Tom and Nushi, and still ended up finishing first and second in the race. So it certainly does not predict your final position in the race. There's still a huge amount left to go. So I don't know that anyone has really blown themselves up in the section to Pusey yet, but we'll see. So Alex and Magnus, just looking at their comparison we've got an update here. Okay. So Alex and Magnus are 1 minute slower than Alex was with Dan Seaford on the section to Pusey. So and their times on the Watersides were significantly faster, Alex and Magnus versus Alex and Dan. So I think they're still going to pick up some speed from here. That's my expectation. It does look like Billy and Jon are pacing faster than Alex and Magnus right now, but that's Yeah, it looks like Billy and John have gone out hard. It looks like Billy and John have gone out very hard. Let's see. Let's see how it goes from here. Okay, so I've got Henry back. Henry, you've just done an understern to overstern rudder conversion for boat 329. Mark Lowe.
Yeah. We'll just have a.
Sorry about that. Equipment changeovers here. And did you see anything from Sarah and Shuna about their retirement?
Well, they are there now, so
Yeah.
they can
Do you think they want to chat about it, or do you think it's
potentially right. We've got
Okay.
2 boats coming in. Oh no. Oh,
We've got, I think, about 7 minutes until the next boat.
Okay, right.
Here we go. You can
Oh, hello.
should have audio now.
Yeah. So, I forget the name of the other member of the crew.
But 329.
I know Mark Lowe. Oh, we've got the Dutch crew coming in next.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, we're going to wait to try and chat to anyone until after the next spate of crews comes through, because it's going to be coming in.
yeah.
Fast.
So I know Mark Lowe from Richmond Canoe Club, and I've repaired his boat a couple of times, so I remember him. I can't remember who he's paddling with, so my apologies. Their boat.
It wasn't 329. Which what number were they? 359? Is that it?
I think 330 maybe. Yeah. So their boat is
Giuseppe Seminara. Mark Lowe and Giuseppe Seminara.
their boat is interesting. So
Yeah.
it was originally overstern.
Oh, it was originally an
It was
overstern.
originally an overstern, and then I was asked to convert it to an understern.
Henry is a boat fixer, for anyone who doesn't know that already. who's
For
watching
anyone
the
outside
stream.
of the paddling community.
The UK paddling. We've got some international
No,
viewers, I think.
So yeah, it was overstern, and they wanted it. Someone wanted it understern. I'm not going to point fingers. And when I did that, I did say it's doable. Anything's doable, but it will be fragile. Because once the boat is made and it's paddled, the inside, if it gets wet, it's got grime, and so the bond is just not going to be what it could be. So I did warn them. So converted it to understern, and I said very, very clearly, do not over tension the rudder stays, the rudder cables, because it has the liability to rip everything out. And what's happened, we don't know who. Someone has over tensioned the rudder cables. That pulled the stem stay out. And then in order to combat that, they tightened it further, which pulled the entire stem through. So they were taking on 2-3 litres every 15 minutes.
Oh my God.
They had
That's a
no
lot of
steering
water.
at all. So they taped it up as a skeg just to get here. So they've been running in straight lines and just leaning it and then forcing it around on the paddle to get around bends.
Wow.
So proper commitment from those two to get through.
Wow. And that happened, how early in the race did that happen?
About an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
So
okay.
before we left Devizes.
Yep.
So one of their support crew gives me a ring and says, what are our options? Luckily, the overstern bracket hinge is still on the back. Even more luckily, it's a curtain boat, and Curtin was still in Devizes. Even more luckily still, and this is where Curtin have really saved the day, they had a spare overstern rudder plus the fitting kits. Wow. So myself and Betsy grabbed them from Curtin, come to our next stop here in lovely Newbury, and yeah, they came in and we managed to put an overstern on an overstern that's been converted to an understern that's lost its understern. So it's now back to its original form of an overstern. But I'm not a huge fan of working with an audience. So working with
loads of
what was
people
about
down at Newbury Canoe
12
Club now.
adults,
Yeah.
4 children,
Yeah.
standing not close, but like just
Watching
what's he gonna do?
the
What's he
red
gonna do?
over
And
there.
you're just trying not to fumble things as you get more and more
It's
nervous.
a little chilly out too, so
So?
it's a little cold.
That was it. But as you just get jittery, and when you're trying to spanner
yeah.
something while you're jittery, it's just
Yeah.
like no. But yeah, there was another chap, part of their support crew, who lives locally. He had a massive toolbox, so he came
that's
down
handy.
with the whole toolbox, which was exactly what we needed.
That's Sarah and Shuna's boat
That's
getting
the
put back
retired
on
crew
the yeah.
boats.
They retired.
Heading off there, just
So
coming
they were
through
the
now.
leaders in the women's race. So it's now it's not
So
gonna
yeah,
be as
Mark
much of a
Lowe's
race.
now off on his way.
Okay, so you sent
Back
him
on.
away. Okay.
We had to
Mark and
modify
Giuseppe
the
are back
we had
on
to
the water
modify the overstern
with
a little
an
bit in order to make it work.
overstern. Wow. Well, you know what? You never know with DW what's going to happen. It's always good to have some extra rudders in there.
Yeah, and I think for them, they'd much rather stall for 15 minutes, get some food,
Yes.
dry clothes, and fix the boat than have to retire.
Yeah. Oh, and ultimately, I mean, this is still relatively early in the race, and
Yeah.
they don't have any other issues. They can still have a
But
great race.
would you
from
want to
here
be
on
going
out.
through the night with a skeg, not a rudder?
That
No.
would be horrific. Yeah, they're very lucky that everything has worked out for Mark and Giuseppe today after their rudder incident.
So just looking up who's coming in next.
Yeah, so you should have, I think, the
The Dutch crew, 312.
Dutch crew. Great. So Jouke and Floor.
And because the tracker can be a little jumpy, I'm predicting they're about 2 minutes out.
Okay. You gonna get your camera ready?
Yeah, I will be getting my camera ready. Just deciding
still
what
got a bit
lens
of
to use in this light now.
Yeah. It's yeah, still windy and cloudy here. Pretty consistent weather. I mean, the sun has,
The sun is
come in
out.
and
The
of
sun
it.
is out.
Yeah. I'm just seeing, it looks like, I think that Sarah is greeting Sarah and Shuna are greeting their support crew. There's some hugs going around. I think this is going to be a really emotional moment for them.
I did detect a bit of emotion over in the clubhouse.
Yeah, so that's the support crew and Sarah and Shuna over there. It's really hard to retire from the race. I think something really big must have gone wrong for them to have to make this decision. It's a tough decision to make as well.
Interesting. So at the moment, Durden and Watlington and Gregory and Lane are neck and neck.
Yeah, they're with. Hey, Sarah. Hey. Are you okay to share a little bit about what happened? You don't have
let
to.
me just ask Shuna if she's okay.
Take
if
a
I
few
share.
minutes because we've got crews coming through here, but we'd love to hear from you if you feel it. It's totally up to you. Yeah. All right. So we'll see if Sarah and Shuna want to stop by or not. Okay. We're just waiting for Jouke and Floor here. These guys are so good. Now, Jouke has said a couple of times, and I heard him say it again earlier, that this is going to be his last DW.
Rubbish.
That's how I feel. He's in the 1,000 Mile Club. He's committed enough that he wanted to get 1,000 miles on the international trophy. Now, I think he meant more like last for maybe a couple of years. Like maybe he's going to take a little break. All right, so we're going to get Jouke and Floor coming through here. Yeah, they look fantastic. This is it's a strong crew. They know what they're doing. We're getting some smiling for the cameras here. You guys feel good?
Well done, guys. Well done.
There we go. Jouke and Floor looking great. So we'll get timestamps on them shortly. But they were all smiles. They're paddling really smoothly. Nice technique, consistency.
Yeah. No, they seem super happy.
Really solid crew. Yes, we're going to get the Lithuanian Richmond crew next, Latvinas and Satikas. So I think we've got, how close do you think they're looking? Really? So the timestamp was 5:04:08 for Floor and Yauka through Newbury. That's great. You want to be, if you want to be a top contender in the race, you want to be through Newbury in about 5 hours. That's a fantastic time for them.
But I mean,
does that put them at the top of the leaderboard, I think?
Coming back to him saying last DW, I'm going to say now, it might be his last competitive DW where he's going for it. But once a DW addict, always DW addict.
Yeah. I mean, hey, even Dave Brown took 28 years to come back, but he did.
See, I don't think
Sarah?
we really want to talk at the moment.
Okay, that's
but,
fine. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
But we had an injury problem, so
I'm so sorry.
We were hoping that it's an ongoing injury that we kind of came into the race with and been trying to contain it, but unfortunately it didn't work as planned, and the wind didn't help. So unfortunately we've had to withdraw on this occasion. So
that's okay. I hope you all are feeling better. So
Thank you.
Very disappointed to not see you all. The injury is injury.
Same
right?
too, but you can't. Yeah, if you're injured, you're injured, and so another time.
Will you follow the rest of the race?
Definitely, yeah. I'm rooting for Rebecca and Anya. So saw Rebecca this morning at the at Devizes. So really looking forward to seeing what they're going to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well done for everything you've already done out there.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you,
cheers.
Sarah. All right, so that was Sarah Vernau. So we've got a real-time update on her and Shuna's retirement. They had an injury issue. It sounds like it was a known injury coming into the race, and they thought that they would be able to manage getting through it, and it's turned out to not be the case. So I think that's, when a crew of that caliber pulls out this early in the race, that's probably a pretty serious injury.
But it's also not to be surprised. I mean, the amount of miles that you have to clock just to get to the start line of DW.
Yep.
If you don't acquire some form of RSI or a niggle somewhere, you're probably not training hard enough.
It is really difficult. It's and they had there were a crew who decided not to do Waterside D. I think maybe in part because they knew that does increase the risk of injury, especially if you're having repetitive stress injuries. So that's something that, a lot of people will face. I was talking to Paul Fielden, who was entered in K1. He's one of the race directors, and he had to pull out of that because of a wrist injury. So the wrists are frequently under a lot of strain, and other, shoulders. Of course, we get lots of shoulder issues in paddling. So we're just waiting now for the Arnold S. and David S. to come through. So they should be through in the next couple of minutes. I am seeing, at least it looks like, Sarah and her support crew have found some Easter bunny ears, and they're going to find some positives in this. So really, really tough to retire from this race, especially that early. I do think, Anya and Rebecca are going to take the chance to win that ladies trophy. And as long as things go smoothly for them, which it sounds like they had a good stop at Newbury earlier, and things are going well for Rebecca and Anya. So no reason to think that they won't do well. Sorry about the audio there. So just waiting for Arnold S. and David S. So for Yauka and Floor, so they have done a 5:04:08 to Newbury, and that is an 8-minute improvement for them compared to last year. Now, they were a few minutes quicker on their time to Hungerford as well. So that's really promising for the times, especially this early in the race, when we know that there's still more tailwind to come and more flow on the river as the paddlers get down the course from the canal onto the river. So yeah, 8 minutes improvement to Newbury. How much of that is that they as a crew have gotten quicker? How much of that is that the conditions are faster? It's looking like a good start to the race. And I think they're a relatively consistent crew. So I think some of that improvement is going to be down to the tailwind. And just compared to some of the other times from last year, so Flor and Jauke are pacing faster than the last year's second place crew of Joe and Brindy, but slower than the first place crew of Tom and Rishi and the third place crew of Billy and John. So yeah, too early to call anything from this, but it's looking great for the crew from the Netherlands. Next up is the Lithuanian Richmond crew, Arnoldus, Latvinus, and Davidus Saticus. So they should be through here any minute. We'll see what kind of spirits they're in and how they're looking in the boat.
Yep.
Here they are. Let's see. Yeah, they look solid in the boat. Nice technique. Smiles. Is that a smile? I think that is a smile. All right, definitely a smile in the front there. So they look solid. They look solid. What do you think, Henry?
I think they're enjoying the moment. It is.
Oh, it's really nice with the sunset now.
Yeah, and the thing is, we're standing still, not quite chilled. We've got our layers on.
Yeah.
But they're working hard. So this is actually probably quite a nice temperature for them because they're working against what is a chilling atmosphere. So I reckon they're keeping nice and ambient. So yeah, it's a lovely evening to be paddling.
It is beautiful. It is very windy, but yeah.
And normally with Newbury, we're here at like 10:30, 11.
Yeah, last couple
it's
of years,
pitch black.
a lot later. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's horrible. It's lovely, but for sitting here in the freezing cold, I don't have particularly fond memories of being warm and cozy here.
It's always cold here.
We're quite exposed as well.
Yes.
But for the crews to be going through nice and early in the sunset, yeah, you're getting a lot more of the canal out the way before it gets dark. Do you want to spend more time on the dark Thames? I don't know. I think I would be more comfortable there.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm a Thames paddler.
Yeah,
I horses and courses.
We've got some good questions coming through in the comments. So first, we have got a shout out for Flor and Jauke from the Dutch fan. So thank you for that. We love the Dutch fan base. And an update, we should have Escott and Webster coming through in the next couple of minutes. They've had a great race
Possibly
so
in
far.
the next couple of seconds.
Are they that close?
Yeah, according to the tracker there, yeah.
Okay. And then here's the question that I don't know if we're going to answer before we see Escott and Webster, but this is a great question. So we've talked about Magnus Gregory and Alex Lane are really strong over the portages.
Runners.
Great runners. And their support crew is a lot of runners too. And there are a lot of portages from Pusey to Hungerford. That's true. There's like 35, 36, I want to say. I bet someone in the comments can correct me on that. I think it's about 36. Or maybe Pusey to Hungerford. Pusey to Newbury, I think 36. How important will the Hungerford split be for the race with Billy and John?
You need to ask splits of aficionado on that. Which would be our production boy
We've got Tim at
home.
home. So I think there's two ways to look at it. And one is Alex and Magnus kind of need to be putting down faster splits now because it's when they've got the greatest advantage over Billy and John. And so, yes, actually, their splits to Hungerford and to Newbury are important, and they need to be putting down faster splits than Billy and John now because Billy and John have an advantage once they get onto the Thames. I think that's an argument that you could make.
I I'm going to come back to that in 2 seconds, though.
Okay, because the other bit is, so far what we've seen from Billy and Jon is really, really quick, and I think they're gunning it a bit. There is maybe some risk that they're.
So that would be my question: is have they overcooked it too soon?
Yeah.
Yes, they have an advantage of the Thames because at one point they held the Thames record. They know the Thames.
Billy and Tom Dawson.
Billy knows the Thames, so
and he still holds the K1 record for the Thames, which 200 kilometers.
So they know the Thames, so they're going to be strong there. But you can't arrive on the Thames cooked.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it is their third year together. They want the win. I think they know what they're doing. So I'm not convinced that they're cooked. So here's Escott and Webster. This is nice. Got some good. Oh, they look fantastic. Look at that technique. And right in the middle, enjoying that mostly tailwind, bit of side wind.
Beautiful, guys. Beautiful.
I think they look good. I think they look determined and comfortable. That's my take. As comfortable as you can be. There's some big. You get a view of the you can see the dust kind of coming off there. These are
quite
big
breezy. It is
wind
quite
gusts.
breezy.
Storm Dave is definitely coming in strong. You can see that on the water. You can probably hear it, even though we've got the wind muffs on the microphones. You can probably hear some of that wind coming through here too. I thought they looked really solid. Escott and Webster.
They look very solid. The only thing that I observed is the back of the boat sits quite low, and I don't know whether that's a reflection of the man in the back or just the trim, or maybe it's the style of that boat.
Yeah.
We've talked in the past, is it better to have it trimmed up, trimmed down, trimmed level, and all the rest of it? But that looked trimmed nose high. But right, next.
Which might be good if they get. Well, I don't know. We'll see. It probably doesn't make as much difference on the canal, but it might make more of a difference further down on the Thames.
Projected times to Hungerford are coming in.
Oh, okay. Still projected, or have they hit Hungerford yet? Projected times. Okay. All right. So this is answering that great question about.
I told you the man to ask is the production at home.
Here we go. Okay. So right now, the projection is that there's going to be 1 minute between Alex and Magnus versus Billy and Jon at Hungerford. Oh, we've got Mike and Shireen coming through here soon. That's great. They'll be through here in 5 minutes. I think they're going to be. I think this wind is hard for them, but I think they're going to be fine in it. I think it's.
It really is picking up now. We've got quite a hard crosswind on this section.
Yeah.
I've had to take my hat off because it's going to get blown off.
So it also looks like Billy and Jon and Alex and Magnus are going to be 9 and 10 minutes quicker than Floor and Jauke into Hungerford. That sounds about right to me. Again, we know Floor and Jauke are really strong in this part of the race, but Billy and Jon and Alex and Magnus are just quicker crews. We've got that, we know that from the races they've done in the lead up to this, the Newbury Canoe Club Waterside Series, and last year's, for Billy and Jon, of course, last year's DW too. All right, we've got a bunch more crews coming through here now, so it's a good time to hang on to the live stream. If you are eating dinner or maybe waiting on dinner, stay with us for the next at least 15 minutes or so to catch
we've got
the next
Voller and Thornton coming next, I believe.
Yep, so Shireen, Voller, and Mike Thornton. Now, just to clear things up, Mike and Shireen absolutely are a love boat. That is...
Was this under question earlier?
This is under question, yes. I think when Kat Wilson submitted her runners and riders... Well, I missed Mike and Shireen off of our Paddlecast preview episode because I didn't have the official entry list yet.
Right.
And so that was completely my bad, which I've got to apologize for. And then Kat Wilson put them on her runners and riders list after the entry list came out, but did not include them in the Love Boat race, I think, because she didn't know that they are, in fact, a Love Boat as well. But there are almost all of the top mixed crews this year are Love Boats. That said, I don't know that that's the case for Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond, who have actually been one of the top mixed boats in the race so far. They were a late entry. I think they were the last crew to enter the race this year.
Yes, they got the highest number.
Yeah, so I think they must have been there 11 p.m. on
They are
Sunday,
imminent.
All right, so Escott and Webster, we've got a time for them through Newbury. They were 5:08:08, so 4 minutes behind Flor and Yauka. I think this is going to be a great race between Escott Webster and Flor and Yauka. I think they're going to be. I think it's going to be a really good race there. And possibly Durden and Walkington too. All three of those crews. It does look like Billy and John and Alex and Magnus are pulling away in the 1-2 positions, even this early in the race. But yeah, the fight for third overall is going to be a really good one. So Mike Thornton and Shireen Voller. So Mike has actually done something that I think not very many people have done, which is that he has won DW outright. And he has won the Canadian class. And he won the DW outright in, I want to say like 1996, I think, in kayak.
What's that say?
Mike Thornton won DW in 1996 in
That's
kayak.
going back a bit.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say how old I was.
They are definitely a veteran plus crew. But here we go. So here's Mike and Shireen. And they've won Canadian. They did a really quick time in C2 in 2014, I think it was. They're really, really strong paddlers. And Mike and Shireen actually went out and raced in the US last year at the Au Sable River Canoe Marathon, which is one of the premier races in the US. It's a Triple Crown. Yeah, they look great.
Nice going, guys. Nice going.
Yeah, they're super, super consistent. Really, I just can't see anything. I'm not doing it, but I can't see anything getting in the way of Mike and Shireen finishing. Mike did retire last year, but he was racing with Sam Bowen, and Sam hadn't completed a DW yet. He'd had a retirement the previous year as well with a different partner, and I believe they fell in at, I think, around Bray, maybe, or Marsh. I can't remember exactly where, but they fell in the overnight section, I think just after Reading. Okay, so next up we have got Aritz Martiartu and Tom Dawson.
And then after that, it's a very, very, very long wait because the remaining crews haven't even made it to Hungerford yet.
Yep.
So
so Mike and Shireen went out and raced the Au Sable River Canoe Marathon in the U.S., and it was their first time racing it. And marathon canoe is extremely competitive in the U.S., and they finished, I think, top 30, I want to say, which is really, really impressive for first-time Au Sable racers. It's pretty, especially for both of them being first-time Au Sable competitors. Those Triple Crown races are, extremely competitive in the U.S. And I will actually be going over to upstate New York in a few weeks to cover the General Clinton, which is a 70-mile race in upstate New York, which is part of that Triple Crown. So definitely, if you are curious about that, make sure you subscribe to Paddler Media on YouTube, where we'll be live streaming that. That's going to be really exciting. It'll be a little bit different for anyone who's more familiar with marathon kayak and the DW. The Clinton is a little bit different, but it's a really cool race to follow. So definitely subscribe to follow that. Mike and Shireen are a really strong crew, and they could well be second place or third place mixed. They could also get a really good time too. You know, their time in 2014 was, I think, about 19 and a half hours. It's the C2 record is about 18 and a half hours for the DW, Canadian doubles. And that was set by Mike Davis and Rebecca Barton Davis in, I think it was 2018, I want to say, or thereabouts. 18:23:48 is that record. So it's hard to see Mike and Shireen beating that. They are one of the top crews in the UK. You know, if a UK base, so Mike and Rebecca came over from the US, and they didn't even know like how to do these styles of portages, because the portages that they do, and they're based in Michigan, are very different from what we have here. And they're just a phenomenal crew, unbelievable canoeists and athletes. Rebecca is really an incredible paddler. She comes from a paddling family, the Bartons, for anyone who's heard of Greg Barton or Epic Kayaks. That's her uncle. I think her dad was an Olympian as well, Bruce. Yeah, lots of... I mean, maybe Mike and Shireen could, if they get enough tailwind, really, maybe they could be threatening that Canadian doubles record. It's their time from 2014 was one of the fastest C2 times at DW. Definitely in the top times there. They've had a great Waterside series. They had a really good Waterside D, and they were ahead of Anushka Freeman and Rob Perry at Waterside D, who are also another one of those mixed love boat crews in potential contention for the second place spot behind Alex and Magnus. Could Mike and Shireen take that 1823 record? Maybe. We might. So we've got after Tom and Eretz come through, we've got a bit of a break. Could go somewhere upriver.
Yeah, so I don't think going downriver, because we'll just miss them by more.
Yeah, so maybe we could hop back up to Newbury to catch the top three crews as they come through there.
Possibly, or stick it out here and
wait for them in Newbury.
wait for them to have a take a break. And
So we're just plotting out the live stream. We've still got Tom and Eretz coming through. So this is a great crew. They have not done... Eretz is based in Pamplona, Spain. I don't know if we've got some Spanish fans on the stream now. If you are a Spanish fan, definitely stay tuned for the next few minutes to see Eretz and Tom come through. And they raced the Ardèche River Marathon in France last year. They finished around top 20 in that, which is a very competitive marathon race. And Eretz has done the Sella River descent 7 times. He had a top finish when he was in the under 23 age category a number of years ago. I think he and Tom connected at the Sella last year, and they raced together, I think the day after the Sella or in the days following the Sella at a smaller race in Spain around the Sella descent. And they have got a whole host of support crew over from Spain. So Eretz's father, Fernando, known as El Capitan, learned to paddle a K1 from a library book. I don't know that I know anyone else who can claim that.
that and I how does that even work?
We're gonna have to talk to Fernando and find out, and maybe have some Spanish language in there, because I'm really impressed. We need to figure out how El Capitan learned how to paddle K1 from a library book. So he's a very good paddler, and then it's a whole family of paddlers as well, because they've also got Eretz's uncle Lolo and partner Laura, who are both very good paddlers. I've gotten this insights from Tom Dawson, who briefed me on the Spanish crew and how he and Eretz have been going. So it seems like they've been paddling together pretty well. We'll see how well they're paddling together now. I think it is, one of the hardest things about DW, if you're a crew who is not based in the same place. We were talking about this even for James and George. Like they're both technically in the London area.
Yeah, but they're opposite
Broader
sides of London,
area, but
about
yeah, literally the opposite
up
sides.
to 4 hours apart. So
Yep, 4 hours on a bad day, and it's not a fun, it's not a fun drive really. The M25 from Chelmsford to Elmbridge.
anyone who's not from London, I've had people comment, "Oh, but it's just the other side of London. Just drive there."
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you have to fight off laughing at them for about 5 minutes before you say,
Here they come.
it's just not possible.
So for Tom and Eretz between Oxford and Spain, it is certainly hard for them to get much time in the boat together. So let's see how they're looking. Yeah, I think they look pretty good. I think Tom's hat is falling off. But other than that, yeah, they both look really focused. Hey, guys, well done. Oh, we've definitely got some smiles.
Looking good, guys, looking good.
All right. Yeah, not bad. So, great spirits.
So,
Great spirits.
seems to be very, very good spirits on that one.
They're, yeah, I think they look comfortable. They look determined. I think that's a happy crew. I think they're in it to finish and have a nice time. I think they would love to be competitive, but it's not, they know that as a crew between Spain and the UK, it's not going to be, it's going to be hard to put together sort of a top 3 podium kind of race. But, if things keep going well for them through the night, and Tom knows this course like the back of his hand. So Tom is based in Oxford, which of course is on the Thames. It's not the part of the Thames that is on this race, so it's above Reading. But he has paddled every inch up to Putney, which is one of the last stops on the tideway before you get to Westminster. And he completed the DW nonstop to Teddington in 2022. So 2022 was one of the years it was cut short at Teddington. In that case, it was because of COVID. And he has also completed the K1 stages race that he did in 2015. So actually, this will be Tom. He knows the course extremely well, but it will be his first nonstop finish at Westminster. So I think that's going to be a big marker for Tom. And I think he will be able to guide Eretz down the course really well. Of course, Eretz does not know the course well because he lives in Pamplona. But he's got a good guide in Tom. And it will be Eretz's first time doing anything quite like this. It's his first ultra marathon. So I thought they looked really happy. And that makes all the difference. That's having good chemistry and good team spirit it can absolutely make or break your DW. So, we've got some great Spanish fans in the chat. Thank you to the Spanish fans. Love it. All right, so it looks like we've got some times for the top 3 crews into Hungerford. All right, here's our Hungerford updates. So we don't have Billy and John through Hungerford yet.
They're still about 20 minutes off, I think.
Okay, so Magnus and Alex have the fastest time to Hungerford so far in 3:29:42, which is 11 minutes faster than Yauka and
Is
Floor.
there a chance of getting that up on the stream?
Yeah, let's see if we can, if our production can pop that up on the stream, because I think we've got a while before the next crews come through here. Maybe not that long based on how fast Magnus and Alex are moving.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
So, yeah, okay. So whoever was asking about Magnus and Alex's splits earlier, they are absolutely hammering it. I wonder if we can double check that versus Alex's time with Dan Seaford in 2019. See if we can. Oh, I think I've got that somewhere. So yeah, so the order to Hungerford, and we don't have Billy and John through there yet, but it's Magnus and Alex first, Yauka and Floor second, Luke, Escott, and James Webster third, George Durden and James Walkington 4th, and Aritz Martyr 2 and Tom Dawson 5th. So that is, and 6th is Lawrence Plant and Kath Drummond. So they're going really, really well. And I'll share a little bit more about Lawrence and Kath. So as we said, they were, I think, the last entry into the race. Lawrence raced.
Oh, there we go.
Time's up. So Lawrence raced in 2023 and 2024. And raced DW nonstop. And Kath Drummond won the ladies' race with Kat Wilson in 2024, but it did finish at Teddington. So they've both done DW before, strong paddlers. I believe Lawrence is also a multi-disciplinary paddler. I think he does some outrigger and dragon boat, I want to say. So Lawrence and Kath really are our surprise second place mixed crew so far. We'll see how long that lasts. I think we might take a short break. Oh, hold on. We've got a comment. Oh, whoever asked about the splits earlier, which we love that question. That was a really good one. Is estimating that Billy and John have lost 1 minute and 18 seconds versus Alex and Magnus. Well done. Well done, stats fans. Gut check that says that sounds about right. I think that's that seems pretty reasonable. And yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I don't think this is going to be where Alex and Magnus win the race. I don't think, you know, yes, they need to be making the most of their portaging skills here. And that is time that, especially if the race continues to stay as close as it is now throughout the rest of the day, you know, gaining 1 minute and 18 seconds here makes a big difference. So I think it's that's definitely something to watch. So I think we are going to take a short break, and then we're expecting, before we do that, let me just double check. Yeah, so we're going to put up, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back to you with the top 3 crews when they come through Newbury. So I think come back to here in about
an hour.
An hour, maybe? How long is it going to take them to get from Hungerford to Newbury? 45 minutes to an hour? Come back in the next, make sure you're back 10 till 8. So we'll meet everyone back here to see the top 3 crews come through Newbury.
And they'll be
top
pretty
4
close
crews,
together.
because we've actually got George and James. We've got Billy, John, Alex, Magnus, George, and James. Sorry,
Yeah,
the
so
top 3 crews.
And from the looks of the dot watching, I think 2 of those boats are wash hanging off each other now.
Yeah, let's see how long George and James and Alex and Magnus stay together. It'll be really, really interesting to see what that looks like
And
if they're
if
still
one breaks away or if one
together in
retakes the
Newbury.
lead, and
Yeah.
so that's going to be interesting.
And that's the other thing, is I don't know if they're going to stay together forever if George and James can't keep up on the portages.
Yes, but also having said that, if they are working together, that means they are more likely to pull away from
Billy and John.
Yeah. So not that they planned that tactic, but that could be beneficial. That could be an absolute clincher.
Yeah. All right. So come back with us in about 40 minutes, and we will see you then. All right. So we are back here at Newbury waiting for Alex and Magnus, who are going to come through next. Now, it looks like the sun has pretty much set now. And apologies for anyone who was watching on Facebook. Hopefully you have found your way over to YouTube. So yeah, we are here waiting on Alex and Magnus. Now, I've just put an update up on the Instagram and Facebook stories for Paddle Daily. We had a great insight. So Joe, friend of Paddle Daily, Paddler Joe has been waiting at Dun Mill, which is a portage, a lock, a few miles up from here at Newbury. And he caught a number of crews before sunset. So really exciting. Alex and Magnus caught, we gave the update earlier that Alex and Magnus caught George and James. We think they caught them sometime around, sometimes before Hungerford. And it looks like they were wash hanging for a while. Now we know Alex and Magnus, the quicker boat here, especially on the portages. And so it looks like somewhere between then wash hanging together after Hungerford and before. Which you can, sorry about that. Joe took a photo, which you can check on the Instagram stories or Facebook stories for Paddle Daily. And it shows, you can see exactly the gap at Dun Mill between Alex and Magnus and George and James. It looks like maybe 300 to 500 meters, roughly. So, I mean, they're still really close. And honestly, like maybe depending on how much distance is to cruise, you know, if Alex and Magnus put in more distance into George and James before they get onto the river, then they might be able to maintain that advantage. Otherwise, there's a chance that, you know, maybe George and James could catch them up later on the river, because they should be a little quicker on the river, I think, than on this canal section. But yeah, it's hard to say. And it looks like it's also possible, especially if George and James no longer have the advantage of a wash from Alex and Magnus, that they might be next caught by Billy and John. And again, if they get caught by Billy and John, that does mean that they have the opportunity, hopefully, to trade washes for a while. If that lasts for a while, I think that's great for George and James, especially if it got them all the way to the Thames. I think that'd be really nice for them. Again, this is James and George's first nonstop DW. So they both did the 4-day stages race last year, but this is their first time doing the nonstop. And I think they're definitely still a top 3 potential crew. But yeah, so this is really exciting. So just looking at the GPS tracker, we can see where Alex and Magnus are at the moment. So they should be with us in really just a few minutes. And it does look like there's probably less than 2 minutes between those two crews. And we'll see what Alex and Magnus look like when they come through, I think within the next 2 to 5 minutes here. We did get split to Hungerford. So we have a complete top 10 through Hungerford. That's there's your graphic there. And it looks like Yauka and Floor might be fading a little bit. Again, that'd be the same thing that we've seen with them last year and the year before. That they start, the start is one of their sort of strongest parts of the race, and then they tend to slow down a little bit. So it looks like they have now been caught by Escott and Webster at Aldermaston. So it's exciting for Escott and Webster. They've made it to Aldermaston. That's just past there is where you get onto the river. So your top 10 through Hungerford. So as potentially predicted Magnus and Alex, you know, all those after Pusey, they hit all those portages, and Magnus and Alex have made up time there. So they are now the leaders. So they made up more than 3 minutes. I think they must have made up about 5 minutes over that stretch, which is very impressive. And truly, like, this race could come down to a 5-minute difference, and it could be the 5 minutes that Alex and Magnus have just put in from Pusey to Hungerford, and then probably beyond. So this is just incredibly exciting. Magnus and Alex will be through here any minute. We had some good chat earlier and a great question about, you know, what's the splits between Magnus and Alex and Billy and Jon. Have Billy and Jon gone out too hard, too fast? We'll have to see how Billy and Jon go over the next few hours and into the night. I don't think they've gone out too hard based on this. I definitely wouldn't say, wow, the wind is really crazy here, if you can hear that. I definitely wouldn't say that the lead swap over from Billy and Jon to Magnus and Alex indicates that Billy and Jon have gone out too hard. I think that's something that we won't see until later, if they have. And, you know, Magnus and Alex, they're putting a lot of work into their legs right now. Yes, they are both really strong, incredible runners, but to do something like this, you know, that's a lot on their legs, to be pushing all of those portages as hard as they are to do those kinds of splits. The third crew overall, based on times to Hungerford, Jouke and Floor, the Dutch crew. I think we've got some Dutch fans on the stream and in the chat. So they are, yeah, I think they're doing really well. Very exciting that Escott and Webster have been going so well too, especially since they've caught the Dutch crew now. That actually puts them into third place. And that was Billy's prediction. We did our podcast preview episode about the DW. And I had James and George in third place at the finish, and Billy had James, Webster, and Luke Escott. So obviously still a lot of the race left to go, but it was interesting. There were a lot of different predictions and opinions about how the final order is going to shake out between the top crews. So yeah, just waiting for Alex and Magnus here. They should be, let's see if we can catch where they're at. And then, yeah, Eretz and Tom are still going well. Actually, that was interesting. So I'll put it up on Instagram and Facebook stories as well. But another great bit of footage caught by Joe Hart was at Dunmill, was where Mike and Shireen in Canoe were doing their best to stay on the wash of Luke Escott and James Webster. And one of the things you can see in that footage, which I'll repost, is just how good Mike and Shireen are at portaging. They are just an incredible portaging crew. I'm not even sure they do much running per se. They just are incredibly efficient at portaging, as well as quick. And so you can watch them where Luke and James are clearly leading into the portage, and then Mike and Shireen, you know, by the time Luke and James and Shireen are on the water with their boat right behind them, wash hanging. It's really impressive. So I'm not sure how long they managed to stick on them. There is, of course, a pretty big speed difference there between, you know, what the actual speeds and time differences are going to be between, you know, a top 5 potential kayak crew and a Canadian doubles crew, but still, that's a great view to see. And Mike and Shireen they looked great when we saw them come through here earlier, as did Luke and James. So it sounds like Luke and James have made it to Aldermaston. There should be some times coming through from that checkpoint soon. I think Alex and Magnus will be here any minute. You can see the sun is definitely set. We've still got a little bit of twilight around. And it's a well-lit area here, which is nice and why it's always a good spot for filming. But not much light now. So they should have lights on their boat at this point. So we should see hopefully a nice bright light at the front of Alex and Magnus's boat. And that'll be pretty critical. Through this part, of course, when you're in town, it's well lit. Wow. The wind is I was going to get blown into the canal. It's not quite that bad, but so this is Storm Dave. This is what the wind is coming from. Storm Dave, named storm. It's very serious stuff. I think it looks like the forecast may have come down slightly from when I looked at it on Thursday and Friday, which would be a good thing. But it is absolutely raging here. It's a bit of a side wind, side tail at this specific spot in Newbury. But again, because the canal does kind of move around it, takes different turns, it doesn't. I can see a blinking light. I bet that's them. Is that blinking?
Here it comes.
That's their cyclist. Yeah. Okay. So here they come now. Alex and Magnus. It is 8:14 in Newbury, and there's a cyclist with them lighting the way. That'll be one of their support crew. Okay. Here they are. Alex and Magnus. They are just chit-chatting. Absolutely.
Looking really good, guys. Quite ahead of time.
They look honestly like chilled. They look pretty chilled out.
It's pretty flippin' windy.
Chit-chatting away over there.
Yeah.
I think we should have George and James any minute because I think they're less than 2 minutes behind.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure they put in
You think Alex and Magnus have already put in more?
No, I think you're right. They are
we'll
very
have them any
close.
minute. Is that, I can't tell, I think that's their support crew. Are they on schedule? Are you all are with Alex and Magnus, right? Oh, you're with James and
Yeah, imagine now.
sorry.
I think they're
couldn't
slightly
tell
ahead
from
of schedule.
far away. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I couldn't see anyone's faces in the dark. It was like
Have
John's right there.
George and George James, isn't it? Yeah. They got a bike riding alongside them or anything?
It's Keith with them. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we'll see
And
the
Max is
bikes
going
before
too.
we see them.
Good.
And the
okay.
cars are streaming
How are
in
they
now.
feeling?
When did we last year? We haven't seen them for a while now.
Okay.
Quite a lot of cars.
Oh, Kentbury is not too far back. Are they coming now? Are they feeling okay when you last saw them? Yeah.
Smiling, they've been smiling.
Yeah. Were they wash hanging earlier with Alex and Magnus?
They were
Not
for a
for long.
while. They were trying their best to hang on.
Yeah.
But they seemed really nice.
Yeah. I think Alex and Magnus portage a fair bit quicker, and that would yeah.
And I think George and James are getting more food.
They're getting some more food.
Yeah.
Okay. Really? Oh.
Yeah,
They must be getting it at different stops. Yeah. And no like injuries or issues or anything like that. Just chugging along. Nice. Are they? They're not stopping here, are they? You're just stopping to see.
No, we've got the other two cars getting answers down.
Nice.
We'll just give them a little cheer here.
Yeah, they've got a great, huge support crew with you all, and just that massive group earlier is fantastic. All right, I'm gonna get in position because I think we're gonna. All right, so that's 3 of the support crew just there chatting to about George and James. So it sounds like they're not. Maybe they're probably not quite on schedule for what they wanted, but they're just chugging along. making sure they get plenty of food. Yeah, we saw Alex and Magnus absolutely fly by a minute ago. They were, chit-chatting, looking extremely happy and comfortable. So I don't think that the speed at which they've been pedaling so far seems to be taking much of a toll on them. And we'll see how George and James are doing. It sounds like they weren't wash hanging for too long. They tried to kind of stick together for a while, but I think those portage heavy sections. Here they are. So that's the light. Very nice bright light. See how they look. Oh, they look good. Oh, they look great. Besides almost hitting that swan. They're moving really well on the water. I mean, speed-wise, that looks about the same as what we just saw from Alex and Magnus. And they look comfortable as well, which is great. So I think they really could pick up speed as the frequency of the portages decreases. And especially if they're able to wash hang with Billy and Jon when Billy and Jon catch them at some point, probably. I would not count them out. I think they look far too speedy and comfy right now to count them out. I just say I think George and James look pretty comfy actually.
They do look pretty comfy, but as we
and good speed
discussed off air, I think their mission is to finish.
Yep.
And finish strong. Not saying they don't care about where they come, but as in that wasn't their primary focus.
Yep.
Whereas I think even though the other crews may have said that is definitely not the intent that they have come out onto the water with.
No, Billy and Jon have straight up said they want to win, so they're not hiding that.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I think Alex and Magnus were sort of saying, we're here to finish.
Yep.
But as soon as that boat touched water, you could see from the facial expressions, she means business.
Yeah.
He's along for the ride and he's having a whale of a time, but she means business.
Yeah. So, all right, we're getting some times in now. So Magnus and Alex, that's really quick. They've done 4:49:30.
So we're still about 4.5 kilometers away from Billy
and Jon.
Billy and Jon at the moment.
4:49:30. Well, Alex and Magnus didn't do Waterside D, but I think that's about what that would have been a top Waterside D time, which is just the race from.
But are you surprised?
Devizes
Are
to
you
Newbury.
surprised
No.
with the caliber that's in that boat?
Are
you surprised?
This is really. I mean, we knew this was going to be a good race, and.
Well, it's almost a tradition now.
Yeah.
That Billy tries to go for the win, and mixed crew takes it from him. So
He's hoping that's not the case this year, but. we
were just waiting on.
We're on the live stream. Hey.
It's Henry.
Yes.
We're just we've got some other. Are you all supporting some of the crews?
Not really supporting.
Okay,
So you're doing a
fans.
live stream?
Yeah. Some supporters here, or race fans following along. So yeah, waiting for Billy and Jon here. So
I reckon about 20-25 minutes.
Oh, this is interesting. All right, Tim is doing some stats here. Now, we talked earlier about the mixed record. And I didn't think the mixed record was going to go this weekend.
Not with this wind, no.
It is really, really windy. Alex and Magnus, they're an amazing crew, but their times at the Watersides were not as quick as
Keith and Lizzy's
times. And they weren't as quick as last year's top two mixed crews times.
Tom and Nush and Joe and Brindy. Yep.
But that doesn't necessarily correspond with final DW time, as we know. And the flow is a bit higher this year than last year.
Okay.
So it's about 60 Kumax at Kingston compared to 30 last year. And we have this tailwind. So Tim has just said that he thinks that Alex and Magnus could be pacing for a finish between 16:35 and 16:45.
Yeah,
That's probably based on my spreadsheet, which is a little bit of guesswork.
okay. And what's the record
But
stand?
16:40. So they could literally.
So they are on track to
right
take
on
a
mixed
record.
pace.
I mean,
This is,
the thing is,
it would be unreal.
and I'm going to call it now. If they do it,
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if in the post-race interviews, Alex admits that was always the plan.
That was the plan. Yeah.
Because I cannot describe to you. We'll put photos up up later, but the facial expression of "I own business" that she got on the water. So where I was positioned was about 150 meters downstream of the start. So out of the way of the crowds, and you can suddenly see, the feelings that these paddlers are actually approaching this race.
Yeah.
And some of them are laughing as they go through. She was just, we got a job to do, let's get it done.
Yeah.
And Magnus was in the back having a whale of a time.
Yep.
He's enjoying the ride, but she means business. And I would not be surprised if in the post-race interviews, if they take the mixed record, they're going to admit, that was always the plan.
Oh my God. Let's see. It is far too early.
Far too early. We
know that's not.
We can put more of a guess when they get to Reading, I think.
But just the fact that we think it could actually maybe be in play
at this stage.
Keith and Lizzy's record it's a really tasty record. Now Tom and Nishi were on pace for it in 2024,
with
the year
a
that the race finished
ridiculous
in
flow.
Teddington.
Ridiculous
But
flow.
yeah, I mean that was a massive assistance from the river flow, which we do not have this year. Some other stats too that I think are really useful, and thank you to Tim for pulling these up. So Alex and Magnus's time to Newbury, 4:49:30. The only crew who has done a quicker time since 2022 for that stretch is Keith and Tom,
No way.
who are the overall
Record holders officially. That's an insane pace.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I looked at Alex and Dan's times from 2019, and they started really strong.
Yeah.
But already they are 10 minutes up on Dan and Alex's time when Dan and Alex won in 2019.
But this goes back to something which Betsy wasn't in the UK at this point.
Yes.
And a lot of people who go back to that time will remember that a lot of people on the from that period will remember Magnus as a junior racer was an absolute force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
And it's very, very difficult to put that over to people. I don't have the stats to hand, but he was 15, 16 and coming second, third against the senior men over 1,000 meters. He was
incredible.
A unit of a paddler.
Yeah.
So to see him rock up at DW is a surprise. It's nice to have him back. Welcome back to the paddling community. And my goodness, what a re-entrance.
Yeah.
But having that sort of engine in the back of someone who's so experienced as Alex Lane. Alex Lane her stats are not to be sniffed at.
No.
So
it's a really serious
when you put that kind of engine in the back of those kind of stats, I was saying to Betsy when we were doing the pre-briefing, expect amazing things.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen, but something amazing is going to happen, and I think this could be the start of that.
This is wild. I think that mixed record is still, I think it's a stretch, but it's not as much of a stretch as I thought it was going to be.
I don't know how much flow there is on the Thames.
Yeah.
Compared to, because we just don't have the data from the Lizzie Keith
So Lizzy and Keith, I think the flow level was similar to this year.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I did go back and look at that. I think it was around 50, 60 at
So
Kingston.
if they can get a prevailing tailwind on the Thames,
yeah.
But then the Thames has to go north up into Oxford before it comes down south. So they're going to have to face a headwind at some point.
Yeah, I think it's the Cookham stretch is when they face a headwind.
Yeah, so
which could be difficult.
I think having a look after the Cookham stretch will give us a much better idea.
Yeah, and I think it's also so when Keith and Lizzy set that record in 2015, they were both like right around the peak of their international paddling careers.
I think that depends
Plus minus a few years.
Yeah, plus minus a few years, but also I think it depends what you count as their peaks.
Like Lizzy was winning international medals.
Yeah. But then Lizzy went on to win lots of sprint medals after that. So what you define as Lizzy's peak depends whether you're talking to a marathon paddler or a sprint paddler.
No, between 2015 to 2019, right? Like we're talking plus minus 2-3 years there.
Yeah. They're definitely both.
Lizzy's peak, definitely.
Both up there. I think
anything, and Alex and Magnus, in contrast, right? Their international marathon and sprint for Magnus paddling achievements were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Now Alex did her DW win in 2019, which was only 7 years ago. But that's still, I think it's very different for a crew like them to be compared to Keith and Lizzy in their prime.
Yeah.
When Alex and Magnus have been out of the racing scene in paddling, at least. I know they've been running races.
Nearly 10 years.
For nearly 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very weird for me because I used to coach Magnus's that age range. So, in my head, he's still 14, 15. And then suddenly, wait, he's doing DW? Is he old enough? Wait, he's getting married? What
I know. Well, very impressively.
I'm suddenly feeling very old.
If you weren't impressed already, they're getting married in July. And so they are doing... I just think DW prep and wedding planning in the same year is like... It's taking like two of the
Which one do you think they're taking more seriously? Which one do you take that?
I think we'll find out at Westminster tomorrow morning.
I would hazard a bet: low key wedding and high key race prep.
Yeah. And so we have the Love Boat race with the mixed crews today. And actually, I wonder if we can get some updates. We should have some timestamps, I think, coming in from Aldermaston pretty soon. So if Alex and Magnus's race, so when I did my spreadsheet prep for this, I looked at some of the old data. I looked at Billy and John's data from last year. So this is what and I looked at Alex and Dan's data from 2019 because I thought those were kind of the most comparable races. Obviously, we have different conditions, and the crews are, but the crews is different for Alex and Magnus. I think Billy and John are also just a little bit quicker and fitter this year, just based on kind of like what they've been doing with their personal bests that Billy's been hitting lately and how they've been able to improve on some of their waterside times from last year. But so if Alex and Magnus's race plays out like a recent race, it just depends on how their race plays out. And Alex and Dan had a very slow stretch during their race in 2019 from between Reading and Bray. I believe they were facing maybe some injury or illness issues during that stretch. And then there was also the year that Alex and Dan won, there was a couple, I think 1 or 2 other top crews who were quicker than them to that point and then ended up dropping out. And so it's also possible they didn't have as much reason to push as hard at some point once they found out that those crews had dropped and they knew that they were really in it to take the win without as much competition from behind them. It's hard to say that was 7 years ago too, right? So we've got about 10 minutes now, we think, until Billy and Jon come through
about
here.
10 to 12 minutes, depending how average on pace they're holding and how up to speed the dot watch tracker is.
It looks like they're, yeah. Yep, just up the river just up the canal from here.
Well, I should hope so. There's only one option.
Well, no. I mean, like really.
They're getting close. They're getting close. And then after they've come through, we're gonna bomb it over down to Reading.
Yeah, so we'll wrap up the live stream after Billy and Jon come through here. But we'll head over to Reading. We've got some photos. Henry took a bunch of photos earlier that we're going to share on social media. And we'll do some social media video updates from Reading. Hopefully we'll be able to catch a lot of crews there. It is a mandatory stop at Dreadnought Reach, so it's not technically a portage, but it's basically kind of like the point where you really get onto the Thames and the river massively widens. And it's also right around the race's sort of halfway point. So it's a great spot to see crews. It's been well lit up the last couple of years, which is really nice.
Just for context,
God,
right now,
wind.
I'm
Oh my
having
God.
difficulty standing upright because I'm being
Yeah.
buffered around.
I think you're sheltering me.
Betsy's standing in my wind shadow
I've just had
to keep her. So
yeah.
if you're getting a lot of disturbance on the microphones, we're doing our best.
This
but
is
we are
going to be
being,
rough for the crews over
we're, yeah,
in
we're being thrown around on our feet.
Yeah.
So I need to have
on the ground.
a blade in my hands and in a wobbly boat right now. And Billy's in a quattro, so it's about as well. Yeah, actually, on that, it's a really fair race this year.
Uh-huh.
Well, Billy and Jon are in a quattro. Alex and Magnus are in a quattro.
Yeah.
George and James, they're in a Cinco. So there's a bit of difference there. There. But yeah, the two that we think are going to be 1 and 2, they're in the same boat. It may even be the same sized boat. And funny enough,
that would be interesting. Yeah.
one of the modifications that I saw in Magnus and Alex's boat, which amused me, is Magnus had fabricated some seat stacks because Alex sits a bit too low. So they've had to raise the rail in order for her to fit in there. And so yeah, it's interesting modifications. I don't know whether sitting higher in this wind would be a benefit. Though.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun to me. But they looked good when they passed by. So the boat that Alex and Magnus are using.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're telling me earlier. This is the boat that.
Oh, there's a lot of lore on this boat.
But what about the Ivan Lawler and Ben Brown used that?
I think we've only
What
got
year
like
was that?
6 minutes before Billy are here.
Okay,
and I
the
can
short
keep
version.
The short version. So Ivan's going to kill me now. The boat that Ivan has
Without revealing the dirty secrets of the boat.
I'm not going to reveal the dirty secrets. There's no dirty secrets.
We don't need to know which.
Ladies and
bits of
gentlemen,
carbon
I
were
often do
fixed and
the
replaced.
cleanups after DW, and I can tell you some very dirty secrets to some very dirty paddlers. Anyway, Ivan is not one of them.
Who puts holes in their boats?
Yeah, holes in their boat, not not anything else. Anyway, good hosing. The boat that Ivan has very graciously lent Alex is the same boat that Ivan originally purchased to facilitate him and Ben Brown attempting the record many, many years ago.
The DW record. When was that? That was.
I can't remember. I think it's before I paddled because Ben Brown retired before I started.
So like early mid 2000s.
Yeah,
Maybe late
it would have been like
maybe
2011, 2012 maybe.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they attempted the record. There was a lot of hype and fanfare, and this is the year the record's going to go. This is the year the record's going to go. And let's be honest, there hasn't been another peak Ivan.
Mm.
No one has matched peak Ivan. And quite frankly, I don't think anyone's matched peak Ben Brown. So putting those two in a boat was always good. And they're both at Elmbridge as well. So they got to train together non-stop. So on paper, this boat was going to be an absolute record smasher.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, all the hype and circus around that, I don't know. Again, this was before my time, so I don't know how much was self-inflicted or how much was community-based. But the community certainly felt that this was the year the record was going to go. And I believe they got 9 hours in, 9 hours of headwind before they just went, this is just too painful.
Yeah.
So they retired. And that boat sat around not doing much for a long time. It's far too pretty to let it go to just anyone. It went to a very close friend of mine who did raced it reasonably hard, hence why it then came into my workshop. And then I believe Ivan bought it back off him. That's how much Ivan loves that boat. And now he's lent it to Alex and Magnus. So is this the breaking of that curse? And it's a chopping wind. So what a fitting environment to bring that boat back out to play.
It's pretty exciting. It's a fresh chance for that boat to win a DW.
Yeah.
And maybe set a record. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. I think it's
Don't
a
jinx
little.
it.
I'm afraid I have jinxed it.
Yeah, that's the thing. The boat's not jinxed. I think it's crews get jinxed by the community putting the pressure on.
It's a good thing we haven't been talking about the record, I think. So there's not as much pressure on it.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying the records are unattainable, but the records are hard now.
They are really. I mean, the DW overall race record stood for like 4 decades.
Yeah. And
I mean, and that's
if we're being honest, it was broken by Pete Keith, Pete Tom.
Yep.
In incredible flow, which any normal year DW would have been cancelled, except for the fact that Tom and Keith were going for the record, and that's the only reason they kept it going. Let's be honest.
They did add a new safety procedure and everything, and
just to keep it open.
You know.
So I think
these are hard race records to break. They're not easy.
Yeah, it's going to take something absolutely phenomenal to see some of the records that we've got.
So
smashed.
We have got some updates for you through Aldermaston. So that is sort of the end of the canal section largely. We've put that up on the screen now. So the quickest time so far. So Luke and James are going really well. So that is Luke Escott and James Webster. They were not the quickest boat to Pusey, or not in the top 3 quickest boats to Pusey. And they've already overtaken Jouke and Floor, the Dutch crew. So this bodes really well for Luke and James. Luke attempted DW last year and ended up getting pulled off the tideway, I think about 4 minutes until Billy and John get here. So Luke attempted DW with his cousin Tim last year. So that was an Escott and Escott boat. And they made it all the way to the tideway and they just weren't making the time cutoffs. And I chatted with Owen Peake earlier, who's the chief umpire. So he monitors very closely, the retirements and the teams hitting these cutoffs. And he said it was basically it was kind of like the core started to go. So obviously these boats are extremely difficult to balance, especially at the top end of the race.
This is something that's come up this year.
Yeah.
And it's something I think will come into its own, especially again in these conditions in the wind. We used to joke when I was training, the fastest boat is the one you can keep upright, because the slowest you can go is swim.
Yep.
And so it does mean selecting a more stable boat.
It can be a smart.
And being able to actually paddle rather than brace, paddle, brace, paddle. My paddle's being ripped out my hands.
Yeah.
Will give an advantage. Obviously, at the top end, a boat to boat, get in the skinniest thing you can, and they will be professionals about it and rip it down. But some of the more, adventure crews will definitely favour from being in a stable boat. And I think in the love boat race, this is something that Anushka and Rob targeted.
Yeah.
They wanted a very, very stable boat because they weren't going for a time.
Yeah.
They just wanted to get through and enjoy it and still be able to look each other in the eyes afterwards. And as a result, they've chosen a really, really stable boat. I believe it's a curtain Mirage.
And they've been
solid.
And also they have been quicker than, like, I think Simon and Jess are in another one of the mixed crews are in a tippier, speedier boat.
Yeah, I think it might be a Zastera.
Yeah,
Gemini.
but Nushi and Rob have been quicker.
Yeah.
Which tells you, I mean, they've got Nushi in the boat.
They've got Nushi in the boat, but
powerhouse.
As much as you can have the queen of the princess of DW in the boat, it's not going to count for everything. I did have that on record earlier. I had the conversation.
Yep, I did as well with Kat Wilson is Queen of DW.
Yep,
Nushi
that's
is
always been the case.
Princess of DW now, freshly anointed.
So that is confirmed. That is a line of succession.
And I believe Tom Sharp is the Prince of DW.
So that begs the question:
Who's the king?
Who's the king?
Brian Greenham, the legend.
That makes a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Kat was very happy with that royal family.
Yeah, we should probably produce a deck of playing cards now.
Now that is a good idea.
That's a merch tie-in. You can get yourself get yourself behind.
So times through Aldermaston. Got a couple more minutes before Billy and John come through here. Let's check the tracker. We don't want to miss them. Well, we're not going to miss them. But so Luke and James are leading. So they've done 6 hours, 24 minutes, 54 seconds to Aldermaston. And then Yauka and Floor are the second quickest time. So they're still going really well. And I mean, I think I want to say that's quicker for them than last year as well. We'll double check that stat for you. But I believe that Dutch crew are improving on what they did last year. The next so far, Aritz, Martiartu, and Tom Dawson. That is the Spain UK crew. Okay, this is it. Here's Billy and John right now. And making their way through the swans. They look really good.
Looking good, Billy.
Determined crew. Okay. Yeah, steady, serious, good timing, consistent, focused.
All the things that you may not associate with. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, they're powering their way down. They are.
But are they powering their way down fast enough? That's the question.
That is I think it's about to get really interesting. So that was our last crew through Newbury. Will Billy and John catch George and James before Reading?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you think Billy and John will catch George and James before Reading?
I think there's 25 minutes in them now.
Yeah, still a big gap.
And I think what we've got to be careful of is Alex and Magnus overtook George and James.
Very early.
That doesn't mean that George and James went wrong. It could just mean Alex and Magnus are that strong.
Yeah.
And so it's very difficult when you're comparing two moving objects to work out which one's moving, which one's stationary, which one's moving backwards, which one's moving, or are they both moving forward at the correct trajectory, but one is just going so fast you just can't tell.
Okay, we've got a time update. So Billy and John's time to Newbury, 4:51:53. That is 10 minutes faster than last year.
He's on a mission.
And they're absolutely on a mission. And
10 minutes.
And not as quick as that was and not as quick as I'm getting some updates here. Hold on. Okay. Not as quick as Alex and Magnus, but yeah, 4:51:53, Billy and Jon. That's really, really quick. Again, like that would have been a great result at Waterside D, which is the race that ends at Newbury.
So how
Doesn't
far
go on to
how far into
Westminster.
DW are we right now at Newbury?
We're still in the first, I think we're around a quarter in.
So about 50 kilometers in.
I think a bit, yeah, we're around there. I think a bit more.
Okay.
More than that.
So to be 10 minutes up
but yeah,
at 50k,
yeah,
that is adding up.
that's crazy. Yeah, I think they're benefiting from the tailwind for sure, because that's not entirely, a 10-minute improvement is not entirely fitness. Like they've improved on their
You say
speed
that,
from last year, but not by that level.
but Billy is looking more trim than he has in many, many years.
Billy's put in a huge amount of work, especially over the winter. So
Particularly running
some of
and
that
getting
is
his fitness
definitely
up. His
Yeah.
VO2 max will probably be at its peak.
Yeah. So that's, and I mean, just as a point of reference too, yeah, we've got it up on the screen now, but that's 2 minutes, about 2.5 minutes between Magnus and Alex and Billy and Jon, and then another 13 minutes up to the next crew through Newbury, which was Yucca and Floor. We know that Luke and James have been quicker to Aldermaston. So, okay, so it looks like we've got, all right, I've had a few comments in. So James has given an update on the Ben and Ivan story, saying the river was practically going backwards when Ben and Ivan raced. So that was, we were talking about the boat that Alex and Magnus are racing in, that Ivan Lawler and Ben Brown used to attempt a record attempt. So the river was only 10 cubic meters per second, which is about as low as the Thames gets, let alone at DW. And also it was really hot weather, and they actually went for a daylight run, which generally you can't do with DW anymore. So they had a rough time there, and James Prowse, it says he thinks that they might still have the fastest time to Reading, which is a great question. We'll see if we can see what their time was to Reading, because that would be fun to look at. But that's the rest of the story on that Ben and Ivan race. Thank you, James, for the updates. And then we had, let's see, some other questions on the stats. So we'll wrap up the stats before we head out. Is this a shift in race dynamics? And what is the gap? So the gap is 2 minutes, 23 seconds. I think, I'm not sure what is the shift? What would the shift be in the race dynamics? I think it's, we saw Billy and Jon led before the portages started. Magnus and Alex gained ground when the portages started, and when they did also wash hang with George and James for a little bit. And both crews are still looking really, really strong heading to Aldermaston now. I think it's still anyone's game between those two. It doesn't look like, they both look really strong here in Newbury. I think everything looks like it should go smoothly for them.
It's far too early to say.
Yeah, definitely too early to say who's gonna.
I think what's happened is Alex and Magnus have put in a surprising first 50k, which has taken us by surprise, and we're potentially getting whipped up in that. Whereas at the moment, all things are relatively level.
Yeah.
It's just we did not expect to see that sort of performance come from Alex and Magnus, who haven't been on the paddling scene for nearly 10 years.
Yeah. Well, 7 for Alex, but yeah. Yeah, not, it's not completely unexpected. We knew something like
we
this.
We knew
was
something
coming,
great was going to happen, but
still,
we
to actually witness it is pretty cool. So, all right, and just so the gap between Alex and Magnus and Billy and Jon is, we think, identical to what it was at Hungerford, which means that the gain that Magnus and Alex made was entirely from Pusey to Hungerford. and then they've been matched in speed from Hungerford to Newbury. We think that's what it is, looking at the GPS trackers. So yeah, that's God, it's really tight. Truly anyone's game here. This is this is going to be great. So we're going to wrap up the live stream, I think, for the day. We have gone live from Reading previously, but I think people tend to want to head to bed around now. But I will put some stuff up on the social media accounts. So that'll be Paddle Daily on Facebook and Instagram. So make sure you're following Paddle Daily for those updates. Also make sure that you're subscribed to Paddler Media on YouTube, because we are going to be live again. I think I'm going to be in Teddington at 5 a.m. And we're going to do some more live streaming all the way to Westminster tomorrow morning. So you do want to tune in Eastern morning between about 5 a.m. and 12 p.m. roughly, depending on when the crews go through. So the Teddington tide window is 5 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. So the crews have to go through Teddington at that time, and then we'll catch them when they get to Westminster and see how this all shakes out. Last year, the race was decided on the tideway between Teddington and Westminster, and I'd be really excited if that happens again this year. And I'm going to say that is a real possibility. It's a real possibility based on how close these crews are right now. Yeah, truly, it's great. So stay tuned, follow on socials, leave some questions. If you've got questions, you can leave those on there's a couple of posts on Instagram and Facebook. You can leave the questions there or on the stories as well. And thank you so much to everyone who has tuned in today, who's engaged, who's left some comments and questions. Yeah, we'll see you in the morning.